Fresh and
All right, welcome back to another episode of Fresh and Buds. I'm your host, Tommy Fresh, and you are all of my buds. And today, we have a huge episode for you all. It is the Dusk Till Dawn set review, as we're joined by Bill from the Spike Feeders Living Legends podcast. It's going to be a blast. We love doing this every set. I'm super stoked to be talking about these cards, and I know Bill is too. And we got a nice long haul for you all. We're going to get into the nitty gritty of all these cards. But before we do, I just want to quickly shout out to those who keep the show going, the Patreon. It is a great way to help support the show, keep the mics hot, the lights on. You can find all the information in the show notes. You get some little bonus content, little rewards and gifts. And on top of that, I would like to shout out to the Buds Discord, a great community to hang out in. And if you're listening to this, go check out the YouTube. If you're watching this, you're watching the YouTube, and give us a old like, comment, subscribe. This is a great episode to watch on the YouTube because we have the cards up in front of us. But if you're listening, you can follow along on February, which is a great platform to look at all these brand new cards that we're all very excited about. But on top of that, hopefully by the end of the show, we'll have time to get to Charmer. I know he's been itching to get on the show, and this might be the one, but it is a long one, so we will see. And then I do want to shout out Greg, our producer, who puts in a lot of work on these. Really, if you check out Darth Prentice on Twitter or in the Buds Discord, tell Greg he's doing a great job because he's the best. And, I couldn't do this without him.
Hey, Tommy, thanks for the kind words, man. I love working on these projects and helping bring all this amazing analysis, dare I say, to the Buds. Super thankful that Sir Billiam von Spikerton was able to come back for another one of these. Love having you on, Bill, and love hearing your perspective on these cards. Tommy, I was curious, though. Do you know what Old MacDonald called their three-legged donkey?
Kind of wonky. Also, shout out to the Bud Rush Bellow that I do with our dear friend, Mr. Viz, a.k.a. Gary, on Wednesdays at 9:30 Eastern. So all of that, check it out. Please enjoy the show. Give us the old, kind of thumbs up on wherever you're watching or listening to it. And yeah, let us know in the comments, if we were right about these cards. But without further ado, I am throwing to the show. Okay, we are here with Bill from... Well, you know him from a lot of places. First of all, you know him from these set reviews that we do every set since Everfest, I believe. And it's just the best. Obviously, he is also from the Spike Feeders. He is from the Living Legends podcast that he does with Az and the Red Zone Rogue, which is just a smash hit podcast over there. Always happy to be hanging out with Bill. And how you doing, buddy?
I'm doing great, honestly. This is like the highlight of every set reveal, is being able to, once all the cards are finally out, getting that message or reaching out to Tommy Fresh, being like, "Hey, buddy, we gonna do it again?" And the answer is always a resounding hell yeah. So yeah, I am so ready. This is such a cool set, and I am really looking forward to your thoughts on basically all of the Shadow cards, but obviously specifically the Shadow Brute ones. So.
Oh yeah, I have my thoughts. I've been thinking about it. I actually did a whole, I hopped on Mansant's live stream when he was talking about all of them, and it was kind of interesting because I was with him and a guy named John Smith, and we all had different kind of opinions. We all talked each other up, talked each other down, on these things, and that was a week ago, and my thoughts have already changed on a lot of these cards. So I'm pretty excited. And there's some fun stuff for all the light lovers out there too, which I know you are, Bill. So, I guess without further ado, I think we just get into it. What do you think?
Absolutely. Yeah, I think so too.
We're going to start basically from the top and work our way down. If you want to follow along, obviously, if you're listening on audio and you want to follow along, you can go to the Dusk Till Dawn page on Fabry.net. Otherwise, if you're watching this on YouTube, all these cards will be right up there. But let's kick it off with the Fabled, which we didn't have for the last set review, right? It hadn't been found yet, but this one got found pretty quick. Now, This is Light of Soul. It is a yellow. It is a yet another gem. It's a light resource. It's legendary. When this is pitched, reveal the top card of your deck. If it's yellow, you may put it into your hero's soul. And also, we should probably talk about the rating system. I'm just realizing.
Yes.
So, to kick it off, sorry, I just got home from work. Bill just got home. We're just rocking right now. We're having a good time. But the rating system. Do you want to tell us what the rating system is, Bill? Before we talk about Light of Soul,
we have 4 tiers. We have the top one, which is I think like a card that will go in every deck that it can, or it'll be a real meta-defining card. We refer to those as fresh to death. Those are the freshest cards that exist. Then we have below that fresh, which is these are good cards, like solid cards, solid players. Maybe even to the point of being like really good tech against certain decks. Sometimes we relegate sideboard cards to the step below this, but depending on how impactful they can be, these are just solid, good cards. Below that, we refer to them as stale, which are usually like cards that would be good in a draft, or might have their place as like a situational sideboard card. Card that you're not necessarily excited to see, but is like has its use, has its places. And then finally, last and probably certainly least, we have rotten.
Oh yeah.
From the name, they're real stinkers. Let me tell you. These are the cards that are unequivocally draft chaff. Usually have strictly better versions out there. You don't want to see them. You don't want to play them. But they do exist, and we have to acknowledge their existence. So
yes. The Rottens, there are typically not as many Rottens in the supplemental sets, but this one might be a little bit different. You get like a lot of stales in the supplemental sets, like stuff you're like, oh, this is for an archetype. It might not be the most playable archetype, but in that archetype, it is playable. So, we get a lot of that. So I love this kind of system because, it's also totally made up. So we can kind of make, our way around it, but you kind of get the feel for what we're talking about. But let's start with Light of Soul. I already read it, but I'll read it again. It's a yellow. It's a gem. Light resource. Legendary. If it's pitched, reveal the top card of your deck. If it's yellow, you may put it into your hero's soul. What do you think about this one, Bill?
So something that is actually really nice that this is the first thing. There is a distinct difference within the mechanics of the game between putting a card in your soul and charging your soul. Charging is a specific keyword. It is the same action, but there are cards that put things into your soul and cards that charge them into your soul. This will only really come up for Bolton, because Bolton has a few things like if you've charged your soul. So this won't trigger those effects, but it will still give you fodder for future stuff if you're banishing stuff from your soul. If you want to use like Celestial Cataclysm, this does get you there, at least in some part. And it's also just a 2-resource gem. I actually really like this card. Yellow is kind of where light decks want to be for the most part, at least for Prism purposes. For Bolton, at least until now, it's kind of just been play what you have. But I don't know. I think this fits pretty solidly within the realm of the other Fableds that we've had, other than the CNC Fabled. For every other sort of either landmark or gem, I think this fits perfectly in line with them. I think this is like probably a solid like mid fresh, maybe low fresh in terms of like actual hard playability. The gems are always tough because you can only ever run one of them. They also don't block. And the effect is good, but like I said, it's not charging, so it does have like half of the utility that it could. I also just love the art. A lot of the art in this set is extremely striking, and I think this is absolutely no exception. I land on low fresh is my determination.
Yeah, I think I'm right there with you. I mean, these gems are tough, right? You don't want them to be fresh to death, right? I think the closest we've gotten there recently was Plague Hive. Plague Hive was certainly good. We didn't get to rate that one, but that's pretty high fresh. This is probably low fresh. It still works with what like Bolton's trying to do for the most part. You want to fill up the soul. It's not doing the charge like you said, but you want to banish to give go again and stuff like that. So it has its uses, but it's probably going to be maybe a little bit better in Prism if Prism is in a position where she wants to run a lot of yellows, which she had in the past, but we will see if she wants to in the future with the new Prism card. Do you want to read that one?
I definitely do. So the new hero, the new Prism hero that we have specifically, is Prism Advent of Heroes for the young version, and Prism Awakener of Soul for the adult version. She has 16 in Blitz and 32 life in CC. So obviously for a nerf like that, her effect's got to be pretty good, or her deck has to be pretty good, because she's right in the realms with like Kano, who obviously has lowered life for a very good reason. And honestly, I think she does. Once again, she's a light illusionist hero, and her effect is whenever a card with Herald is put into its name, or with Herald in its name is put into Prism's Soul during an action phase, you may search your deck for a Figment, put it into the arena, then shuffle. And then she also has once per turn instant. You can pay 2 resources and banish a card from Prism's Soul to awaken target Figment you control. And then in parentheses, flip it. Yeah. I don't think they had that reminder. I think this is the first time I've seen that reminder text, at least consciously.
Yeah.
So we'll go into what Figments are. Generally, like basically the idea of them is that they're permanents that you can search out of your deck that have like an enters the arena effect. And then their flip side is an angel that is usually a 4/4 and has some type of effect on attack. We'll go into all of those in a bit, but just to give you some idea of what her effect sort of does. I personally, at least for everything that I've seen thus far, I think that this deck has the potential to be extremely strong, but also extremely skill testing. Mm-hmm. And I could be wrong with that. There could just be like the optimal Figments that you go and get in a specific order. But all of the Figments that she has do something specific and are actually pretty like use case dependent. So I think that her having access to that sort of toolboxy nature, being able to access whatever she needs at a given time, as long as she's able to hit with Heralds, I think is like really good. I think that being able to search your deck with any sort of consistency is always going to be really terrifying.
Yeah.
So, yeah. But before I give my actual rating, what do you think about Prism?
Well, okay, so I'm looking at Prism Advent of Thrones and Awakener of Soul, and I really like this design. So I think we can all agree that the original Prism, I'm blanking on her name, but was
Sculptor of Arclight, was a fresh to death, right? That's why I got Living Legend. There's no doubt about it. And like a lot of that was Luminaris, but you gotta look at them as the same package. I look at this, I like the lower life and the real cost to playing Prism, right? You will see that there's a lot of no blocks that this is going to have in the deck. And, being able to hit with a Herald is awesome, but poppers exist, and it will be very, very tough to, kind of move past that. So that being said, I really like this hero. I always like little toolbox things like that where you can kind of go fetch something that's good for the situation. And, I imagine it's going to fall into the mid-fresh range. Based on what we've seen and we're going to talk about. So that's where I'm at with the new Prism. Mm-hmm. Yeah, I think I'm right about mid, maybe tending towards high, but that might be copium. That might be that I love just the design of light cards, specifically light illusionist cards. And a lot of the cards that she gets access to, I think just play super nicely together. Which I don't know, maybe makes her a little bit parasitic for what she wants to do, but ultimately I'm really excited to put this deck together. So yeah, I'm probably like mid to high fresh on Prism. We'll have to see sort of, again, I think I'll become less high on Prism if we find out later that there is like just a deterministically best way to play her. It's kind of like when we were reviewing Fi. I thought that Phi was going to be very much about like the Phoenix Flame engine, and I thought that that was like really cool. But then the deck ended up just being an aggro deck that also uses Phoenix Flame, and I was like, that's lame. Actually, never mind. So I hope that Prism is really cool and not super lame.
Yeah, it's interesting. Some of the builds we've been seeing out there, at least I've been seeing, is Iris of Reality rather than the next card, which is Luminaris's replacement, which is just Luminaris Celestial Fury, which is kind of interesting. It's the first reprint of a, what do they call them? Signature weapons. And this one is certainly less powerful than the original, which is probably good. It comes at rare. It is a light illusionist weapon, Scepter, two-handed. Once per instant, you can activate it for 2 resources. Target angel attack or attack action card with Herald in its name gets go again. So, kind of really making sense here. Prism's text box cares about Heralds, and the Figments, which we will see, will turn into angels. It definitely makes a lot of sense. Is it good enough? I don't know. What do you think, Bill?
Yeah, it's kind of tough to feel excited about this one, especially when we're comparing it to the original Luminaris, which I think, for all intents and purposes, I don't think it's necessarily the strongest weapon in the game. I still think that that's Rosetta Thorn, but I think it might be one that's like very challenging to make balanced, because it just gave blanket go again to everything as long as you've satisfied a certain criteria. So obviously, instead of giving blanket go again for no resources, this one has a resource cost and only gives one thing go again. So I do like, completely honestly, I do like the fact that it is either a Herald or an Angel attack, because none of the Angel attacks will come to see have go again. So it can kind of be tough to do multiple things in a turn. But I think ultimately the cost behind this one is maybe what sort of breaks it, and not in the good way. I think that's sort of what makes me feel less excited about it, especially considering the other options, like you were saying. Iris of Reality I think is going to be a really solid option. So yeah, I find it hard to be excited about this one, so I'd probably rate it like probably mid stale, maybe high stale if you're really all in on the Herald strategy. But yeah, even then, I don't know. It's I even have my own copy of the original Luminaris here, and it's just staring at me as I'm talking about its new brother. But yeah, somewhere in stale, I think, is where I'm landing for that one.
I think it's a fair assessment. It's a little tough to look at it and be like, because you want your weapon or whatever to do something, right? And this does do something. It certainly does. But how often are you going to have the 2 resources? And if you're paying that much to do this, you already have to have played something out, right? And now Iris of Reality does the same thing. You had to have played out an aura, but these auras are already super strong. So it's interesting. I feel like Iris is going to probably be the route that New Prism takes, but I wouldn't be surprised if this pops up. If like people are like, yeah, I just want to jam Heralds, give them go again, and try to make angels. And if that's the best thing you can do, this will be the option. So I'll probably about high stale.
Yeah. I also think what you were mentioning just about the cost of it, I think, is really accurate, because the only Herald that costs 1 is Wartune, and the rest of them cost 2. So to play the Herald and then activate Luminaris, that's 4 resources already. Like, that's a pretty significant investment. Even for a deck that wants to play a bunch of yellows. But but anyway, with that being said, we're actually going to be going into I'm going to be reading out a card that has some mana or some resource cheat built into it, and I actually am fully head over heels in love with this card. So this is Empyrean Rapture, which is the first legendary that we're going to be talking about. It is the Light Illusionist chest equipment. And it has, if a card with Herald in its name has been put into your hero's soul during your turn, the first hero ability you activate that turn costs 2 resources less to activate. And then it has once per turn instant pay a resource. This gets ward 1 until end of turn. And of course, ward is if your hero would be dealt damage, you can destroy this to prevent 1 of that damage. I the first thing that I'll mention is I'm so glad that they made the ward on this optional.
Yeah.
That was one of the things that I was so gutted about when they revealed Celestial Kimono. The fact that it itself has ward and is just, as a result, constantly under threat of being destroyed by your opponent. So the fact that this does block, but only when you want it to, is perfect. Like I love that. I'm into that.
Yeah.
Outside of that, like the effect itself is kind of interesting because a lot of the like we were kind of saying, if you're not playing Luminaris, your heralds probably don't have go again, unless you do give them go again somehow. And usually that's pretty resource intensive. But I mean, if you wanted to set up your angel, or if you wanted to just be able to do that on the same turn, or if you did have a way to give it go again, then this makes that prospect of flipping your herald, or flipping your figment into the angel. It basically adds 2 resources for that and allows you to continue doing stuff with your turn. So I really, really like this card, especially because the way that I want to play the deck is figment, like do stuff with figments.
Yeah.
And yeah, over the course of the game, this can add like 6-8 mana technically. Resources rather.
Yeah.
I've been playing a bunch of different games recently. But yeah, like this could add 8 resources over the course of the game, and I think that's pretty sweet. That's pretty strong. But yeah, what do you think?
What's your rating actually? Before
true.
Yeah.
I don't know for certain if it's the best chess piece for Prism, but I do really, really like it. I think I have to put it at high fresh, like even just on the back of the art alone. Like I do genuinely think that the effect is strong. I really genuinely need a copy of this because I do want to test it out. Also, it comes in extended art, which, yeah.
Wow, I didn't know
does.
that.
Yeah. So just another piece to add to my collection. But yeah, high fresh for me. I really, really like the design. I like how it plays into Prism's kit and how it sort of makes your turns slightly less awkward. And you're able to play with maybe 1 fewer card in your hand on average.
Yeah. It's. I think I'm right there with you. God, I almost want to say low fresh death, to be honest, because this is really doing everything that this new Prism wants to do. Right. The 2 costs of the activated ability is pretty steep. Just having this means like is like a threat for your opponent, right? Mm-hmm. If that herald hits, they're getting they're flipping that figment. It's going to hit, and then they're going to flip it, which is going to be devastating. I think these figments come with like a lot of value, and I think I got to go low fresh. It just works with the game plan so much, and I've actually already played against it, and I was like, this is pretty insane. But yeah, I could see some other chess pieces being just as good, and it might be fighting for that spot. That's why I can't give it like an actual fresh to death, but it's awesome.
Yeah, I mean, as always, I respect that because again, like the play between Empyrean Rapture and Prism herself, you hit with the Herald, it goes into the soul, then Prism triggers and gets you a figment, and Empyrean Rapture triggers and makes flipping the figment cost 2 less. Like it all comes together. Like it's just, I'm a big fan of that.
Yeah, well, I mean, what if you pitch Light of Soul for something else, and the Herald goes in, and then you're really cooking with gas. So I don't know, it's really sweet, but that does bring us to the figments. I believe these are all legendary. So if we're talking about a figment, it's a legendary, not in rarity, but in gameplay. So you can only have 1 in your deck. So the first one we have here. And I got to say, the art is awesome. We'll read the figment, and then I'll read the angel. All these figments also have the same stat line on the front. They're yellow, and they cost 4, and they don't block, and they are Light Illusionist Instance figment, right? So you can play this from hand. You don't have to go fetch it and put it into the arena. But Figment of Erudition says, when this enters the arena, create a ponder token. Okay, pretty good, especially if you got it from hitting with a herald. And then on the flip side, so if you're going to awaken this figment, you get Soraya. Archangel of Erudition. They are 4 attack, 4 health, angel allies, light. Once per action, you can pay 2 to attack. When Soraya attacks, you may banish a card from your hero's soul. If you do, draw 2 cards. And all these angels also have Ward 4. So if you get dealt damage, this will pop and prevent 4 of that damage. It doesn't matter if it's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 damage. This is what always pop if you don't have other options for the ward. So what are your thoughts here on our first Figment?
I've been going back and forth and trying to determine which of the Figments I think is the best. And I think it just so happens that even though this is the first one we're talking about, I think this is maybe the strongest one. Like you were saying, getting it off of a Herald, just getting the Figment side and having the Herald replace itself is so important to keep early pressure on. So if you were to have like a really streamlined game plan, I think you probably see this one first. Mm-hmm. And then, the flip side of it, being able to just draw 2 cards again keeps the pressure on. There are, a couple of ways other than just the Luminaris that we talked about to maybe give it go again, to make it even more punishing to your opponent. But the effect of it, I think, is just incredibly strong. I think an on-demand Ponder token, we've seen how impactful Ponder tokens can be. So I think that's exceptional. But I would rate, especially in the Prism deck that plays Figments, I think this is an easy fresh to death. I think you play this one 100% of the time.
Absolutely. Yeah, this is a fresh to death, no doubt. First of all, the art on the Figment side is just incredible. The Angel's cool too, but I'm really in love with the Figment side. And this is the case to play Luminaris, right? To do something with the 2 cards that you drew. This card's insane. Fresh to death, no doubt. Now, what about the next one? Figment of Judgment.
So Figment of Judgment, same stat line. So again, 4-cost yellow, instant, legendary. And then it has, when this enters the arena, you may turn a card in any banished zone face down. And then you can flip it by awakening it to Themis, Archangel of Judgment. And she's a light angel ally with 4 attack, 4 health, and ward 4. As well as a once per turn action to pay 2 resources and attack. And when Themis attacks, you may banish a card from your hero's soul. If you do, turn a card in any banished zone face down. So I think that this is a pretty narrow effect. Realistically, the only thing that I could see this being useful against is if your opponent is trying really hard to set up like, is Doomsday playable from Banish, or is it just Eclipse?
Just Eclipse.
Yeah. So like if you were playing against a chain in Blitz and they were trying to get an Eclipse off on you, you could turn it face down and then they can't do that anymore. Mm-hmm. But otherwise, I mean, there are new Levia cards that we're going to be talking about in a bit that, you can play them either like on your next turn or whatever that you might be able to use this on. But I feel like, especially compared to the other one, this is like a big step down in terms of like just overall power level and versatility. I mean, it is still a 4/4, which is like definitely not bad. But I would definitely rate this one like, I would honestly maybe even say like high stale. Like it's still an angel, you still technically get it for free, and it is like a good silver bullet, like I said, against the Eclipse chain decks. Or if we're going to be seeing more sort of instances where Levias are allowing their cards to sit in their banish for an extended period of time before they play them, then this can be a good way to shut that avenue off for them. But I'm not sure about this one personally.
Yeah. So I think I'm right there with you. But I got to say, I think it is in the fresh range only because, right, the opportunity cost to play just one of these in your sideboard is really low, right? And it also really depended on how good Vincent and Levi end up being, right? Because, this turns off the Runegate cards, which we'll get to eventually, and all of the recursion stuff as well from Levia. So it's a nice little silver bullet, and it still works into the theme, and you only run one, and you could just go fetch it.
Yeah. You know what? I will concede to the point that I forgot about Vincent for a little bit there. But yeah, it is really good against the Runegate cards because those are just playable from Banish. And then, if you have you specifically have to have enough rune chance, but a lot of the playable ones are like, you need 2 rune chance, and it's like, perfect. That's super easy. So yeah, being able to turn those off and stop their huge swing back is pretty relevant. So yeah, with that in mind, I would probably revise it, probably still to a low fresh, but yeah, I think it comes out of stale category for that reason.
Yeah. Next Figment we have is Figment of Protection. So same stat line as before. It's legendary. When this enters the arena, create a Spectral Shield token, which we all know those do. And he flips into Aegis, Archangel of Protection. Has the same stat line, 4/4, ward 4, pay 2 to attack. When it attacks, you may banish a card from your hero's soul. If you do, create 2 Spectral Shield tokens. I'm going to go ahead and say this one's pretty high fresh, to be honest, bordering on fresh to death. Spectral Shields we already know are quite good. Especially, this is great, especially if you're in the Iris of Reality build. Get these little auras out there, build up your wall. I like this card quite a bit. I think this is great. And also this angel is just, the art is amazing. All the art is awesome. It's always great, isn't it, Bill?
Yeah, I mean, something about, like, we say this every single time, but something about this set, like they went off with the art design on this. And there is actually, coming up in a couple cards, a new artist that we're seeing in Flesh and Blood, not a new overall artist, but new to Flesh and Blood, that I'm actually extremely excited about. And yeah, so the art just does not stop being incredible. And yeah, I think that this one, like you said, is probably, I think this probably makes it into just about every list, because Spectral Shields are just always good. Like, its attack is kind of just gain 2 life in a lot of situations. And that's like never a bad thing. Yeah, I think that this is probably just another auto include if you're playing the Figment plan. So for that reason, I would have to put it in fresh to death. Because yeah, I think that it's so easy to just put this in and have it be relevant in like every single matchup.
Yeah, that's fair. I think it's, yeah, I'll bring me up to the solid fresh to death too. What does Figment of Ravages do?
So this one as well is legendary, same stat line as the others. When this enters the arena, deal 1 arcane damage to any target. So very relevantly, this actually does deal damage to allies as well, which can be relevant and can be quite nice. And then on the flip side, we have Secum, Archangel of Ravages. Once again, a 4/4 with ward 4, with once per turn action 2 resources to attack. And when Secum attacks, you may banish a card from your hero's soul. If you do, deal 2 arcane damage to any target. Yeah, I think that this is also quite good. Having the flexibility of pinging things off of your opponent's board, along with being just a 4/4 attacker that kind of sometimes attacks for 6. And it's in the same capacity as like the way that Rosetta Thorn attacks people. Like, I just think that this card is, at the very bare minimum, really annoying for your opponent.
Yeah. What's your rating on it?
Oh, I mean, I think I'm going to start rating these based on what I think they are against each other rather than just like in the deck as well. Because for the other ones, it was easy to give them fresh to deaths because you just play them in the deck. But like, I think that Figment of Erudition is like a league above this one. I still think it's very good, and I think you play it in the deck for sure. But I would probably put this one in fresh. Like, maybe just because the 1 arcane damage on enter, it just doesn't feel quite as impactful as a Ponder token to me. But it is still like good, and it's good against Dromai. It's good to just get some extra damage on your opponent. But yeah, I think this one's really solid, but I would put it in probably like maybe high fresh if I'm being really pedantic.
Yeah. Well, yeah, I think, I'm at high fresh too, because this one, this one feels like, unlike the others where they have kind of this immediate impact, which just has an impact, very minimal. It doesn't feel like you're really doing it until you flip this, right? A couple of these other ones, you're off to a way better start, I think. And for that reason, it's not in the fresh to death range, but you're still going to play it, right? It's a one of it's still very good. You can only, you want to build the whole army of angels, but but the next one though, I actually like quite a bit. Because I just love any kind of recursion. And I believe this is the artist you're talking about, Eric Klug.
Yes.
Yeah.
So just before we get into this one, Eric Klug has been a prolific and like legendary altarist in the Magic the Gathering space. His work is unbelievable. Every single time. We actually have a joke in the Spike Feeders chat where whenever he comes out with anything, it's always the most beautiful thing we've ever seen. So we post it and we just go, what the F, Klug? How can you be this talented every single time? And yeah, this one is no exception. So please let us know, what does Figment of Rebirth do?
Well, it's got the Figment stat line as always. Figment of Rebirth. When this enters the arena, you may put a yellow action card from your graveyard on top of your deck. This is a powerful effect, right? On its own. Like we see Memorial Grounds be played in Azalea, and that is just what it does on its own. This has an angel attached to it, which says, and it has the angel text, and ward 4/4/4, attack cost 2. And it's called Avalon Archangel of Rebirth. When Avalon attacks, you may banish a card from your hero's soul. If you do, put a yellow card from your graveyard on top of your deck. This one does not say action card. It's important to note the one side says action card. This says any yellow card, so you can get Figments back.
You can get Figments back.
So, right off the bat, I'm going to just say it. I think this one is fresh to death. I think this is such a good utility card in this Prism deck. And just really, really just smooths out the whole angel plan because you're going to lose them. And, obviously once you lose this one, the party's over in terms of getting them back. But when you have this, you're back in business. So I love this card. I think it's awesome. And I think it's a solid fresh to death. To me, it's almost close to Erudition, to be honest.
I definitely don't disagree with that. Recursion is incredibly strong, especially targeted recursion like this. Something somebody actually mentioned in the top 5 video that we did on Living Legends podcast. Somebody commented, apologies, I don't remember their name, but Avalon is the first instance of any class being able to recycle instants and like defense reactions and stuff like that, because every other type of recursion is for action cards. Like even Remembrance is action cards. But like, actually, I just thought of something that might be pretty annoying if like a control Prism deck exists. Avalon can recycle Remembrance.
Oh god. And then you just draw it the next turn because it goes around top. Exactly. I mean, oh my god. No, it can't. Well, no, it can only recycle Remembrance if you hadn't played it.
Does Remembrance banish itself?
Banishes itself.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. So I think that's probably by design there, right? Because then all of a sudden
they
things
definitely did that on purpose.
Yeah. So I don't think that will happen often, but it can happen if Remembrance ends up going into your graveyard. And there are instances of being forced to discard things. So. Yeah.
But I mean, either way, again, like this allows you to recycle Figments after they've been popped. By if you flip them and your opponent's able to trigger the ward, or they just attack them for 4 as well. Avalon can get you back a Figment, and if you're able to continue doing things on your turn and get a Herald into your soul, you can then use Prism's ability to put it right back into play because now it's in your deck. That probably won't happen. That's a couple of hoops to jump through, but it is an option. And yeah, I think that Avalon is absolutely fresh to death. We've seen recursion be powerful before, and this one comes on a body that can hit any yellow card in your entire deck. So that, like, by default, that just has to be good.
Yeah, no, the card's awesome. I love it. Now, tell us about this next one, which is, I mean, again, this art actually is in the running for one of my favorites in the set. But go ahead.
Yeah. So this one is Figment of Tenacity with the Figment stat line. And when this enters the arena, your next attack this turn gets Dominate. So an easy access to Dominate at like kind of, it's not instant speed, but it comes in after your attack. Or if you have another way to put a Herald into your soul. And then it flips into Metis, Archangel of Tenacity, which is 4/4 for 4. And once per turn action, 2 resources to attack. And when Metis attacks, you may banish a card from your soul. If you do, your attacks this turn gain Dominate. So the initial one just gives your next attack Dominate. But Metis, if you're able to attack with her and also give her Go again, she gives all of your attacks for the remainder of the turn Dominate. Which, is a pretty powerful effect. It is Bravo's hero ability, but it is specifically for attacks that cost 2 or more, 3 or more.
Mm-hmm.
So like the effect is good. The only thing I'm worried about is that without easy access to giving angel attacks Go again, this kind of only gives itself Dominate. And like it is an attack for 4, but unless it's really the end game, that doesn't really do all that much. I do think that, giving some other attacks Go again, especially with the front side of it, is like actually not horrendous. They're like, even if you're just attacking with one of these other angels or another big herald, giving it Dominate can actually be pretty good. So I think the opportunity cost on this is pretty low. So I'd probably say this is like maybe mid fresh, in terms of just it doesn't come out in every situation like, erudition protection or, even rebirth would. But it is still like in its situation, it still has the ability to be quite good. So I think probably mid fresh for me.
Yeah. So my thoughts on this are this a lot like a card, one of my favorite cards, Reckless Swing. His is going to win when played the most. That being said, does not mean it's the best card ever. It's just when you play this, you're trying to win, right? So my thoughts are here in the Figment build, and this is another good reason to play Luminaris, right? In the Figment build, you get to a position where you can win, and you go pop my Halo, put a Herald from my hand into Soul, go get Figment, play out my turn, or whatever. That seems very good, right? I think that's probably like the play that you want to do. Obviously, the Halo works throughout the whole game plan if you want to go get a certain Figment. But that being said, it's not fresh to death because it's you only want to play it certain times of the game. So it's definitely a fresh card. You're going to play it. I think you kind of have to, but it's awesome.
Yeah. Absolutely. I think you're right though. The conversion on this, like being played versus winning the game, is probably going to be pretty high, but it's probably due to a lower overall metric of being played and the fact that it's being played in specific scenarios. So yeah, I do think it has its place though. I think that it is still a solid inclusion in the Figment lineup.
Absolutely. And the next one is also really good in the Halo line, right? So this is Figment of Triumph with the whole stat line of the Figments. Also, these are all Majestic, if we didn't say that. But obviously, they're playing like Majestics here. When this enters the arena, attack action cards your opponent's control get -1 attack this turn. And then on the flip side, you get Victoria, Archangel of Triumph. Same angel ally stat line. When Victoria attacks, you may banish a card from your hero's soul. If you do, attack action cards your opponent's control get -1 until the start of your next turn. Pretty good. So here on the Figment of Triumph side, which is it's kind of fun, if somebody tries to pop your Herald, you can pop your Halo, put another Herald into your soul, get Figment of Triumph, put it onto the field or arena, and all of a sudden you're not getting popped anymore. And then on the flip side, it's just pretty nuts, right? Doing this round's on me. Every single time this thing attacks is pretty insane. I think this card is pretty close to Fresh to Death. I think it is fresh. I'm not even close. It is Fresh to Death. Victoria and Figment of Triumph, Fresh to Death, no doubt. This is a huge player in this Prism deck if it's going to be good.
Yeah, I think you're right on the money there, because this is sort of the first instance of one, I guess maybe other than like Figment of Ravages, and then in some ways Figment of Judgment. This is the first one that like works as, like you were saying, like a combat trick, where if you're able to put a Herald into your soul at instant speed, then you can put this into play to basically wreck your opponent's plan of ruining your turn. And you then just go off from there. And also, Victoria, like you said, I did not know. I guess I didn't just like realize that it was until the start of your next turn. And yeah, that's an insane line of text. That's really strong. Really strong against like go wide decks. Like Ninja hates this card. The fact that this is just like repeatable, and also gives you the effect up front to make, if you're able to go wide with this one, it makes it way harder for your opponent to blow up your cards. Yeah, I think this one goes in like Fresh to Death, definitely in the deck, and like a really effective combat trick. So yeah, I really like the design space that they were going with that one too.
Super sweet, super sweet. Now, can you finish us off with, well, you get a nice Klug card here, and also our last Figment.
Yes. So this one, once again, Eric Klug, in the same sort of style. The for those of you who are audio listeners, both Figment of War and Figment of Rebirth are done in like a really cool, like classical stained glass sort of style, and he's just a master at that. So good. But yeah, so Figment of War is Figment stat line, legendary. When this enters the arena, create a Courage token. And while we are talking about a Courage token, just for reference, it is a new token for this set specifically. And it is a token that just says, whenever you play an attack action card or activate a weapon attack, destroy this, and then the attack gets +1. So just buffs your next attack by something by one more. A lot of the heralds take those really well because they're already at a really awkward breakpoint. So giving them one extra can even pump that even a little bit higher. But the flip side is one card that we actually saw really early on. I think it was right when Dusk Till Dawn was spoiled.
Mm-hmm.
But Bologna, Archangel of War, which is same angel stat line. And when she attacks, you may banish a card from your hero's soul. If you do, put a +1 counter on each angel you control. So, I mean, if you're playing the Luminaris Angel deck, this is like the best card in your deck.
Yeah.
If you're able to just turbo out a bunch of angels, this gets out of hand so fast. Like, you're making them, on the first attack, you're making all of your angels 5, and then you're making them all 6. Like, it just keeps going. And the attack buff sticks around. So it just consistently causes additional pressure. If you already have all of these angels out, you obviously want them to be big so that you can smack your opponent for like their entire life total in a single turn. So yeah, I think that this card is deserving of the Klug art, and I think is absolutely Fresh to Death. The front side I'm not as jazzed about. I don't think that the Prism deck necessarily benefits from it all that much. I mean, I was saying that Heralds do eat the buff pretty well, but it's sort of like adding a drop to a pond when, they're already attacking for 7 or 8. Adding one extra is always nice for breakpoint reasons, but it doesn't necessarily win you the game. But I do think the flip side is very strong. The consistent buff that you get from it, I think, is going to be really good.
Yeah. I'm right there with you. I will say, I think Courage tokens are pretty broken, right? Not broken. I shouldn't say broken, but Courage tokens are really good. Like, I think people don't understand how good they are. It is just another kind of rune chant, right? Adding another piece to the puzzle of attacking +1. It is pretty strong. And there's something worth noting, and a lot of the yellow heralds come in for 6. And I think this Prism wants to play a lot of yellows. This Courage token puts them to 7. I think that is a huge difference for this new version of Prism. So, but that being said, I think even without all that being said, this card is fresh to death, and it's a real winner and super. I am a known Prism hater, original Prism hater, and this new Prism actually makes me excited. It feels very like toolboxy and like a lot of cool things. We have a couple more cards to talk about, but these figments are the real star of the show, right?
Absolutely. I mean, it's what the deck basically draws you towards, just from reading the hero. It's like, oh, I get to search my deck for a figment. What are the figments? And then you read all the figments and you're like, wow, these turn into angels. I love angels.
Yeah, it's really cool. And like, now they're in a situation a lot like with Dromai, right? They can print new dragons. They can print new figments for Prism. And that's very cool. Now, next couple cards, we're not going to go over because they're reprinting a lot of the original heralds. They might be reprinting all of them. I'm not sure. I didn't count, but we have Herald of Judgment, Herald of Protection, Herald of Ravages, Herald of Rebirth, Herald of Tenacity, Herald of Triumph, War Tune Herald. We all know how good they are. In the old Prism, they saw play. I think they will see more play now. So just take how good they were before and just bump it up a little bit. And that's just where they are. We don't need to talk about cards that have existed, reprints. But it's very cool to see Prism focus on heralds, right in the hero text. So very exciting. But we'll move over to some new cards. The next is a common cycle here. Comes in all 3 colors. And it is Angelic Descent. This is a 0-cost Light Illusionist instant. No block. And for the red, target attack action card with Herald in its name gets go again. Your next angel attack this turn gets +3. So now it scales down +2, +1 for the yellow and blue. This is very, very good. This is Blade Runner for heralds and angels. This is a reason to play this deck. I think it's very good. Instant, sure. You don't want to load your deck up with too many non-blocks, but I think at least the red's going to be pretty useful here. And I think this is very exciting. I think it's a solid fresh from what I can see. I can't imagine this being lower than that, but I'm willing to hear what you think.
I think you're right on the money with this one. It's a way to convert really effectively off of, like I was saying earlier with Empyrean Rapture, the chess piece. That chess piece only really does what you want it to do if you're also able to attack with the angel in the same turn.
Yeah.
So obviously this gives you the go again on the Herald, assuming it's hitting, which then goes into your soul. You get the figment, you get to flip it for free, and then you can pay another 2 resources to attack with a buffed up angel afterwards. So if you are wanting to play that sort of deck, like if I'm building a deck and I want to use Empyrean Rapture as my chess piece, I probably just run every copy that I can of Angelic Descent. Honestly, I do like the yellows as well because it fits in with the theme, and I guess the only awkward thing is it kind of doesn't push the angel attacks into the next threshold. Or the next breakpoint. It goes from 4 to 6, which is still just 2 cards. So like you were saying, though, the red one is quite good in that because it would buff them to 7, which is the next breakpoint. But yeah, if you're wanting to play those, like that strategy with Empyrean Rapture, I think you want to play this card. I think it's fresh for that reason. So I think you are right on the money.
Yeah, and I don't want to brush over the cost of playing, like Lightning Press is an awesome card. And we're going to see actually the next card is a lot like Lightning Press, but it's a great card, but it doesn't block. And that could be a serious issue. So like, and the figments don't really block. So it's a real cost to put these in the deck. Right. and the meta could definitely like punish you for doing it. So it's worth noting. But I think on its face value it is fresh. So what does Angelic Wrath do?
So you did kind of allude to it already. But yeah, Angelic Wrath is another instant, so no block. Costs 0, and it comes in all 3 colors. And specifically, it is a light illusionist instant. And it's target attack action with Herald in its name gets +4, then +3, +2 for the yellow and blue. This one, I'm not too certain about. Your heralds are already doing damage, ostensibly if they're hitting, because most of them, like you were kind of saying earlier, most of them, even the yellows, are coming in for 6. Which, if your opponent wants to fully block them, that takes 2 cards out of their hand, and I think you're usually okay with that trade. With this one, you're able to maintain aggression by, you could attack in with a red Wartune Herald and then Angelic Wrath it, and you're attacking for 11. But that's at minimum 3 cards from your hand, and you're kind of locked out of doing most other things for your turn. So I don't know. I don't necessarily think that this deck needs combat tricks, especially ones that don't block. Like you were saying, there's already a lot in this deck that doesn't. So I think I would probably run Angelic Descent over Angelic Wrath if I had the option. So for that reason, I think this is probably a pretty solid stale. I think it could be useful if you're just looking for just like the Herald aggro plan. And I mean, you don't have to play into using this if your opponent is going to pop it already. So it's not like you get blown out that way because it is still an instant. But I'm still just not super. I'm like maybe slightly underwhelmed.
Yeah, I mean, so the rate on these cards are pretty incredible. Taking away from the fact that they can't block. I think the yellow is probably going to see a decent amount of play, which I think that makes it brings it up to like a high stale, maybe low fresh. So like the difference between Descent and Wrath here. Descent is like how much you care about your heralds getting go again, and then being able to do something with your angels right after. And I think the upside on that is a lot higher. And then the Wrath is for how much you care about your herald hitting. I will lose to this card. I will say that. I will lose this card quite often. But yeah, I think I'm like a high stale on at least the yellow. Because even if you want to play the red, but like the yellow's just doing just as much work there for you. So not as much, but like, you know what I mean? Like it's gonna work with the theme a little bit more.
Yeah, like even a +3, regardless of what angel you're looking at, like what attack it has, it's pushing you into the next breakpoint, even at just +3. So yeah, I think you're right that the yellow would be the one to look for if you wanted to play an effect of this variety. And we have another very similar one, something that I've actually realized. The rest of the Light Illusionist cards are all instants, so there's no block for the rest of these.
Who needs the block?
Yeah, really, when you only have 32 health. But yeah, so the next one is another instant, like I said, Celestial Reprimand. And it has really cool art. It's like the hand of God poking some ironclad dude in the chest. But yeah, so it comes in all 3 colors, and it costs 0. And it says target card defending an attack with Herald in its name gets -3 this combat chain, and then scales down to -2 and -1. So obviously this one does sort of in a similar vein what Figment of Triumph does, like just trying to combat trick to save your heralds to make sure that they block, which I do think has some amount of versatility to it, especially because one of the things that I am personally aware of by being a Prism player, if your opponent has a card in their hand that they're convinced is going to pop your thing, they will only block with that one card. So if you're able to turn their card into a card that isn't a popper anymore, your herald is likely hitting, because they're usually only blocking for 3. So I don't know. I do like Celestial Reprimand. It's a little bit more flexible than some of the options that Prism already had access to. There was one that like only works on shadow cards or something because it was from Original Monarch. But yeah, this one, your game plan revolves a lot around the heralds actually hitting. I still don't know how good I would feel getting like multiples of these in my hand at any one time. So that's like a pretty big opportunity cost. I would say the yellow is probably right about where you were with Angelic Wrath. Like I'd say high stale. I'd probably play the yellow just because it is a yellow that sort of works with your game plan. But overall, not like super whelmed by these ones. I do like the versatility, and I do like the fact that it sort of plays around the way that your opponent blocks. But yeah, it's an effect that I think the deck needs, but I don't know if it's one that the deck wants.
Yeah, I think I'm a little bit lower on it. I think it's probably like mid stale, but it's going when you play it. It will do the thing that you want it to do, right? And that's pretty important. It's tough to say. Like the yellow, sure. I almost like the blue if you're running Iris or Reality and Heralds at the same time. That's kind of makes sense with what Iris is doing, but it will find its way into some decks. It's hard to say if it will be main deck or sideboard. Like, obviously bringing this in against Brute is like excellent, right? Every single time they try to pop something, it's not going to. So
yeah,
it's a interesting card. But that leads us to our last Light Illusionist card, which is Celestial Resolve, which is yet another Light Illusionist instant. It costs 0. At the red, it says target attack action card with Herald in its name gets +5 defense, and then it goes down from 4 to 3. So this is a defensive trick, which is cool. We saw some good attack tricks. Now we have a defense trick here, and this one is pretty above rate. I mean, I think 0 for +5 is pretty insane, right? So if you're on that plan, I have to imagine this is really good. I mean, I could be, crazy, but in a way, this is like, it doesn't block, but it does block. It requires you to have another card that blocks and has Herald in the name. But yeah, I don't know. Like this, if you're trying to be really defensive, I feel like this is really good. I don't really know. I don't play a lot of Prism or even like know how this game plan is going to work out, but I have to say it's at least a low fresh, right? And that's where I'm at with it.
I think I'm right there with you because I'm just going through the use cases for this right now. It is like an A+B combo to block with it, because like you said, you need to be blocking with a card with Herald in its name. So it obviously shines best in a deck where you're maxing out the Heralds. Like you're playing every Herald that you can. So that you can either do just the Herald plan or also the Figment plan or whatever. But if you block with any of the Heralds plus the red Celestial Resolve, you're blocking for 8 with 2 cards. And relevantly, you are only blocking with 1 card from hand in that case. Because the instant is like making the is changing the block of the card. So this gets around dominate, overpower, that sort of stuff. So yeah, I think that if you are playing the Herald game plan, I think this is maybe the most efficient defense reaction that you can play. Like even the yellow is kind of just also a sink below, obviously without the additional effect, but people have been playing 0 for 4s like the whole time. I don't even know if they necessarily need the effects. Like they're just 0 for 4s. So yeah, I don't know. I think that in Herald strategy, I think this is very solidly fresh. Even the yellow is still a pretty good rate, and the red I think is like you said, like pretty solidly above what we normally see for defensive cards.
Yeah, it's very cool, very cool. The illusionist stuff's really cool. I'm a huge fan of it. And we have some light cards that we'll get to after we talk about some light warrior stuff, but I like what's going on here. I kind of like seeing the riskiness of this new Prism and all that. But it's exciting. I'm happy for the Prism fans. I know that they were without their Prism for a little bit. Obviously they still had Prism and Blitz, but CC, they've been missing it. And I think the meta has been missing it too. So we'll see how it really plays into it. So next we have Bolton cards. Bolton got reprinted. We know what Bolton does. So let's just talk about the cards. The first is a weapon, Beaming Blade. So this is It's like a different version of Raiden, really. So this is a light warrior weapon, sword, two-handed. It has 0 attack. It's terrible. Once per turn action, pay 2 resources, attack. If a yellow card has been put into your hero's soul this turn, this gets +5. Well, that's a nice little 2-card combo with Light of Soul, right? This is really cool. There are only you're locked into a certain kind of deck building. There's things that charge and are yellow, right? But 2 for 5 is great. I mean, people are playing Romping Club all the time. This is Romping Club if you had discarded, right? So like, this is a great rate. I've seen some builds already. It's very cool. I don't think it's fresh to death, but it's certainly a solid fresh. If you want to build the Beaming Blade deck, you can do it. How viable that deck will be is hard to say right now, but on its face, I think Beaming Blade is a solid fresh.
Yeah, I think I'm probably about the same. I mean, it is unfortunately distinct from Raiden in that Raiden costs 0 to attack and this costs 2, but 5 is nothing to shake a stick at. Like 5 is a relevant attack stat to have on something. We'll actually see there's another weapon in the set that also attacks for 5, but only once ever. So yeah, I think that, especially with a lot of the options that Bolton has to either charge his soul or things that sort of reward you for charging his soul, I don't think it's unlikely that we'll see this card, at least in some type of... People are going to try to make this card work. So yeah, I think it's fresh for that reason. I think every stat is right where it needs to be.
Yeah, exactly. It's very, very cool. Now, can you tell us what Soul Bond Resolve does?
Yeah, I can certainly try. This one, I actually really like the design of it. It's a Light Warrior chest equipment. It has Temper and 2 defense, so it can usually block for a total of 3. But now that I've said that, I'll read the rest of the card. When this defends, you may charge your hero's soul. So already, that's an effect that Bolton likes, being able to just get a critical mass of cards in the soul. That's pretty good. The first time you would be dealt damage each turn, if you've charged this turn, prevent 1 of that damage. And then, like I said, Temper with 2 defense. So if you block with this card and then charge your soul, then this technically blocks for 3 and then 2. This blocks for 5.
Yeah, it's pretty nuts.
And like super randomly as well, it just says that the first time you've been dealt, you would be dealt damage each turn if you've charged this turn. So if you charge on your turn and your opponent's a Kano or something, and they try to deal damage to you, this just automatically prevents 1 of the damage. It's just a free Arcane Barrier 1 because you are attacking. That is obviously, not quite as impactful as the physical defense that this thing has, but I think this thing is an absolute fridge that just plays into the exact game plan that Bolton wants, which is, again, just getting cards into your soul. I think this card is like fresh to death. It's kind of hard to say because the current Bolton decks that I'm aware of, I don't know for the new Bolton decks, but the ones that I've played and seen played are like Lumina Ascension combo decks, and those ones really like Courage of Bladehold, so that you can go off in your combo turn. But I think that for this just lends itself to a very defensive strategy. This is like almost a Carrion Husk in terms of total block value. Yeah. Which is crazy. Like, that's nuts.
And sometimes more, Phil. Yeah. Because if you're preventing stuff on your turn, it's like all of a sudden you could be blocking 8 with this thing.
Yeah. So yeah, I think that this is just an insane amount of block on a single card. So I'm a big fan. So fresh to death for sure.
Yeah, I'm right there with you. As a Bolton, I do love Bolton. I love this card, and I love Raiden Bolton, and this is just exactly what Raiden Bolton really wanted, right? I think this is really, really good. And as a Riptide player, I hate this card because Riptide, it blanks that first 1 damage. I mean, sure, that's not the only good thing about Riptide, but like, those like little pings do add up. Yeah, this card's insane. I mean, it's a legendary, so it should be at least close to fresh to death, but I do think this one is solidly fresh to death. And God, and it's just really cool. I mean, I'm really glad that Bolton's eating pretty good. Now, the next card is actually a set of 3 cards, so we'll kind of cover them together. We have actually 2 sets of bannerets. This is the majestic one. We have some at rare. We'll cover them together. But the majestic ones, they all have the same stat line, right? They're yellow. They cost 1. They are light warrior attack actions. They attack for 4, block for 3. And they all have a new keyword called Soul Flare. Now, what Soul Flare says is when this is charged to your hero's soul, you create something or you do something. So courage is when this is charged to your hero's soul, create a courage token, which we talked about. Banneret of Gallantry is when this is charged to your hero's soul, create a quicken token. And then lastly, Banneret of Protection is when this is charged to your hero's soul, create a Spellbane Aegis token. Now, they're all going to have a similar kind of rating here outside of Spellbane Aegis, I think. So for me, I look at Banneret of Courage and Gallantry. I view them as like pretty high fresh. Kind of like the problem with Charge, right, is you're down a card, right? That's always been the issue with Bolton, right? You can only play a combo like kind of game plan because just inherently it's just so tough to really do things. These give you these nice little benefits for charging, a lot like we saw with the legendary from the last set or 2 sets ago. And I think we already saw how good courage tokens are, and quicken tokens we already know are quite good. So I think those 2 are quite good, like high fresh, and then protection is going to be like a high fresh sideboard card, I think, right?
Yep.
If you're playing against Arcane, get that Spellbane Aegis in, and you're eating good. So that's where I'm at with these first majestic bannerets.
Yeah, I think that's a pretty fair assessment of them as well. Like creating a quick token, Quicken's really good. And as well, like you were saying, the toughest thing about Bolton is the fact that if you are charging things to your soul, you're just losing out on any other value you would have gotten from that card is just going into your soul. A lot of the cards that even do anything in the deck, like you can attack with them without charging, but most of the time it's like a 0 for 2. With no other effect, and it's like so you are incentivized to charge to get that initial effect, but it's not good enough to use 2 cards for it. With these ones, you're kind of valuing them at like you're kind of getting like half a card's worth of value out of them, which is better than 0.
Yeah.
So it is a big step up. But yeah, I think the courage and the quicken are the best of the 3 here, with protection as well being like a good sideboard option against sort of like we were saying, like the arcane heroes that you're going to be facing. Yeah, I think that it's nice that they noticed that was one of the spaces where specifically like Bolton was losing a lot of card quality and a lot of like just tempo off of just having to utilize so many cards for your turn to do very little.
Yeah, and I think this is nice, and also kind of we're going to see that they're trying to push us in a different direction with Bolton, which is nice. I think Saber's combo is awesome, but we have so many other cool warrior cards and light warrior cards that just don't really see play because of the Saber focus. So I think once we kind of get out of that, it's going to be at least a design win. We will see if it's a playability win, but I think it's cool. What does Beckoning Light do?
So this card is interesting and kind of resembles another card that we very recently got. But this one is Beckoning Light. It's majestic. It comes in only red, costs 0, it attacks for 3 and blocks for 3. So honestly, not that bad of a stat line for a free card. It also has an additional cost to play this. You may charge your hero's soul. And if you do and a yellow card was charged this way, whenever an attack action card hits this combat chain, you may put an attack action card from your graveyard on top of your deck. So kind of similar to Give and Take in terms of recursion. And the fact that it just gets any attack action card is honestly like kind of good. The only tough thing is this doesn't inherently have Go Again, so being able to get this effect multiple times requires that you set up some type of additional setup. The thing that's nice though, and something that I just clued into, is that Bolton's ability with courage tokens works very effectively to turn on his inherent Go Again. So that's something to keep in mind. There are a few ways to get courage tokens in just Warrior in general, specifically in this set. So that might be something that you see people doing, using the courage tokens to give the attack Go Again so that they can then give it, or giving it +1 so that it now qualifies for Bolton's Go Again. Just sort of string things together that way. So for that reason, I think that Beckoning Light is pretty good in terms of either recycling your good cards later in the game, or just trying to set up a decent push for your next attack. It does require a little bit of workaround, but I still think it's pretty good. I think I would probably go mid fresh on this one, just because you don't really see the value of it until your next turn. Although your next turn will likely be pretty good unless your opponent has a lot of pressure to sort of swing back at you with.
Yeah, and it kind of brings up, like you saying, like kind of the courage tokens kind of help enable the Go Again activation with Bolton. That was always another problem with Bolton, was you needed to wait for your opponent to block with an attack action card to get the buff to give Go Again. And now we have the courage tokens, kind of like you can actually have that wide turn without your opponent's blocking. Mm-hmm. So Beckoning Light, I think, is going to be a huge player in the Yellow Matters Bolton, which obviously they're pointing at with this card, a lot like Prism. And, there is a way that you can have a really big turn with Beckoning Light where your opponent's like, not blocking that much, that you could just set up a whole hand, right? Like on top of your deck, which is really neat. So I like this card quite a bit. It might end up playing like a high fresh, but I'm going to say solid fresh for Beckoning Light. Next we have Spirit of War. 0 cost red majestic. Is a light warrior attack action card. It has the same stat line as before: 3 attack, 3 block. As an additional cost to play, you may charge. And if a yellow card, see that happened again, was charged this way whenever an attack action card hits this combat chain, create a courage token. Now, where the last card was like, really cool, really, really like, oh wow, like you can really make something happen with this. Spirit of War, my God, because they want to block this, right? Because courage tokens are that good, right? Like think about when someone plays a Moravian Skies. You want to block out that card, and Spirit of War I think really helps that. So I think this is pretty high fresh, and I think if the Yellow Matters Bolton deck is a thing, I think this is close to fresh to death. I think this card is a huge enabler. What do you think?
Yeah, I think so too. Just the idea of being able to chain courage tokens together and being able to attack, 2, 3, 4 times and getting a courage token every time, which then pops on the next one, which then makes it eligible for Bolton's Go Again. I think this will just lead to like mostly probably just like a big late game push. Just being able to attack your opponent a bunch of times and either completely run them out of resources so that you can have a free turn, or just outright kill them. And it's totally separated from your opponent needing to block to turn on Bolton's buff. You can just do it on its own. And the fact that it continues to apply regardless of whether this first card hits, just still puts your opponent in that really, really awkward spot of like, I need to block this like probably super inefficiently because a lot of the cards that come in at least for free are attacking for 3, which then get buffed to 4, which is an insane breakpoint. So yeah, I'm pretty high on this one too. I think probably high fresh, bordering low fresh to death in this yellow pitch matters deck, which I think just from what we've seen so far probably has like some legs to it.
Yeah, well, how about the next one, which you can read for us? I think this card's
by the way, the party doesn't stop with that last card because I think I like this one maybe the most. So this one is Prayer of Bologna, another majestic. It's a light warrior action. It blocks for 3, costs 1, and pitches for 2. And it says your next attack this turn gets +2, and reveal the top card of your deck. If it's yellow, put it into your hand, then charge your hero's soul, and then this has go again. So like this is just draw a card. And it turns on all of the things that care about if you've charged this turn. It is also an attack buff. It is a yellow card. Like it ticks every single box that Bolton cares about. I think like this is the perfect Bolton card. And for that reason, I think this is just a as much of a fresh to death as a Bolton card gets. This goes in every single Bolton deck, even if you don't care about the last 6 cards we've talked about. Like this is just the Bolton card. I think you start every Bolton deck with 3 of this card.
Yeah, so yeah, think about it this way, right, folks? If you reveal, like, let's say you're playing like not like the yellow pitch, right? But there's still a lot of great yellow pitches that Bolton wants to play anyway. You reveal Lumina Ascension, goes into your hand, then you can put something else into your soul, and then you can just have a Lumina turn because your next attack got +2, and you can give it go again, and then you can do like crazy fun stuff. It is just it's just so smooth. Everything is just working together. It's like a really fine-tuned engine all in one card, and I love the design of it, and it's easy fresh to death on Prayer of Bologna. God, I mean that's going. If that's not playable, then we have serious issues with Bolton. I think that's that's the thing.
No, absolutely. And like again, there's a very, very small design decision that was done here that I think makes or breaks this card. And it's actually the difference that we can see between this card and the Light of Soul, where this checks to see if the top card is yellow and then gives you the option to charge a different card. Like exactly what you were saying with Lumina Ascension. If you reveal a good card, like a good yellow card that you want to play, it doesn't just immediately go away. You have the option of making it something else. So yeah, I think that it gives you 1 extra card to work with in your hand. And yeah, I think that's like exactly what Bolton needs. Kind of exactly along the lines of what we were saying, where he's just running so low on card quantity.
Yeah. Also worth noting, it says next attack. So you can just play this and swing Raiden for 5.
You can play this and swing Beaming Blade for 7.
Yeah, Beaming Blade for 7. It's just... oh man, so good. All right, next we have the rare cycle of the Bannerets, which they all have the same stat line here. They are yellows, cost 0, 3 attack, 3 defense, and they all have Soul Flare. They're light warrior attack actions. They're all rare. Banneret of Resilience is when this is charged to your hero's soul, the next the next action card you defend with this turn gets +1 defense. So that is a nice little combo with Soul Bond Resolve. And then Salvation says when this is charged to your hero's soul, the next time you hit this turn, gain a life. And then finally, Banneret of Vigor says when this is charged to your hero's soul, the next time you hit this turn, gain a resource. Now, the Resilience is interesting, right? Because you only want to play it if you're playing Soul Bond Resolve, as far as I can tell so far. And the Salvation and the Vigor are pretty good, right? Like the life gain is fine, right? But I think gaining a resource on hit is really something that I would be interested in. And they're all yellows; they kind of fit into that theme. They're not necessarily like high freshes, but I think Salvation and Vigor are, well, I think Vigor's probably low fresh. Salvation, or actually, Vigor's fresh. Salvation is low fresh, and then Resilience is like sideboard-ish low fresh, I think. And they're just really cool. I think it just like, it will help smooth out the deck. You can't put a lot of them in there. You need to have a nice little balance of things that charge and things that care about being charged. But that's my ratings on them. I really like the design on there. But what are your thoughts, Bill?
I'm glad that we had like the same thought process on it, because I wanted to make sure that I wasn't like completely out to lunch. I think that Banneret of Vigor is quite good in terms of these that we're getting, because like we've been sort of saying multiple times up to this point, Bolton usually does not have a lot of cards in his hand, and therefore does not have a lot of resources to play the cards in his hand. So I think being able to get a resource, obviously it's the next time you hit. So I don't know, that could be also another way to pull cards out of your opponent's hand, to be like, well, the next time I hit, I'm going to get a resource, and that might unlock the rest of my hand. So maybe you should commit your entire hand to this dinky little attack that I did. So yeah, I think that that's like super threatening. Salvation is fine. It's incidental life gain, which is totally reasonable. Obviously, we've seen a lot of life gain cards that are not great. I think there was even one in this set that was similar to it's one from Tales of Aria. It's like Rejuvenation or something, where it's like a 1-cost non-attack action that can be played as an instant sometimes, and you like gain 3 life. Like, that card sucks. But this is in addition to the other role that it's fulfilling, which is charge fodder. So I think that's totally reasonable. And yeah, I think that a Banneret of Resilience probably isn't great, but is a very like a very funny tank up combo with Soul Bond Resolve. So yeah, I think I'm right there with you, and I'm pretty glad that you had the sort of the same, same thought process for all 3 cards.
Yeah, well, I Vigor is just like really cool, right? Because you can, because like you imagine you're playing a lot of yellows, you pitch a yellow to like take flight, right? Charge this, take flight gets go again. If it hits, you get a resource. All of a sudden, you're beaming blades online, right? Because you had one resource floating. I think the math on Banneret of Vigor is going to really work out for the Bolton deck the most. And it's yellow. Just like, play the yellows. What does Beaming Bravado do?
So this one is really cool. This is like maybe Dorinthia sort of in the art. Definitely going Super Saiyan, whoever.
Going Super Saiyan. Oh my God.
But yeah, so Beaming Bravado, this is the first rare that or not the first rare, the Bannerets were the first rare, but this is the first sort of non-promo rare. I'm going to try to save it that way. But so it comes in all 3 colors. It costs 0, attacks for 3, 2, and 1, and blocks for 3. And then it says, as an additional cost to play this, you may charge your hero's soul. And if a yellow card is charged this way, this gets +1 attack. So based on my knowledge of the Bolton deck in general, there aren't really a very good critical mass of charge cards, especially ones that cost 0. There are ones that cost 1, which feel like so bad to play, because you're pitching a card and then also charging a card from your hand, leaving you with a single card to deal with. So the fact that these cost 0 is pretty good. The fact that they give themselves an attack buff to then qualify for Bolton's Go Again, also really good. The breakpoints are totally vanilla breakpoints. I'm actually very happy that these block for 3 and not for 2. I feel like they could have done that at some point during the design process, and I'm thankful that they did not. So yeah, I think that these are just solid. They're a really good supplement to the current line of charge cards that Bolton has access to. So I think I probably have to give them, at the very bare minimum, a mid-fresh. I think that these are just really solid in trying to smooth out how the deck plays. And you likely play a decent amount of these, like probably the reds and the yellows. Like I just think that it's quite good.
Yeah, we had a couple 0-cost charge cards in Monarch, but they all had the same stat line, but did not buff themselves, which is the hugest thing with Beaming Bravado, right? Because then, like this, the red is a 0 for 4 Go Again, which we all know is very good, right? We've seen it. we've seen it in worse ways, right? We see, Ravenous Rabble has a chance to be a 0 for 2 go again. Ravenous Rabble's like played in like almost everything. So like beaming Bravado, I think is a really it's going to be an important piece to the puzzle here. I don't think you play the blues, but the reds and the yellows, 100%. You just can, because it's a 0. Like even the yellow 0 for 3, you can give it go again, and then also on top of that, the threat of getting buffed by an attack action block is huge. But very, very cool card. More stuff to just smooth out this new Yellow Matters deck, and I'm here for it. Now, the next card is V for Valor. We've saw a couple of different Vs for Bolton at this point, but this is a Light Warrior action aura. It costs 0, comes in all 3 colors. It's a rare. Blocks for 2, and the text on this aura is attack reaction. Pay 1, destroy this, charge your hero's soul, target attack gains plus 3, 2, and 1 based on the colors. Now, that is really cool. So this is interesting for a lot of reasons. It's kind of like a nice little setup card. Pop this out there, a lot like any kind of item or aura. You pop it out there, and then you can do it later in the game. I'm a big fan of this, actually. I don't know if I'd run the blues or the reds, but like if you're really caring about the yellows, I think the yellow could be quite good here. Like just at any point, charge and give something +2. It's target attack, could be weapons. I like this a lot. I don't know how many lists it's going to make it into. But my guess is going to land around low fresh, and will have some really cool like lines that you can play in different Bolton decks. Yeah,
I think the yellows, if you're really needing like a critical mass of yellow cards, I think this is a fine inclusion. It helps you set up for even in like combo Bolton decks. The one thing that I sort of came across when I was trying that out for the month or so that I was playing it was getting a way to charge on the turn that you want to go off is actually very high variance.
Mm-hmm.
And it is not easy to be able to like make sure that you have a way to turn your Lumina Ascensions on. And this is just a way to do that. It helps you set up for that turn later on. The fact that it gives you a charge and also buffs the attack to make sure that you can give it go again is pretty good. I'm like chronically very bad at rating and figuring out how good these auras are. Because for me, it's like, well, they don't have go again. So like, I don't want to commit my whole turn to this, but like Bolton has access to go again pretty easily. So, you could end your turn with this. And again, at the very bare minimum, it's a yellow card that you can charge that turns on the rest of these. So yeah, I think the yellow is probably, I'd say like a low fresh. I could see it working. I could also totally understand if people just forget that this card ever existed.
Yeah, certainly. And, and I know someone's out there going to play like all 9 and set up like huge turns or whatever. I don't know. It seems like something that, is going to end up being pretty silly, and the blues might make it into like some like actual combo lists and stuff like that, because, who cares for how, like about how much it's pumping. They only care about the charge. So it's interesting. That's for sure. Yeah. What does Glaring Impact do?
Glaring Impact is a Light Warrior attack action. It costs 1 and blocks for 3, attacks for 4, 3, and 2 across the cycle. As an additional cost to play this, you can charge. And if a yellow card is charged this way, this gains Overpower, which for those of you who kind of forget how Overpower works, which I don't blame you, it means that it can't be defended by more than 1 action card. So I think so far, this is probably the least impactful of all of the Bolton cards that we've seen thus far. We saw previously when they sort of introduced Overpower, there aren't really reasons to try to go for it. It's sort of stuff that was stapled onto other cards, and I don't think any of the cards necessarily made a splash. So the fact that this costs 1 in a deck that's already so resource starved and like card quality dependent, I really don't think this makes the cut. I think there are better cards if you want to spend 1 resource. I think better cards already exist in the deck. So for that reason, I think this is maybe the first Rotten that we're going to be looking at today. Unless you're able to buff this up a bunch, the overpower kind of doesn't matter. This can pretty realistically get blocked by 1 card anyway. So yeah, I'm not feeling this one.
Yeah, this one's a little tough, right? I don't think I'm as low as Rotten. I'm certainly in the lower stale range. So the one thing I like with this card is charging the Banneret of Vigor with the red glaring impact is something that is not a bad line. Is it a great line? I don't know. I don't think so. So it is something I could see maybe as like kind of like I think a 1 for 4 that's always going to hit, or at least most of the time going to hit, or give up some equipment or force them to use a defense reaction is not bad. But you kind of have to pair it with the Banneret, right? So that's where it kind of ends up being a little tricky. So I'm low stale, like it's bordering on Rotten. It's nothing exciting, to be honest. But the next one is Light the Way, which I actually do like quite a bit. This is another common cycle here. Red, yellow, and blue comes in. Light Warrior attack action. 3 attack, 3 defense for the red, and then it goes 2-1 for the yellow and blue. It says you may charge your hero's soul when you play it, not surprisingly. And when this hits, if a yellow card was charged this way, this gets go again. Now, this will force 2 cards, right? Typically, unless they're blocking with a non-attack action in Bolton. So it's not the greatest, but it has some viability to it. Now, I don't want to play the yellows, unfortunately, because they're only attacking for 2. And the red is just good enough to maybe see fringe play, but that being said, it's still like a set stale.
Yeah, I'm kind of the same. The thing that again, I'm just like pulling back from this one time I played Bolton. I did kind of appreciate the times where you just present your opponent with an objectively terrible attack and being like, hey, do you want to block this?
Yeah,
and so like, because there's one that's like on hit you draw a card. And I remember attacking with the blue one of that for like a couple of times during the tournament that I played it. And yeah, like presenting your opponent with an attack for 1 that draws a card on hit, they do consider blocking that. So yeah, I don't know. I could see this being played at the reds and the blues for kind of that reason, but I think like stale is probably pretty accurate. The fact that it's just when it hits, it gets go again. I feel like they could have just been if you charged this has go again sort of deal, but yeah, I don't know. I always appreciate the mind games of making your opponent inefficiently block. And this is a card that I think probably does that in some capacity.
Yeah. That's it's not the best, but could see a little play. Yeah,
and it's not the best, but it is certainly not the worst card that Bolt has access to.
Yeah, absolutely. And he's got a lot of bad cards. So,
oh man, does he have stinkers?
But what about the next one? Is this next one good?
I think it might be. This one's Resounding Courage. This one's a Light Warrior attack reaction. It costs 1. It comes in all 3 colors, and it says target Light Warrior attack gets +3, and then +2 and +1. And then if you've charged this turn, create a courage token as well. So in a way, realistically, if the attack that you're buffing with this has go again, which kind of like we've mentioned is going to be pretty easy, especially considering this is a buff. So it allows you to then use Bolton's effect also in the attack reaction step to give it go again. Meaning that you are then able to utilize the courage token that you've just made. Otherwise, I mean, you still do get to keep it in between turns, so it's never too bad that way. But yeah, as like a 1 for 4, kind of, I don't think this is so bad. It's target Light Warrior attack as well, so it does also allow you to target Beaming Blade or Raiden. So both of those are still affected by this, and both of those still like courage tokens for sure. So yeah, I don't know. The one cost is maybe a little bit tough. Like I was kind of along the same lines as I've been mentioning with Bolton. Resources are a really, really big sticking point on the deck to make sure that you have enough to work with. But, being able to play this off of the resource that you get from a Banneret of Vigor, that's just, I mean, I guess the combat doesn't quite work that way, but you get me.
Yeah. It doesn't work. Like,
Just pretend it did for a second, and then
it'll work on the raid that you attack with after, right?
Yeah, exactly.
What's your rating on it?
I think probably high stale is probably as high as I'm willing to go. It is still like really good, but again, the one resource is kind of tough. I could see the yellows being played because again, like the difference between 3 and 2 isn't that big, especially because you're getting the courage token pretty consistently, probably. And at the very least, it blocks for 3 and it's a yellow card. So maybe pretty okay.
Yeah. I think I'm like a high stale myself. I really like this card, and I think the upside's pretty high. And it does block 3. It's just like God, I'm forgetting the name of the card from Monarch that is a attack reaction for 0 that gives +3, 2, and 1 if you've charged.
Oh yeah,
that I think that's always going to get the spot here just because it's a 0 cost. But I could see Resounding Courage like do some serious work, and the fact that it hits anything Light Warrior is quite good as well. So I think I'm like probably stale, but like I could be talked up into the low fresh, high stale area. It's just a matter of will it fit, And talking about fitting, which is a terrible segue, I don't know, is rounding out the Light Warrior stuff here is Charge of the Light Brigade, which is a Light Warrior action. It blocks for 3 and comes in all 3 colors. It's common. It costs 0. And it says the next attack you charge this turn gets +3, +2, and 1. And this has go again. So it's doing a lot of what the card I'm still blanking on that I just said, right? Costs 0 and gives +3, 2, and 1. But it does it on the front end, and then you get the buff no matter what on the charge. But then again, you did with the other thing too. This is fine. I feel like the attack reaction is better still, but that's just my thoughts on it. So I'm going to probably go like low stale on this because I think there's just better options.
Yeah, I think I'm the same. The thing that's kind of tough about this deck is the attack actions that you want to play, especially now that we have the bannerets. It's going to be a mix of attacks that charge and attacks that don't charge. And, if you want to continue pressuring your opponent, sometimes you are going to be attacking with your Banneret of Courage, which you can't, doesn't make you charge on its own. So then that means that this Charge of the Light Brigade is dead on those turns. Obviously, then you can arsenal it. But, I think that if you're wanting to play a card similar to this, you're probably just wanting to play, again, that attack reaction that I don't remember the name of either. But
I think it's Courageous Steel Hand, I think is
yes,
what I'm thinking about.
Actually,
yes,
I'm pretty sure it's Courageous Steel Hand. So, so I think that this probably, it's definitely not nothing. It is still a card that exists in the game, but yeah, probably low stale. I think there are cards that either Bolton wants to play over this or that are just better than this on their face. So I don't know. I could still see it being a thing. Once again, it's hard to knock the yellows of most of the cards that we've talked about because the deck wants so many of them. But yeah, at this point, it just becomes like, which yellows do we care enough about that we're going to be playing them? Yeah,
exactly. And we do have that whole slew of Monarch yellows that's also good on top of other things like Art of War and stuff.
Yeah,
so we're in the generic light stuff. We have a a light equipment suite here.
The Radiant set, we'll call it, consists of Radiant View, Radiant Raiment, Radiant Touch, and Radiant Flow, which are the head, chest, arms, and legs, respectively. They're a set of common equipment, and they have the ability, each of them, instant, banish this and a card from your hero's soul to prevent the next 2 damage that would be dealt to your hero this turn. So there's actually a very similar set of equipment that was printed for for Shadow, rather, that does a very similar thing. The Shadow one obviously has more of a cost to it in terms of over a long game. Just as a spoiler, they have blood debt. So they work a little bit differently in that this one requires a little bit of setup, but then has no consequences later. Whereas the Shadow ones have no setup, but have consequences later. So it's kind of balanced out in that way. I do actually kind of like these, to be completely honest. Because, you know, it's the fact that it's just prevent 2 damage. So it's not just Spell Void and it's not just block 2. It is either or, whichever one is really necessary at the time. And it's just at the cost of really banishing a card from your hero's soul. So I think that these are quite good as just like a flex option for, you know, heroes that maybe don't have the best arm pieces. Like this is in the same sort of realm as Wave of Reality that we recently got as like illusionist hands. But these could also fit in Bolton because Bolton doesn't really have a good headpiece. And if you don't want to shell out maybe like $300 for Crown of Providence, foreshadowing, Radiant View could be a totally fine chest or a totally fine headpiece. So I think these are fine. I think that the effects are pretty well balanced for what they do. And for a common piece of equipment, I think that these are going to be actually a pretty decent force in Commoner as well. So yeah, I have a hard time hating on these ones. I think at the very bare minimum, like they're situational, but probably like low fresh. It feels bad saying like high stale, but I think it just about borders that line. But yeah, I like the flexibility of just prevent the next 2 damage. I think that's a really good spot for these kind of cards to be in.
Yeah, I think I'm right there with you. I think these ones are quite good. There is a huge cost here, right? I do think the cost of getting rid of a soul piece can be a lot for both Bolton and Prism because you kind of want to do other things with those soul pieces. But that being said, the flexibility is huge here. Arcane, you know, this is Spell Void too, right? That's also block 2. That is just like, it's very good. And I think that alone puts it in the fresh range, right? Because every light hero they print is going to have access to these. I think that they're going to be playable for a long time. And you said Commoner, and obviously these are Commoner All-Stars. We do have a card that we don't know the ruling for 1v1, right? I don't think we know the ruling as we like currently recording this, but we have our first Light Majestic, which was spoiled a little bit earlier and kind of hinted at PvE, but we don't have to talk about that. It is United We Stand. It's got a whole bunch of crew of characters in the art. It costs 3. It is a 6 attack, 2 defense, light attack action card. And it's a yellow. I don't know if I said that, but it has Unity. And Unity is a new mechanic. And this says when this defends together with a card from hand, if Bolton is in your party, create a courage token under his control. Then repeat for Bravo and Seismic Surge, Briar, and Embodiment of Earth, Dorinthia, and Courage, Lexi, and Embodiment of Lightning, Oldham, and Spellbane Aegis, Prism, and Spectral Shield. And finally, Shiana and Eloquence. So there's a lot going on here. It's a little bit hard to evaluate. Now, I don't believe we have the ruling on if you're by yourself, it's still a party. I always felt like I have a good time by myself, but so it's hard to really say here. But if that's the case, I think we should assume that they're gonna say, oh yeah, I mean, because it wouldn't make sense otherwise. Why print this card before even PvE comes out if you can't just play it by yourself? That being said, I do think this card's quite good. in Bolton and in Prism, right? So first of all, it's a popper, which always matters. It's yellow, which always matters in both those heroes. And creating a courage token, we've already talked about courage tokens are quite good, and we all know spectral shields are quite good as well. So all that being said, I think this is a pretty solid fresh. I mean, the stat line is not great. 3 for 6, block 2 is not great, but when you're blocking with it, it's going to feel pretty. Like if you're unitying it, it's going to feel pretty good, especially if you get the courage and the spectral shields. So I'm going to give it a solid fresh.
Yeah, like you said, I think this is, there was actually a decent amount of discussion around specifically this card where people are like, oh, well, this is like so obviously for PvE. We've never had stuff like that before in a supplemental set. And I'm like, no, we had Genus What You Need. And we had Silver Palms as a legendary. Like, no, we have done this before. Don't worry. And like, I feel like this is much less, I don't even want to say like offensive. I think intrusive is the word that I'm looking for. Because like Silver Palms is just right now, it's just a UPF card if you really want to have fun with Merchant. But this one, like you said, like especially in conjunction with the Light Warrior chest piece with Soulbound Resolve, if you're triggering the Unity, this is blocking with another card, assuming you're blocking that for 3. This is 2 cards for 6 and get a Courage token. Or I guess you block with like this plus the Soulbound Resolve plus another card.
Yeah, you have to something from hand, right?
Yeah, you're blocking with for like 9. 8 maybe if the math's correct, and then you get a courage token. So like, I don't know, I don't think that that's horrendous. I think I'm probably like maybe low fresh on it, because realistically this is kind of only, I think I'd say low fresh as a sideboard card, because I think it is like mainly going to be a sideboard card as maybe a popper that like gets you other value off of it. But yeah, I don't hate it. I think it's going to be really good whenever we get PvE.
Yeah.
Because being able to get like 3 tokens off of a single block, or I guess it is technically a 2 block, but also if you block with 2 United We Stance, they trigger each other as far as I'm aware.
Yeah, I believe so as well.
Yeah, so you need to get 2 of your respective tokens, which is not bad. I'm okay with that.
2 courage tokens is quite good.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah. No, I mean, it's really interesting. I mean, it's hard to really evaluate that card, but it's exciting nonetheless. Now, speaking of exciting, what does Lumina Lance do?
The more I think about this card, the more insane it gets. This is Lumina Lance. This is a light attack reaction, majestic. It comes in yellow, perfect. Blocks for 3, perfect. Costs 0, perfect. As an additional cost to play this, you can banish up to 3 cards from your hero's soul, and then you choose that many modes. So the first mode is target light attack gets +2. Second one is target light attack gets when this hits, draw a card. And the third one is target light attack gets when this hits, it gains go again, which are kind of the way that I sort of realized what this card is. It's kind of each of the modes of Enlightened Strike.
Yeah.
Like
just with on hits, right? Yeah.
just instead the other 2 are on hits, but it is like kind of each of the 3 modes of Enlightened Strike. Even without that, I think this card's insane. I think this card is incredibly good. One of the things to me that makes it really, really important, especially in Prism, is like we were saying previously, there are a lot of ways to sort of give like heralds go again. A lot of the cards that you can use to give it go again either cost a lot of resources like the Luminaris, or they are specifically for attack actions or whatever. This just says target light attack. So this can give your angels go again. It can also give your heralds go again. It can also draw you a card. It can also give +2. Like you were kind of saying previously with Radiant Flow having like a distinct cost to it of having to banish a card from your soul. I think that the combination of things that you can do and how flexible this card is, banishing, like, I think the average use case is banishing 2 cards for whichever of the 2 modes you care about. And I think that you are like happy to do it for both of the modes that you choose. I think this card is insanely flexible. I think it's crazy good.
Yeah.
Like, go again, draw a card is already like just ridiculous. And as an attack reaction, like people hate when you use spellbound creepers to basically flash in a plunder run to make your thing go again, draw a card on hit. This does that and also gives it go again and +2. Like,
Insane.
it's nuts. I love this card. Fresh to death, 100%. I'm playing this in my Prism deck. No questions at this time.
I actually like that it's kind of working out this way, Bill, that you have a lot of experience with Prism, and I've played quite a bit of Bolton. And I can evaluate this from Bolton's side, which I have to say always will only be 2, because you don't have to do the third one, because you're going to get you can just banish the card on its own to give it definite go again, right? So like you don't even run the risk of them playing like a attack reaction or a defense reaction to kind of block it out, which is super cool. This card's insane. It's like a automatic include, especially in Bolton, at least as far as I'm concerned. I'm sure Prism's going to want it too. Yep. Super cool. Can't wait. Are we going to start playing soul food in these decks? That's like, just like load up a bunch of soul. I'm into it, but fresh to death. Like 1,000,000%. This card is so cool.
Also, just like not even the least of our notes here. This art in foil is going to be insane.
Oh,
like,
yeah.
It has every single aspect that you would want from a cool rainbow foil, and I'm so excited to get one.
Yeah. Oh, I can't wait. Oh, man. Is it, I guess, my turn to read Radiant Force Field, which is another Majestic. I think the last light Majestic here that we have. It's yellow. Costs nothing. It's 0. And it's a light instant aura. If your hero would be dealt damage, banish a card from your hero's soul to prevent one of that damage. When there are no cards in your hero's soul, destroy this. So this one's really interesting. Like, I think it's for one specific kind of Bolton or Prism deck. One that does not care, like maybe doesn't care so much about doing stuff with the soul outside of just being on the defensive and being controlling. In that deck, this is really, really good, right? But is that deck really, really good is the real question here. And my instincts say probably not currently, but could be. So for that reason, I'm like at a high stale, but like this could be pushed. This could end up being a card that everybody's complaining about in like, a month or so. So high stale is probably the floor here.
Yeah, I think that's probably correct. The only sort of, and I mean, it's pretty obvious, but the only choke point for this card is how easy it is to get a critical mass of cards and maintain a critical mass of cards in your soul, to make sure that if your opponent attacks you for 4 or something and you negate 4 times, that it doesn't just like immediately explode. Because while you would probably still take that trade of like 0 for 4, with that maybe being the floor, this feels like a card that you want to get more sustained value out of. So yeah, I could definitely see if there's a way, if it turns out that decks that don't care about banishing from their soul in other ways, and they just have a stockpile available, if they're able to get this or even like 2 copies of this card out, it becomes pretty difficult for your opponent to like get on hits to do anything. Like this is basically just like this round's on me as long as you have cards in your soul, which is pretty good. But yeah, I think the currently the cost of having cards in your soul and like getting them there is already pretty steep. So banishing them just for the upside of preventing 1 damage, unless you're able to do it a lot of times, it's probably not the value proposition that you want to move towards. So yeah, probably like I would probably go mid stale, but with like you say, room for improvement if those decks end up being like a thing, because preventing 1 of any damage, like we kind of said with the Radiant stuff, is still like good.
Yeah.
Preventing damage of any variety is solid as an effect. So I do also like the fact that it costs 0 and it's an instant. So you can just like slam it into play while your opponent's not thinking about it.
Yeah, no, it has the potential to be so annoying. But
Yep.
I hope it does not get there. But what does Later Rest do?
This comes in all 3 colors. It costs 1, blocks for 3, and attacks for 5, 4, and 3. And it also has 2 pretty relevant effects, I think, especially against Vincent. When this attacks a shadow hero, it gets +1, which makes Laid to Rest a 1 for 6, which is like a 1 for 6 that blocks 3 against specifically like any of the shadow heroes. Pretty decent value proposition. And then also, when this hits a hero, you may turn a card in their banished zone face down. So this feels like a very targeted Vincent card to me. Like, you probably don't want to play this against Levia, although you still could, because it is a May to turn the card in their banished zone face down. But yeah, against Levia, this just being a 1 for 6 that blocks for 3, I'm actually kind of into that. Obviously, it is super meta dependent, because outside of that, the stat line is totally average for this style of card. And then, yeah, turning the card in their soul face down or in their banished zone, sorry, face down, isn't relevant even against all of the shadow heroes. So realistically, the way that I'm evaluating this is against shadow heroes, it's a 1 for 6. I don't think the other ones really play all that well. But like a 1 for 6 that blocks for 3 against Vincent, I'm into that. I think that's really good. So depending on how dominant Vincent gets, I think we'll probably see a lot of Laid to Rest in light decks specifically. I would say if Vincent becomes a boogeyman, this is probably like a fresh, maybe sideboard card, maybe even high fresh sideboard card. But then outside of that, like, it probably sits around stale. It doesn't really do that much if the pump isn't turned on. And it like kind of doesn't do anything even if you're playing against a shadow hero for its second ability. So a little bit weird there.
Yeah, I think the yellow might get some play here as well, just because the yellow matters or whatever. It's actually in Bolton against the shadow hero, right?
Mm.
You know, it gets the buff, you can give it go again.
Yeah, it buffing itself is always relevant.
Yeah, like if you're playing the yellow, 1 for 5 go again is pretty good at yellow. It's a must block against Vincent, right? And you know, Levi plays a recursion package more than 50% of the time, right? Like at least Ghostly Visit or something like that. So there will be like times when that makes sense. And also, we'll get to it, but sometimes Levi cares about how much blood debt she has, right?
That's true too,
I believe the face down just basically makes it not exist. It's a really good sideboard card, but it's like, you know, how often are we going to be able to commit sideboard slots to something if like we don't expect to see a lot of shadows? So I think if Vincent is the real deal, Levi is the real deal, this is probably a fresh. If it's not in a meta that's not, it's going to go back down to stale, but pretty cool either way. Next, we have Blessing of Salvation. This is a card I'm not very high on. Comes in all 3 colors. It is it's a rare. It's a light action. It only blocks 2. If a card has been put into your hero's soul this turn, you may play this as though it were an instant. Red says gain 3. Yellow says gain 2. Blue says gain 1. I'm gonna just skip to saying it's a rotten. I think I don't know. If this is what you're doing, I don't think you're in a winning position until there's like a light cleric, you know? So yeah, that's where I'm at.
Yeah, if there's something eventually that cares about A, putting cards into your soul, and B, gaining life, then sure. But I kind of alluded to this card earlier, talking about, I'm pretty sure it's called Rejuvenation from Tales of Aria. These 1 for gain 3 life cards are just not great, especially the fact that they're not just instants. Like, I'm pretty sure this could have been the first ever instant that is either playable for 1 or blocks for 2. And I don't think it would be good. Like, I still don't think people would play it if it was always an instant. So yeah, I don't know. I just chronically hate these cards. So I'm right there with you. I might even go low rotten.
Well, yeah. I mean, don't even consider it. I mean, if you show me a way that this is like great, Sure.
Power to you.
But yeah. Put in the comments below, engagement or something. What does Cleansing Light do?
Cleansing Light is the first cycle of cards that I can still kind of say, like, explain them with a blanket statement, but they are light actions that cost 3. It comes in all 3 colors, and it has the same sort of clause as the last card. If a card has been put into your hero's soul this turn, you may play this as though it were an instant. The red is destroy target red aura. Then the yellow is destroy target yellow, and the blue is destroy target blue. So, at the very minimum, this is a type of interaction with auras that we really haven't seen thus far. A lot of the other ones are very dependent on interaction from your opponent as well. Mm-hmm. It's like, unless your opponent does X, destroy this thing. Or like, if this hits your opponent, do something. This is just straight up destroy target aura. Like, just kill target thing. So I think that's interesting. The only tough part is the cost of it. And I think the cost of it, like, ultimately is fair, because there are heroes that get absolutely demolished by, destroying certain auras of theirs. So this being cheaper, I think, would have been miserable to play against. Like the yellow Cleansing Light, being able to just kill Arclight Sentinel on sight, is like honestly pretty good. So yeah, I don't know. I have a really tough time with these ones. I think the effect is really cool, and I think it's something that we don't already have. But the 3 cost is just a really tough barrier to work your way around. Depending on how dominant aura-based strategies become, I could see these seeing sideboard play. But one thing against them, I think specifically in this set, is none of the angels or figments are auras. The both sides of them dodge these entirely. So I don't know. I think there is a universe in which these are playable. I'm not certain that it's this one, but I really like the effect. So I think I have to say, like, mid-stale. I have to give these a benefit of the doubt, because I do like the idea of them. I just don't know if their time is now.
Yeah. This is a tough one too, right? I think I'm lower on it than you. I agree that the effect is quite good, right? 3 is a lot, and we're already living in a world where folks are kind of just like, I will develop my game plan to deal with auras already, right? Where I don't have to give up slots in my deck, because how many aura strategies are you going to run into? And I think because of that, this goes to like a low stale, high rotten for me. It's just gonna be like, it would take for auras to be a serious problem, and even at that point, like, I feel like I'm glad this exists, right? Because it gives you options in deck building and stuff like that. But if it gets to the point where aura strategies are like a real problem, I feel like LSS will step in before we even get a chance to start, doing the Cleansing Light thing. But it's a nice precedent to set, I think, that they printed this.
Yeah, it'll be like one person sees somebody play Cleansing Light in their sideboard, and they're like, hang on, hold up, guys, we got to do something about this.
Yeah. It's like, it can't be that bad, Like, we were just messing around when we made that card. Oh, man. Next.
It's tough. The 3 is so much, and I think that's kind of where this lives and dies.
Yeah, unfortunately, but it's cool, and I'm sure we'll get more of this, going forward. But the next card is kind of interesting. This is Blistering Assault, which is a light attack action card. It at the red, it attacks for 5, and it comes in all 3 colors, 4 and 3 for the other 2, and it blocks 2. And it says if you have a yellow card in your pitch zone, this gets go again. Which is enticing. I would understand if people wanted to play this card, but I don't think 2 for 5 go again, or even 2 for 4 go again is what we really want to be doing. I think you have a lot better options. This might pop up in Commoner. I think it's probably good there. But yeah, it just seems a little a little underwhelming, and maybe I'm in brute brain, right? Like I just want my 2 for 6 go against, but that's where I'm at. So like I would say like low stale here. I wouldn't fault anyone for trying to make this work, but I just think it's a little bit underrated for what we're trying to do.
Yeah, I mean, like comparing this even to like beaming bravado from Light Warrior. Obviously, that is a Light Warrior action. This is just a light action, so they're not fully comparable. But like beaming bravado is a 0 for 4 with go again. Like in most of the use cases that it's in, at least at the red. And then blistering assault is a 2 for 5 with go again, and it is harder technically to turn on. Because you just need to charge a yellow card to really give Beaming Bravado go again. With this one, you need to pitch the yellow card. So not only do you have to have the yellow card in your hand like you would with charge, but you also have to not utilize it in other ways. And it can't, like if it's a banneret, then you don't get the extra buff from it. So yeah, I think this is like probably a commoner card. This feels like it would be, if this was a draftable set, draft chaff, just to make those decks work. So yeah, I'm not fully on board with this one either. I think I'm probably about low stale, bordering high rotten. It is still just like a 2 for 5. Sometimes you need that.
Yeah. What does Defender of Daybreak do?
Honestly, kind of breaking the chain of bad cards a little bit. Defender of Daybreak is a common rainbow light attack action. Costs 0, attacks for 4, 3, and 2, and then blocks for 2. And its effect is actually kind of interesting. I don't know if I'd seen this card until this very moment, but it's when this defends a shadow attack, non-equipment light cards get +1 defense this combat chain. So, dependent on your opponent playing not only a deck with shadow attacks, so not only you're looking at specifically Brute or Runeblade, but you're also specifically just the shadow versions of those. But buffing your non-equipment light cards by +1 is like not bad if they're going wide. Like against Chain, this card's actually like kind of annoying unless they break the combat chain a bunch. Because that obviously immediately makes this block for 3, which means its stat line in those matchups is kind of a 0 cost 4 attack with 3 block, which is kind of good. But then it also buffs your other stuff too. Like, I don't know. This is like, it is extremely meta dependent. It is extremely matchup dependent as well. But the fact that it buffs all of your light cards just means that sometimes this blocks for like 4 or 5, depending on what your opponent's doing and how much you're wanting to block as well. The fact that it's not equipment is kind of a tough break as well. But I don't know. I have a tough time calling this anything better than stale, but I don't think it's quite rotten. I think it's like sideboard mid stale.
Yeah. I think that's a fair assessment here. I against like Leviat, right? Like this plus a like a regular block 3 light card is gonna block 7. Which is pretty good.
It affects the other cards you're blocking with. Yeah. No, yeah. So that's good, actually. It's a good 1 card block kind of 4.
And I think it's funny enough, like a lot of these like light shadow hate cards are there just in case Levi gets really good, which we're about to get to. We'll see if our assessment is of it. But kind of, I would say like sideboard stale, maybe. That being actually, I'm a Levi player. This is the worst card I've ever seen. Never play it. I don't want you to get value off of me. I want to get value off of you. But actually, this card is pretty interesting. The next card, Searing Ray, which is a light attack action card. It comes in all 3 colors. The red is at 4, so then you get 3 and 2. And it blocks for 2, costs 1. And it says, if you have a yellow card in your pitch zone, this gets +2. And that's the case for all 3 of them. So the red is a 1 for 6. Which we were talking about is actually something. This is something that, gosh, if you could like banneret, vigor, and then kind of end your your turn on this. You can also, in Bolton, you can give this go again pretty easily. I think this one's quite good. I think maybe the yellow might end up being a little bit better, but I actually like this card a bit. Like I think I'm at like high stale on it, like bordering low fresh. Like I think this might see some play.
I think so too. I mean, again, just the 1-for-6 stat line, which we're seeing a few times in this set. I think that they're treading this line of, you know, pushing the usual maximum for 1-cost attacks, which is 5. 5 is like the ceiling usually. Mm-hmm. We're seeing like a bunch of different examples of 1-for-6s, and I think they're actually all like pretty balanced.
Yeah.
So yeah, I have a hard time hating on Searing Ray. It is obviously less dependent than some of the other cards we've looked at, especially like Defender of Daybreak and Cleansing Light. Like if you're playing this in a deck, it would probably just be one of the attacks that you're playing. And you know, like a 1-for-5 that is also a yellow that you can either charge it or you can give it go again with Bolton because it buffs itself. Like I have a hard time saying it's bad. I think that I'm probably right around probably like high stale. Like it is obviously not super exciting, and the 2-block does hurt it a little bit. But I do think that it's like a solid sort of like foundation for attacks. At least in like this is kind of like the floor of what attacks maybe should be in the deck. And I don't think it's a bad floor. I think it's good.
Yeah. I mean, I'll be interested to see how much this pops up, but it's quite cool. Now, what does Break of Dawn do? We started with Dawn and then we're going to end with Dusk. But what does the Break of Dawn do?
So Break of Dawn is a light instant. Comes in all 3 colors. Costs 0 for each of them. And it has a pretty easy line of text. Next time a shadow source would deal damage this turn, prevent 4 of that damage, and then it scales down to 3 and 2. So this is like kind of a mix between it's a very targeted and simplified version of Oasis Respite mixed with a like Fate Foreseen or a Sink Below. I guess it's mostly Sand Cover.
Yeah.
The Draconic card. Yeah, because it's prevent 4, but it is specifically against shadow stuff. So, I mean, a 0 for prevent 4 is like where you would want to be for an effect like this. So I think it is good that it is very narrow in that it is only shadow sources.
Mm-hmm.
But the thing that I do like about it as well is the fact that it is shadow sources. It's not just attacks. It's not just whatever. If there's a way that they deal damage over the top, then this gets that too. Yeah, I don't know. I think that this card is good. It's definitely a sideboard card, and it is definitely meta dependent. But I think this is like a pretty reasonable defensive option for a meta where Vincent or Levia are really running rampant, because a lot of their attacks are really big, and sometimes they can give them dominate, sometimes they can give them overpower. And this doesn't care about either of those. This is just, I'm going to prevent some damage. So yeah, I think sideboard, like maybe low fresh for sideboard. Again, meta dependent, but I like this. I think the breakpoint is good.
Yeah, if you want this card, right, it's going to do exactly what you want it to do. It's going to do it very well. And I would say high stale, low fresh, and like obviously going to live in the sideboard, but this card can be a huge player. Now, we saw a lot of these shadow and light hate cards in Monarch, and not a lot of them saw play. We will see if that is the case going forward. But some of these are a little bit more pushed, so it could be a strong. These could be strong contenders. So, very exciting.
The thing that was tough about the ones from Monarch as well is a lot of them cared about specifically like if your opponent has a card in their soul.
Mm-hmm.
So not only was it narrowed to those specific heroes, but it was also narrowed to a specific state of the game for those specific heroes. So that made them tough. I do like that they made it like a lot more sort of vague. But yeah, in general, I think you're right. These ones just feel a little bit more. They're trying to make the hate more worth it in general.
Well, I will say I think some of the shadow cards do still care about soul. But we'll get to it. But but I think they're actually a little bit more push. But light seems to be pretty cool. I think Bolton's eating real good, and new Prism's very cool, and it's going to be a lot of fun to build. But the light is, I think, very impressive so far. What would you give light so far in like a rating?
Oh, that's interesting. Because obviously the cards that have been introduced in this set, I think, want to play with themselves. Obviously, there are strategies and cards that already exist that a lot of these want to deal with. Like we got the reprint of all the heralds, which have existed forever. I guess we didn't get Herald of Erudition, so kind of an additional thing that the new Prism gets access to. But in general, I really think that Prism is going to be doing well. Honestly, I think that Bolton is going to be doing well, and I'm kind of happy to see that it would be outside of a combo aspect. I think that he will have like an option at least to do like more of a mid-range strategy, and again the like Raiden style. I think that got a lot of additional buffs with just some of the cards they have access to. So I think Light is pretty fresh right now. The cards, there weren't that many real stinkers, and some of the cards are crazy.
Yeah. And like I think Bolton's going to be very sneaky, right? Like I think a lot of people were like kind of down because it's still the charge mechanic, right? It's it's activate, or like it's a downside, right? You got to get rid of a card to play these cards. So, but I think they're giving us a little bit more tools to make it work. Rather than just the combo stuff, and Prism I think is cool and doesn't need to be great, right? Doesn't and like it could be totally fine. But
I am absolutely going to try to put together a max rarity version of this deck.
Yeah, it's going to look
just
beautiful.
Have all of the Marvel figments.
Oh my god! So speaking of Marvels and speaking of the Shadows, we're here at the Shadows, and we're going to skip ahead to a card. Because I think it just makes sense, because it is a shadow card, but it is really a Shadow Brute card. So my girl Levia got some serious juice this set, and the first big one was Levia Redeemed / Plasmafet Levia Consume. So what is that, you might be asking? Well, it's our first demi hero. Now, what does that mean? So it lives in your inventory, aka your sideboard. They give it the inventory tag to make sense in Blitz. So it's going to live there. You don't play it. You don't bring it into your deck. And there are things that you can do to bring it out onto the arena to transform Levia Shadowborn Abomination into one of these two sides. So let's talk about what those two sides are. The first is Levia Redeemed. It says, Legendary Levia Specialization. It has 4 intellect, 8 health, and it is a Shadow Demi Hero. The text on here says, action. Turn all your cards in your banish zone face down. Transform into Levia Redeemed. Activate this ability only while this is in your inventory and you have 13 or more cards with Blood Debt in your banish zone. And then it has the text, cards you own lose Blood Debt. Let's rate that side first, then we'll get to the other side. So, basically what we're looking at here is a panic button that you can go back up to 8 life if you're below 8 life and you have a ton of Blood Debt. And all of a sudden you can play the game like a normal hero, which is, what an idea for Levia. This is something we've never seen before. It's fresh to death because this is something that we've been asking for Levia for a long time. It's like when you got to low health and you had Blood Debt, you couldn't just block out because you just died of your own Blood Debt anyway. This kind of alleviates that problem. Bill, your thoughts?
Yeah. I remember when this was first revealed, there was some amount of discussion of being like, oh, this is cool because it's kind of like a mind game. You don't know if your opponent's going to just turn into Levia or Blasmafet. And somebody else responded back with, if you're playing Levia, you're playing this card. Yeah. This card is in your inventory no matter what. And the only reason you wouldn't play it is if you don't own one, which is a totally valid reason to not play a card.
It's a legendary.
But but like if you can own this card, you're playing it in Levia. Like you said, the panic button that you have access to here is really strong. Like there are ways that, you could ostensibly crawl back into a game with Levia. I mean, her cards are very good. But yeah, sometimes you would just lose out to your blood debt. And that those games always feel really bad because then your opponent's like, well, I don't have to do anything. I'm just gonna, just wait until you die from your own blood debt. But this one gives you a second chance, and you can be like, well, all of my cards no longer have blood debt, so now I'm just gonna punch you.
Yeah.
So yeah, I think this card is really good. I think that it is completely ubiquitous for Levia now, and it's actually something that I like that LSS is currently doing with lesser played heroes is giving them access to a specific thing that not only bolsters their strategy, but also makes them distinct from other heroes. Like there's this, and then the other recent example that we have is giving Rangers access to quivers. Like the quiver is something that only Rangers can do. They can have a two-handed weapon and an offhand. And then this is the first demi hero, and it's with it's a really flavorful demi hero as well. Like it just makes a lot of sense, and it's really strong. So yeah, first half is definitely fresh to death.
Yeah, and it's worth noting, it's like it does take an action. It doesn't have go again, so you can't attack and then do this unless you have go again or extra action points. I can't think of a way Brute would do that. Oh wait, scab skin leathers, I will say Redeemed is going to kind of play to a certain, like there will be decks built to go to Redeemed, but Redeemed will always be an option for any deck, right? So let's, and I think the decks that will build to Redeemed are the recursion decks, like cycling, Howl from Beyond, Ghostly Visit, towards the end of the game and stuff like that. Now, Blasmafet Levia Consumed is the other side. And this is also a shadow demi-hero, but it also has the tag Demon. So in this art, Levia was consumed by Blasmafet, the demon that she sold her soul to, and has 4 intellect, 13 health. Now, this says, while this is in your inventory, when blood debt reduces your life to 13, you may transform into Blasmafet Levia Consumed. Once each turn, you may play a card with blood debt from your banish zone. Whenever a card is put into your banish zone, turn it face down. If you would lose life from blood debt, instead banish the top card of your deck. So, you can't turn off blood debt anymore since it's transformed. So at the end of your turn, when you take blood debt, you'll start banishing stuff off the top of your deck. This also is kind of a distinction with blood debt that each blood debt happens individually, a lot like rune chants. So when you go to 13, you would transform. The rest of the blood debt that you're taking will start to banish off the top of your deck. And this is the most common goal for new Levia, I think, right? This is like turning on the jets. You go to 13 and you just start playing stuff from your banish zone. You have like an extra card. Certain things like Guardian of the Shadow Realm can be played out of your banish zone on your opponent's turn. So you kind of want to sculpt your banish zone to make a lot of sense for when you flip. This is an obvious fresh to death too. And I would love to hear your thoughts, Bill.
It's really hard to rate it anything other than fresh to death when we already rated the front face fresh to death. So if you're playing this card, either side being great means you're playing it, but it helps that this half is also insane. I think it's an important distinction that you made that blood debt triggers once at a time, because there's no way for you to miss this card. I guess unless your opponent attacks you down to 13 first.
Yeah.
But if you are going to be losing life that gets you in that 13 range, you cannot miss it. It's not in one big chunk. So yeah, I think that helps a lot. Like you said, turning on the Jets, there are so many, and we're going to be getting into it, but there are so many really impactful Blood Debt cards that we're getting access to, and specifically this set. And even like you said, in previous sets, we have had good Blood Debt cards. So yeah, I think this is also very easy fresh to death. It's two very distinct strategies. Obviously, the front face is like try to stabilize, and this one is try to mangle your opponent beyond all recognition.
Yeah, man. Oh gosh, it's so cool. It's so cool. I'm so glad they did it, and it actually does not feel too good, right? Like they could have easily pushed this more. I'm glad that they didn't, because there's still a lot of like cost to doing both those sides, right? You could definitely screw yourself either way. So that being said, let's get to the actual Shadowbrute cards. Tell us what Hellhammer does, Bill.
Hellhammer. So I actually alluded to this one. I was actually kind of wrong. I alluded to this one earlier, but there is a slight correction. So this is a Shadowbrute weapon. It's a hammer, and it's two-handed. Once per turn action, 2 resources to attack. And then when the combat chain closes, if this attacked, banish it, and it has Blood Debt. Once again, it attacks for 6. So this is the one that I thought attacked for 5. The fact that it attacks for 6 is quite interesting. The fact that it's a one-time attack for 6 with Blood Debt is a little bit of an interesting proposition. I don't quite know how I feel about it. Obviously, just an on-board attack for 6 is good, especially when you're in like a late game situation where you just need to keep pressuring your opponent. So it's interesting. I just don't think that I don't think that it supersedes any of the current options that brutes currently have. Especially considering one of the other Majestics that we're going to be talking about. I have a suspicion that Blood Rush Bellow and Blood Rush Bellow adjacent cards are going to be a major player in Levia. And so I think that Claws might still be the way to go. Although I have seen people talk about what's the flail?
Hexagore.
Hexagore. I have actually genuinely heard people talk about Hexagore recently, and that's real cool. So yeah, I don't know how I feel about Hellhammer. I love the art, the name, the fact that it's a hammer. All great things. But yeah, I don't know if it beats out other options. I think it has to sit with stale for me, unfortunately. Unless I'm going to be deferring to your judgment quite a bit in this section.
Well, let me blow your mind, Bill.
Oh, God.
Hellhammer, right, banishes itself. Levia reads, if a card with 6 or more attack has been put into your banish zone this turn, cards you own lose Blood Debt. If a card. So this is a 1-card panic button that attacks for 6 and will banish and turn off Blood Debt. That being said, it doesn't work into every Levia strategy. However, there are strategies that just are not doing things that they don't have time to really be attacking with weapons, right? They might attack with a weapon once or twice or 3 times a game. If that's the case, this is the weapon, right? Turn off Blood Debt, add a Blood Debt card, which matters for the redeemed strategy because you're trying to get up to 13 so you can flip her. Hellhammer is, I think, actually a solid fresh just based on that, right? Just being able to have a 2-for-6 weapon that turns off Blood Debt once a game can be actually pretty good. So yeah. The card is like, I know I didn't realize that at first either. And then I had to read Levia again. I was like, wait, because we had never really had that kind of option. So
yeah, we haven't had like non-attack cards with 6 or more attack. Yeah, that's definitely something that I'll have to build into my my rating of the remainder of these cards. Because yeah, that's always relevant. So that's really interesting. Yeah.
It's a really cool design, and I'm actually glad you mentioned Hexagore, because I do want to say something cool about Hexagore is, the turn that you want to turn into consumed, you can just swing the Hexagore because you obviously already have a bunch of Blood Debt anyway. It's not going to hurt you. Swing the Hexagore for 6, and then pass turn. turn into consumed and then go off. It's very, very cool. But Hellhammer, do you have an adjusted
Yeah,
rating?
I think I do have to adjust it with that. I was woefully unaware.
No, and it's not obvious because who the heck reads Levia?
No, and I mean that's true though. Again, like the times that I've played Levia are not super numerous, but the times that I have played, you don't really ever attack with the claws outside of a Blood Rush Bellow turn. So like every other situation, they're just sitting there. They're not doing anything.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, the opportunity cost of running this over the claws, I think, is pretty low. And even on a Blood Rush Bellow turn, this is a 2 for 8. So yeah, honestly, yeah, that I've been convinced this card's pretty fresh.
Yeah, it's fresh. It's not there. I think the claws are still going to have, because like if you want to play Blood Rush Bellows, you're still going to want to play the claws, and then Hexagore is definitely going to be your kind of go-to 2 for 6. So
yeah.
But I think it's definitely a great option to have now. The next card is Spoiled Skull, which is a majestic Shadow Brute equipment headpiece. It has Arcane Barrier 1, Blood Debt, and it has an action on it that costs 1, and you have to banish it. Target 3 action cards with different names in your banish zone, and choose 1 at random. You may play it this turn, go again. So here you're going to want to pitch a blue, pop this, choose 3 different 2 cost cards in your banish zone, and play it. This is a great sideboard option, just Arcane Barrier 1. If you want the Arcane Barrier, I think this is really good with that kind of added bonus to kind of get some late game stuff going on in your banish zone. I like this at like a low fresh sideboard option, and I can see it showing up in most lists if they have the room.
Yeah, it's interesting because it is a strictly better Null Rune Hood. Like there's the fact that this card exists means you basically never want to play Null Rune Hood. It is adjacent to, again, my brute, my lack of brute knowledge is showing through, but the headpiece from Crew that has Arcane Barrier 2.
Skullhorn, yeah.
Skullhorn, yeah. Like obviously, I like Arcane Barrier 1 more than I like Arcane Barrier 2, and I think that this probably works. Actually, it certainly works better within Levia because of the reason that you said, where you just get one of your things back after pitching a blue. You pick like either 3 2s, or even if you're picking some of the 1s that are coming up here, I think you're pretty happy either way. So yeah, I think it's like a low fresh sideboard option as well. Again, mostly versus probably just things that can do arcane damage to you. I don't think this is probably your first option. I do think your first option exists in this set, but it is not this card, and I'm really excited to talk about the card that I'm foreshadowing.
Oh yeah.
But yeah, I think this is a great just Null Rune option, essentially.
Yeah, I love when they do this with equipment, right? Like give us things that aren't Null Rune Hood,
Yeah, exactly.
Which is cool. Do you want to talk about the card that kicked off all the Shadow Brute hype in the spoiler season?
I do, actually. So this card not only is drawn by like maybe my favorite artist in the game, Carlos Cruchaga, but it's also a card that was sent out to apparently select content creators as like a thank you as part of the preview season. But yeah, this is Diabolic Offering. This is a majestic. It's a blue, so it pitches for 3. It costs 1, and it has 2 stars in place of its attack and block. And it reads, if a card with 6 or more attack has been put into your banished zone this turn, Diabolic Offering's attack and block are 6. Otherwise, they are 0. And it also has Blood Debt. I might be wrong, but I think this card's insane. Like it's a blue that I believe, for all intents and purposes, again, as long as you have put a card into your banished zone this turn, it's a blue 6. And they kind of admitted with Wrecker Romp that they made a mistake making blue 6s. So
yeah.
Also, like, super funny, this card interacts really well defensively with Art of War. It blocks for 7.
Yeah.
So yeah, I don't know. I think this card is like such an interesting, at the very bare minimum, it's a resource card that pitches for 3 that you on specific turns do not hate to see. This card, even in conjunction with a defense reaction that we're going to be talking about later, works exceptionally well. But yeah, I think this card's like probably a fresh to death in Levia. She loves resources. This is a cheap 1 for 6 as long as you're doing the strategy, doing the thing that you want to do with the deck. So yeah, I think this card's great.
Yeah, I mean this card is kind of like, I think, the best we can hope for a blue 6 anytime soon. I think that's certainly the case. I think this card is quite good. I'll probably say low fresh to death here, just because you will be stuck with something that blocks 0 a decent amount of time, like in rough situations. And then also you'll be stuck with something that like maybe won't be able to attack for the 6. But that being said, that won't happen that often, and it's just kind of the brute cost of playing things. So I think it still ends up in the low fresh to death realm. It's a great blue. I think some decks will play all 3. Most decks will play 2. I doubt we'll see any decks, unless they're like on 0 blood debt for whatever reason, play 0. So that being said, I think this card's awesome. And, anytime we get something that banishes on your opponent's turn, it's only going to get better. So we have a couple great options already. The defense reaction you mentioned, Art of War, Ebb and Fold, I guess like a reckless swing into Beast Within or something like that. Or if you can somehow pull off Mark of the Beast block and they break the chain and then you block with this. But that's what we're working with currently. It's fun. It's very, very fun, like all the Levi cards. Like this next one, Shaden Death Hydra. Bill, this is quite the interesting card. It's a yellow, costs 6, attacks for 13. It's a Shadow Brute attack action card. It's a majestic. It blocks for 3. It has blood debt. And when this attacks, it deals X damage to you, where X is 13 minus the number of cards with blood debt in your banish zone. So essentially has the same text as Hexagore here, except buffed up to 13. This card's really, really cool. The playability here is interesting. There's some cool things you could do with it, right? Tear limb from limb. And then also it Rouse the Ancients. You just had to reveal this. It's and it blocks 3. And at the end of the game, it could often be a really good card to kind of just close everything out. Like 13 is insane. That's the hand break point, right?
Yeah.
So
that's your opponent blocks with their whole hand and you still deal 1 damage to them.
Yeah, exactly. And that's if they have all 3s, right? Like, people are playing 2s. So all that being said, I do think it's in the fresh range. It's hard to like pull off, but it really opens up a lot in the deck. So I like it at fresh.
Yeah. I do think it's very funny as well that they specifically made it a yellow because it could have been a blue 13, but there's no way in hell that they're ever doing that.
No.
But yeah, I don't know. That's just like a really aggressive option. Like this kind of just one-shots heroes in Blitz. I mean, obviously we don't necessarily rate based on Blitz, but like 13 is like 90%, 95% of a Kano's starting health. So
it could kill the new Prism right away, right?
Basically.
Or no, that's 16, right?
16, but like basically in the same range. So yeah, I think it's really funny just as, again, like a hyper aggressive option. If you're just like, I don't care about taking 13, I just want to deal 13 to you. I think it's really funny. But yeah, I don't know. I like this just because I think it's the biggest attack that we have in the game thus far as well.
Outside of Pulverize, right?
Oh yeah, right. Because Pulverize is
14.
Yeah. So yeah, I mean, at the bare minimum, this is also a popper that dodges every single one of the like tenacity effects.
Yeah.
There is no way that they're making this less than 6. So yeah, I don't know. Probably fresh, maybe low fresh. I love it because it's wacky.
It's so cool. It is so cool. Now, speaking of cool cards, Take the next one, Bill.
Oh my god, you're doing me such a favor, my friend. Okay, so first of all, this is the first card art maybe in the game that makes me physically uncomfortable. We'll start off with that. But outside of that, this card's nuts. So this is Slithering Shadowpede, and it is a Shadow Brute attack action. It's still a Majestic, so it only comes in red. Costs 1, attacks for 6, and blocks nothing. Not at all. It's not even 0. It does not have a block value. So very similar to a lot of cards that Brute already has, Pulping, etc. It has Blood Debt, and it also has, if this was banished from your hand this turn, you may play it from your banished zone. High Fresh to death. I think this card is crazy good. Like it allows you to plus off of what is normally like an additional cost. There's so many cards, especially in this set. There's an action that buffs that plays so nicely with this, and it turns that cost into a card neutral transaction. And when you're dealing with a deck that you want to block at some point, probably you're not going to be playing with a full hand every single turn. So being able to even just go card neutral on something that would normally make you go card negative, I think is really good. This is also a 1-for-6, like I was mentioning previously. 1-for-6 is just such a crazy stat line. And I think this is, again, a perfect implementation for it, because even if you don't use its effect, it's still just a 1-for-6. Obviously, the downside is it doesn't block, but yeah, I think that this is maybe the craziest Levia card outside of Levia Redeemed that I think we're gonna see.
Yeah. This is easily a High Fresh to death, and the talk of the town. We even talked a little bit before we started recording. Like, the talk of the town is the flip demi hero, but this is the card, right? This card is insane. You don't have to have anything in your graveyard to play it, right? That's like a big thing that Levia always had to run into, right? Like, when your opponent would be like, oh, I'll let Levia, I won the roll, Levia can go first because I know that Levia can't really play a lot because they need to build up their graveyard first. This fixes that problem. This is the best thing you can banish it off of Art of War, right? That was like another thing. Like, Art of War, sometimes you would draw 2 and then you wouldn't be able to get full value, right? Because maybe you drew 2 reds, but this helps fix that. This is just an insane card. I'm so happy they printed it. I'm sure LSS will regret it, but it is just, oh God, it's awesome. And it's still a brute action, right? So anything that buffs your brute actions, like Blood Rush Bellows or some other things we're going to talk about, is just going to buff this, and it's going to only cost 1, and that's so sick. So High Fresh to death.
That's again, it's one of those things where you're looking at a Shadow Brute card and you're like, wait a second, this doesn't have an additional cost. Like you said, even that this attacks for 6 on turn 1. No other Levia card does that aside from Hexagore.
Yeah, but then you got to deal 6 to yourself.
Yeah,
it's just so funny.
Yeah. Oh my God. Yeah, I saw Shadowpede and I'm just like, I'm not even a Levia player. This makes me want to play Levia. This card's crazy.
It's so cool, and the art and everything about it is so cool. Yeah. Now, I mean, Shadowpede is the real business. The next card is one of my favorite cards in the set because it was my first spoiler card, and I was so happy to spoil it. We have Expendable Limbs, and you hinted at this before with the Diabolic Offering and what it works with. This is a blue 0-cost Shadow Brute defense reaction. Guess what it blocks for? 4. As an additional cost to play this, banish a random card from your hand. So kind of like Reckless Swing here, but with banish. If a card with 6 or more is banished this way, you may play it from your banish zone during your next action phase. So it's random, right? So there's always the cost there, like there was with Reckless Swing. This card can be a blue sink below whatever for no cost if you hit the 6, and you can play it next turn, right? If you have the ability to play it. So I don't know. This card, I'm a huge fan of it, obviously, because I got to spoil it, but also I think the rate here is awesome. You don't play 3 of them, right? It sucks to see 2 of them in your hand. I think 2's the max you would play, but in conjunction with Diabolic Offering, you can block with the Diabolic Offering, mood to reactions, expendable limbs. All of a sudden, you're blocking for 10, right? And hopefully, you hit a 6, or hopefully, you hit a 6 that you could play the next turn, and you're really eating good. I'm like high fresh on it, but personally fresh to death, but like high fresh in reality of playability. And you just got to know you're not going to be playing a full play set.
Yeah, no, I think you're absolutely right on the money. Like the fact that it is kind of just a blue sync below, because if you hit the 6 or more, you get to retain the card. So it's almost like drawing a card in like some way. You can, I would say it's pretty charitable to do that. Other than it's not a different card, but you know, for most of these, you're wanting to banish a card with 6 for multiple reasons, and then this just rewards you for doing so. I am like such a huge fan of the interaction with Diabolic Offering. The fact that it's just a 2-card block 10 in Brute of all things.
Yeah, it's pretty wild.
Yeah, so I don't know. I'm pretty high fresh on this as well. I think you're right that seeing multiples of it is not great, but I mean, I'm pretty sure that's how Brute decks were playing with Reckless Swing as well. You really only play 2. And I think this fits right alongside that. I think that this is a fantastic option to just either give yourself a little bit more life to work with, which you will always need with Blood Debt, and also just to, you know, maintain some amount of pressure on your opponent's turn.
Yeah, absolutely. And it's also worth noting that you could play this in a low Blood Debt deck, right? You could banish a CNC with this and play it the next turn, right? It only cares about the 6, which is, you know, so if you're like on a control list, and then if you're playing Diabolic Offering, you got to at least jam one of these in there, I think, like just for the upside of maybe getting the block 10. That seems amazing. What rating did you give it?
It was high fresh for me.
Nice.
Because it's a blue defense reaction for 4. Like that costs 0. That's just such a good rate.
Oh, I love it. I love it so much.
Even with no other text.
Now, I know we're both excited about this card. Can you talk about it?
This one is Blood Dripping Frenzy. It is another majestic Shadow Brute action. Blocks for 3, is blue as well. Costs 2. And it says, as an additional cost to play this, banish your hand. Just the whole thing. But then it goes on to say, draw a card for each card with Blood Debt banished this way. And also, your Brute and Shadow attacks get plus X this turn, where X is the number of cards with 6 or more attack banished this way. And then this has go again. I know that this is never going to be a use case that happens. But to me, what I'm thinking of is you roll 6 on your chest piece to get 3 resources, or even a 4. 4 is fine. You get 2 resources. You play this from your arsenal, and you banish 4 cards that have 6 or more attack with Blood Debt from your hand. So you draw 4 cards and give your attacks plus 4 this turn. I know that that's not the use case, but I need to make it happen at some point before I die. So I love it. I mean, even in a more moderate use case, this could still be just a draw 2. This could be a draw 3, give your attacks plus 1. This could be like a bunch of different combinations of things. And I think this does a really interesting and reasonable impression of Blood Rush Bellow. And I think even with like things like Slithering Shadowpede and Diabolic Offering, maybe even better than Blood Rush Bellow in some situations. So yeah, I don't know. I really like this card. The ceiling is so tantalizing. I gotta rate this at the very least a low fresh to death, because I'm building a deck with this in it, and that's just a fact.
Yeah, I'm right there with it. I mean, low fresh to death. It's not Blood Rush Bellow, right? Like you don't have the go again kind of activation with the claws there into something. But that being said, you can get like an insane amount of value out of this card, and you turn off Blood Debt, first of all, that's pretty cool. And then you also get to do something after, which is really neat. And it says Brute and Shadow attacks. So, like, let's say you just played, like, you drew, like, I don't, depending on the list, but, like, maybe you draw Wild Ride, and all of a sudden you got a +2 or +3 attack Wild Ride into maybe a Ghostly Visit, which is
which is also a shadow card.
Which is also a shadow card. So there's like a ton of stuff you can, and you could have banished the ghostly visit off out of your hand, and then also the Shadowpede works with it, and anything that goes from banish works with it. So super cool. Like just really. I love this card. It's really awesome, and it blocks 3. It's a blue that blocks 3, so really cool. Now we're getting into the rares and commons here. There's a few good, few not so good, but the first one I do like quite a bit. It's Ram Raider, which is a we're only going to talk about the 6s here for the most part, because we only really care about 6. This one, the blue might be playable because he played like a blue Dread Screamer, but this is a 2 for 6 with 3 block. As an additional cost to play this, banish a random card from your hand. If a card with 6 or more attack is banished this way, this gets go again. And then it also has Blood Debt. So we're getting some functional reprints of some WTR brute cards here, but instead of discards, banish. The one thing I like about this is you don't need a graveyard, right? You can. This is a great combo with the Slithering Shadowpede, which is really cool. You pitch a blue Ram Raider, banish Slithering, attack with the Slithering. Really great. I like the red Ram Raider quite a bit. I could see the blue maybe showing up if people really just want to continue to banish from hand. It is very card intensive, so it's kind of hard to really rely on that. But I do like the Ram Raider quite a bit. I'm going to give it a solid fresh.
Yeah. It's going to be really, really hard for me to not evaluate these cards, assuming you're banishing a Shadowpede, because like that doesn't even feel like it's necessarily going to be like something that just like doesn't happen. I feel like I'm going to see it a lot, especially on the other side of the table. My opponent's going to do that to me every single time. So yeah, using a singular blue, even if it's like your Diabolic Offering or your Blood Dripping Frenzy or your Expendable Limbs, you just pitch that, Ram Raider, banish Shadowpede, attack with Shadowpede. That's 12 damage for 3 resources. And that's crazy. That's really good. So yeah, I definitely like the reds. The rest I'm not completely sold on, but again, I'm not like super a brute player, so I definitely see where the blues could happen because you just need resource cards. But yeah, I think that it's a solid fresh as well. Giving go again to some of these cards is actually like really important. So having a reasonable amount of them in the deck is going to be important as well.
Yeah, just hitting for 6 with no on hits is not enough anymore, right? You can't really do that because people are making like 15 damage out of their full hands. That if they can just take the 6, they'll take it, right? So you got to do some more with it. But what does Wallbreaker do?
So Wallbreaker was our preview card. Less exciting than Expendable Limbs for sure. But we had a lot of fun with our preview video. We referenced Ronald Reagan, of all people. But Wallbreaker is a Shadow Brute attack action. It comes in all 3 colors. It costs 2, blocks for 3, and attacks for 6, 5, and 4. We'll just talk about the 6s again. And this one has Blood Debt. And it also reads, if you've banished a card with 6 or more attack this turn, this gets Overpower. So I historically am not like a gigantic fan of Overpower. It is like, I remember initially referring to it as like a side grade to Dominate because they were able to put it on just more cards because it's less oppressive. But I don't know. It's good in the sense that in the late game, you can make it obnoxious for your opponent to block it, and it can still, like it's pretty reasonable to turn on the claws. But I don't know if it was like, if we had like a yellow 6, I could see this probably seeing a little bit more play than it probably will. But it's hard for me to rate our preview card low. So I don't know. I'm gonna say like high stale.
Sounds. I mean, I'm a little bit lower on it only because we have Writhing Beast Hulk already, and that's kind of filling this spot right in the deck. The only thing I will say that I like about Wallbreaker is you don't need a graveyard to play it, right? That is something, and it's a 6 that blocks 3. I think I could see a world where you still play one, right? Like it could definitely be really cool. Like think about Blood Dripping Frenzy drawing into this, right? All of a sudden you have like an 8 for 2 that has overpower. So I think I'm like mid stale to low stale, depending. I mean, it's like it will never be more than the one of though.
Yeah, that is something that I did think about when we were putting the sort of video together. I was like, this is maybe, I mean, obviously we've seen a bunch of examples of it now, but I'm like, this is maybe the first card that Levia has that doesn't just have an additional cost stapled to it. It is just a Shadow Bridge attack.
Yeah.
So
yeah.
I was like, yeah, that really isn't nothing, which is really saying something about the cards that Levia has access to currently. But honestly, I really want to hear you talk about this next one just to see if I'm way out to lunch on it.
Oh, okay, interesting.
Yeah. Please tell us what Shade and Scream does.
Shade and Scream. Well, I want to cosplay this card so bad.
Yeah.
If you're listening, check out Shade and Scream. This card is wacky, man. So this is a Shadow Brute action. It blocks for 3. It comes in all 3 colors. It's at rare. It costs 0. And the red says, as an additional cost to play this, banish a random card from your hand. Your next Brute or Shadow attack this turn gets +5 and go again. Or this has go again, not the card gets go again. And then the yellow's 4 and 3 respectively. So this one's interesting. So an interesting thing about this card is you can play it, turn off Blood Debt, and then attack like Hexagore, and it gets the buff. Yeah. So I think that's like the best thing you can be doing with this card. I could see maybe the blue being like something that you just run. This is another kind of functional reprint in a way of one of the Bellows from WTR, but with the added bonus of turning off Blood Debt. I don't hate this card. I think it's like a low fresh. The upside is really high, but even in the situation that I was thinking, you still need 3 cards, and the one needs to be able to pitch for 2. It works with the Slithering Shadowpede as well, but that's going to be the case for most of these cards. It's cool. I'm glad we have it. I could see a world where it is the serious business, especially at the red. +5 is insane. But yeah, I'm like a low fresh, but I could be talked up if you got some juice for me.
It was mostly just I'm a big fan of things that interact with Shadowpede. But I also do think this goes well in the Blasmafet Demi-Hero deck. Because you banish a random card from your hand, and then you get to pick one of your cards that has Blood Debt that you can then attack with. Mm-hmm. So like you could, in some capacities, I guess it would still work. It would
turn it face down though. That's worth noting.
Yeah, but no, like you banish the card. It doesn't matter, but you pick like one of your other ones that you.
Oh, one of the other. Yeah.
Yeah, but like, I don't know, if you go like red Shade and Scream into Shade and Death Hydra for 18.
Yeah. I mean,
obviously that's a lot of cards from your hand, but I don't know. I like it. It's above. It feels like it's above rate for a buff. And yeah, like the fact that it would still work with your weapon, like even if you're going red Shade and Scream into Hellhammer, that's 11. Mm-hmm. So like, I don't know. I'm very much Magical Christmas Landing this card in my head. So I think that probably low fresh is like the way to actually look at this card. But I don't know. It has the number 5 on it.
Yeah. I mean, and we got it with, I forget which one it was. Maybe Primeval Bellow or something like that. Because this was the stat line for that. And you got the Intimidate. But also, it's worth noting that on this, you could banish something that you can play, right? Or something you want in there. So it's really hard to evaluate until we see where Leviathan lands, right? But it's certainly an awesome card. When I saw it, I was like, oh wow, that buffs Hexagore. I can't wait to play it. So I think you can settle on low fresh, but like that scales up, for sure. Do you want to tell us what Battlefield Breaker does?
Sure do. So this is another. This is now we're into the Shadow Brute commons. Battlefield Breaker comes in all three colors. Costs 3 blocks for 3 and attacks for 7, 6, and 5. Has blood debt. And then if you've banished a card with 6 or more attack this turn, this gets +1. So that would mean across the 3 colors, they would attack for 8, 7, and 6. So I don't know if this is what Levia wants to spend 3 resources on. It is possible, but it just feels like if you have 3 resources, you can probably even just, like, I want to say you can string together 2 cards. You could probably even just do 1 card that is maybe more impactful than this one. In fact, kind of foreshadowing, I think the next card is probably where this card would normally sit. So yeah, I'm not super great on this one unless I'm missing something. If it was again, like if it was a blue 6, sure.
Yeah.
But yeah, like as a yellow 6, I feel like Levia probably has better options in general. So I think low stale, high rotten, sitting around there. Again, I might be a little bit biased because I have the rest of the cards pulled up here, and I think this next one is going to be pretty good. But yeah, I'm not seeing this one unless there's something I'm missing.
Yeah, I'm like high rotten on this. The best use case for this is like if you are desperate for another yellow 6 that you don't need to have a graveyard for, but even then, like paying 3 for it is just like not that great. So, there's not much you can say about this card. I think like a lot of these commons, like they gave us like a lot of great majestics, but the commons just like leave some to be desired, and this is one of them. So. But the next card, it's certainly better. It's Shade and Swing. So it costs 1, and it is a Shadow Brute attack action. Comes in all 3 colors, 7, 6, and 5. And as an additional cost to play this, banish a random card from your hand, and it has blood that also blocks for 3. I didn't think I said that. This is something I like a lot more. I kind of like the yellow here. It's a 1-cost yellow 6 that works with Shadowpede and does some cool stuff. I can see like if you want the red, like for the Rouse the Ancients deck, possibly to kind of make the math work a little bit, but it's not anything that like is crazy, right? I think Graveling Growl is usually going to fill this spot, but I could see Shade and Swing kind of being that nice little like, oh, I'll banish from hand and turn off blood. That is nice. But even at that, I think like it's like anywhere from stale to high stale. It's certainly playable, but it's just a matter of finding the slot.
Yeah, I think that at this point, with some of the cards that we've seen, Levia might not even be hurting for deck slots anymore. Like I think the deck is kind of filled out. I do think that the 1 for 7 with banish a card from your hand is like not a bad stat line to be at, especially like you said, the yellow being a 1 for 6 is like actually just, I would say, objectively fine. But I think that Levia probably has access to things that are fine plus at this point. I think her card quality is getting pretty dramatically increased with, especially like you said, these majestics are all just kind of bangers.
Yeah.
So yeah, I think probably high stale, but like not bad either. Like that's what high stale is for.
Yeah. It's not bad, and I've built decks with it already. Like I don't hate it, and there could be a world where you want to build a deck where you're doing this banish from hand thing in the beginning of your game plan, and then turning on the jets with like your Dread Screamers and stuff at the end of the game when you have a filled graveyard. So I kind of like it. Next we have something similar, tribute to Demolition. Do you want to read this one?
Sure, yeah. So Tribute to Demolition is another Shadow Brute attack action. This one costs 2 and comes in all 3 colors. Blocks for 3 and attacks for 6, 5, and 4. As an additional cost to play this, you banish a random card from your hand, and if the card has 6 or more attack, If the card that you banish with this gets has 6 more attack, this gets +2. So it becomes a 2 for 8, 7, and 6. So obviously, again, would be better if it was if it got the buffs and just was relevant all the time instead of just when it was in the arena, because then we would have another blue 6. But they're obviously very aware of that, and they're doing all these really sneaky things to make sure that you don't have access to blue 6s. So yeah, I don't know. If you want a card like this, I think you just play Shade and Swing. It still has the banish from hand clause. It attacks for like 1 less, and doesn't have the sort of gate behind you have to banish a card with 6 or more attack using this effect for it to be 1 more attack than Shade and Swing already is. So I don't know, if you really wanted more of this effect, then maybe, but you would only ever be able to really play the red, because at base they're only 6, 5, and 4. So in that way, the yellow Shade and Swing is still better. So yeah, I think if I rated Shade and Swing like high fresh, I think Tribute to Demolition, I think, is just worse in every way. So it's probably just a rotten, honestly.
Yeah, it's a rotten. I mean, I don't know. Like the math works out with Slithering Pete, but that's about it, right? You know, and
Yeah.
and I think the same for this next card too. I mean, we don't even have to spend a lot of time with it. It's a tribute
It's the same card.
Yeah, tribute to the Legions of Doom. It's shifted up 1 number, but it costs 3. It attacks for 7, 6, and 5. As additional cost to play this, banish a random card from your hand. If the card was 6 is banished, it gets +2. So at the red it could be a 3 for 9, or the yellow it could be a 3 for 8. Not really what you want to do. It's not hurting, but I know these cards are kind of supposedly some kind of like actually a tribute to some wrestling stuff, which I know LSS loves. So so it's there for some story, but basically a rotten, right?
Yeah, I'm right there with you. It's basically the same card that we just saw, and I don't think that this supersedes any of the stuff that we've seen. Again, I think Shade and Swing is just better than both of these cards in basically every way.
Yeah, absolutely. Now, that wraps it up for Leviah, Shadow Brute stuff. I think Leviah's doing pretty well.
I would say so too. I think that she's probably high fresh, if not low fresh to death. Again, the access to the demi hero. I don't know, talking about you and just the energy that we were able to sort of volley back and forth at each other with just the Majestics alone. I'm not going to lie, like gave me goosebumps. These cards are really good.
They're so good. It's like, oh God.
Man.
It's very exciting. All right, so we have Shadow Runeblade coming up here. Vincent is our new Shadow Runeblade. Do you want to tell us what Vincent does?
I do actually. So we have Vincent Iron Maiden, who is our new Shadow Runeblade hero. Obviously comes in adult and young, so 40 health and 20 health. And she says, and 4 intellect as well. That one's important. At the start of your turn, banish a card from your hand. If you do, create a rune chant token. And whenever you play a shadow non-attack action card, you may pay a life. If you do, the next rune chant effect that you would deal that would deal damage this turn can't be prevented. So 2 things that are sort of like that stand out to me, make this card interesting, is the banish from your hand at the start of your turn is not optional. It is mandatory for you to do that. So you're kind of, in some ways, especially without us knowing what Vincent's other cards are, you're kind of operating like Datadol, where you have 1 fewer card in your hand, but it does like sort of reward you by giving you a rune chant token. There are cards that care about you having rune chant tokens in a new keyword that we have, Rune Gate, so it does actually kind of help you out in that. And the other thing that's very interesting is having very consistent access to the next rune chant effect that would deal damage this turn can't be prevented. The can't be prevented text is specifically against like illusionists and things that have ward and like spectral shields. This is a very, very powerful effect because this shreds through every single spectral shield that a prism might have. This shreds through every ward effect that they have. So being able to just pay a life and destroy all of their permanents that have ward is really strong, and will definitely rein in the efficacy of like those ward effects. So obviously, Vincent is not Chain. That's like, I think, ultimately a good thing. Chain's effect was very overtuned, but I do think that these two effects in tandem lend themselves to a very interesting strategy, alongside, of course, the cards that we're going to be talking about soon. So I think it would be kind of a disservice to rate anything lower than fresh for Vincent, because really, like, the effects are at the very least interesting. They push you towards specific types of playstyles and allow you to really prey on certain types of strategies. So yeah, I think just a solid fresh. I really like the design, the art by Federico Musetti, fantastic as always. But yeah, what do you think about Vincent?
Oh, well, Vincent's really cool, right? I will say that Chain was the first hero like I built and played in CC, so I always really like the Shadow Runeblade stuff going on, and it's nice to see this kind of, like, I guess, evened out Shadow Runeblade, right, compared to Chain. That being said, you know, it is a real cost to have to banish from your hand. Obviously, you're going to want to banish something you can do with it in your banish zone, but you know, even then, if you want to do something, you have to operate on a 3 card, or you have to block with 3 cards max, right? So that being said, I think this is going to have some weaknesses, right? You know, like the really go wide aggro is going to make this really tough, because then you don't get the opportunity to really set up, or if you are setting up, you're taking a lot of damage. So I think that's what prevents it from getting to the fresh to death range. But as we've seen with most Runeblades and Shadow Runeblade especially, it's hard to count these kind of heroes out. And with that being said, I would probably give it a high fresh at the max, but I don't think it will push into that territory. But there will be some metas that really really are rewarding to Vincent. So we'll see what happens. I think it's very exciting. But let's get to some of the cards though. And the first one is Vincent specialization, Flail of Agony. It is the Shadow Runeblade weapon. It's one-handed, has 1 attack, and it says once per turn action, pay a life attack, and when this hits, create a rune chant token. So a lot to unpack here with this card. It is very flavorful, right? It's good. It's cool to see another flail in the game. We saw this one pretty early, right? We saw it with an armory kit. And I'll be honest with you, I was hoping we'd get more flail support so I can support Hexagore a bit. But this is still very cool. One-handed, this means you can run 2 of them if you wanted. And then you have options for offhands. So that being said, I kind of like that this exists. It seems like it wants to be in Vincent, although I'm sure we're still going to see people jam Rosetta Thorn into this deck. But I don't know. I hope that this is the right weapon to use, right? Like, or else what are we doing here? So
Yeah.
But with that, I think it's like I don't know. I think it's probably like a low fresh. It's not super impactful, but you know, if you've built up a lot of rune chants, and then you could just block with your whole hand and then swing the flail, throw a bunch of rune chants. You always have options with this card, which is pretty neat. Unless you're at 1 life, then you don't have an option. But any other amounts of life, you have options with this card. So I'll give it like a low fresh.
Yeah. I think I'm probably right there with you. Like, I'm hoping that Rosetta Thorn is just not the correct option for Vincent. And something that I like is that it's leaning more into the shadow portion as opposed to the Runeblade portion. Because, you know, with Chain, with even Viscerai, there are so many Runeblade cards that care about playing a non-attack and an attack. But it looks like for Vincent, you're not even really looking to go that wide. You're looking mostly to just like set up for a thing. So like you said, being able to block with your entire hand, like actually just 4-card block and still have access to your weapon, being able to pay a life to always be able to attack, unless you have 1 life, like you said, I think will come up, because it's obviously not quite like an old him situation where you always just attack with your weapon. But it does allow you to sort of have those tank up turns, but still be able to put in some amount of pressure. Like you said, if you've built up even like 3 or 4 rune chants and you attack with this, like that's still an impactful turn. So, and then this is also a really annoying card that will likely force your opponent to block more often than not, because creating a rune chant token, this deck cares about a lot. So yeah, I think like low fresh is probably correct. I'm hoping that it's like mid fresh and actually like knocks Rosetta Thorn off, because that card is, I'm so tired of seeing it at this point.
Yeah, I am too. I am too.
Yeah. But yeah, I really like the design here. I like the fact that it's the first weapon that you kind of always are able to use. Yeah.
Awesome. And there are some reasons to use this card with the offhands, and we have a new offhand.
The offhand that we got to sort of complement this is Grimoire of the Haunt. It's a Shadow Runeblade equipment offhand. It has Blood Debt and Arcane Barrier 1. And its main effect is at instant speed, you can pay a resource and banish it to create an Eloquence token, which I think we've talked about already, but just in case we haven't, an Eloquence token is just a generic aura that says when you play a non-attack action card, destroy this and the card gets go again. So it's similar to a Quicken token, but for non-attack actions as opposed to attacks. So having access to this at instant speed at any point will be quite good. I like the fact that it's just like a one-off sort of access. Like I said previously, I think that Vincent is not going to be sort of quite the same as the other Runeblades that we've seen. I don't think you're going to be at baseline looking to chain a non-attack and an attack together to do something. So there are some really good non-attack actions that Vincent is getting access to, even just within this set, that you might just need to, fire this off so that you can do your thing and have like a pretty impactful turn. But I don't think that it's going to be something that she's going to really need access to. I think that running 2 flails is likely not going to be what she wants to do, again, because I don't think you're looking to do like a go wide strategy. And attacking with both probably just like won't be something that you can even do. So having access to the offhand, I think, is really good. I think that this is probably going to be a pretty good one as an option, just to give you like even just one-off sort of exposure to the Runeblade thing that you want to do.
Yeah.
So yeah, I think it's really good. I like the design of it. I like that it's just another piece of Arcane Barrier for even just like the mirror match. And yeah, I think this is like probably low fresh. It's I'll have to really see how the deck comes together, especially with what non-attacks without go again that you really want to run. But even just as an option for an offhand Arcane Barrier that's kind of just a better version of the Lantern, I think is interesting. So yeah, how about you?
Yeah, well, I know you mentioned earlier that Carlos Cruchaga is absolutely killing it with this set, and this is just another amazing piece of work for this art. But yeah, it's an upgraded Arcane Lantern. If you're on Flail, I see no reason to not to run this. And there's some really cool interactions you can do. Like if you wanted to play Tome of Torment, that's pretty good with the Eloquence token. There's some other cool non-attack actions that don't have go again inherently. So just having that on an Arcane Lantern, I think you can't really discount this card. I mean, low fresh to mid fresh, I think it's just going to be a really solid option, especially if you're on the Flail plan. And and hopefully people are on the Flail plan. But you know what? I know I've actually already seen it. I've seen people build Vincent with 9 copies of Moravian Skies and Rosetta Thorn. And it is what it is, and I hope the foil plan is better. So we will see when the dust settles. Next, we do have our first Rune Gate card. So this is a majestic. This is called Widespread Annihilation. It's a blue. It costs 4. Attacks for 6 and blocks 3. And it says when the combat chain closes, each hero who has lost a life this turn banishes a card from their hand. It has Blood Debt. Now, Rune Gate reads: if you control rune chance equal to or greater than Widespread Annihilation's resource cost, you may play it from your banish zone without paying its cost. So, what this means for this, if you have 4 rune chance out on the arena, and this is in your banish zone, you can play it for free, and basically attack for 6 plus 4 rune chance for 0, which is quite good. Now, this is something that you want to throw into your banish zone with Vincett's ability. It's pretty neat. I also like that these Rune Gate cards inherently don't work with Chain that well for like Living Legend and Blitz, right? So, we're not just buffing up Chain in those formats. So, that being said, I think Rune Gate's really scary, right? It requires a lot of work. You're going to be playing cards that create rune chance a lot. So, off the top of my head, I mean, there's multiple, like even auras that create rune chance from past sets. I'm blanking on the names right now. So you're going to be running a lot of those to kind of build up these rune chance. You got Grasp of the Arknight to make one on your turn with your arm piece. And this seems like an auto includes. It's a blue, and the actual combat chain closes text there is pretty insane. Obviously, you might have to banish something from your hand, but sometimes you want to. There's a lot of flexibility with this card. I think this is fresh to death in Vincent, to be honest. This card's pretty nuts. What about you, Bill?
Yeah, I pretty much agree. Like, if you start your turn as Vincent and you banish this from your hand, you get 1 rune chant token. And then this is actually a good use of the Grimoire or even like Spellbound Creepers. You activate the Grimoire to give your next non-attack Go Again. You play like a red Read the Runes. That gives you 3 rune chance. That has Go Again. That allows you to play Widespread Annihilation from your banish zone for free. And yeah, you're coming in for, like you said, for 10 for basically 0. And then when the combat chain closes, if you've lost life for whatever reason, you banish a card from your hand, whatever. You get to draw up at the end of your turn too, so it doesn't necessarily affect you that much. But then the fact that your opponent probably wants to block and Arcane Barrier as much as possible to try to mitigate that banish effect means that they're going to have to block 6 physical, 4 arcane in order to keep one of the cards that are left in their hand. And if they're able to block all of that, they likely don't have any cards left in their hand anyway. So yeah, I think this card is really powerful. This is a good example of just how crazy RuneGate can be, I think, in Vincent. So yeah, I think this is also fresh to death. The banish from hand like that, even though it's not a targeted hand disruption, I think it's just another example of just how good hand disruption is on just an insanely huge attack.
Yeah, it's actually pretty nuts. I mean, 4 rune chance is tough, right? You do have to do a decent amount of work for it, but it's very scary. What do you give it, a fresh to death?
Yeah, I think I'm fresh to death on it too. It's just such a crazy hurdle for your opponent to come back over if you throw this at their face. So.
Yeah, that's for sure. And it looks like we have 3 different widespread cards. Do you want to tackle the next one here, Bill?
Definitely. And also something that I think is really cool about these, not only is the art phenomenal, I'm pretty sure Widespread Annihilation is the art that came with the mats that LSS gave us as part of preview season. I don't quite remember. I think it's that one.
It is the ally token, but that is depicting the same ally. Nazareth.
Okay. Yeah. But anyway, the art is incredible on these, and also I think I remember hearing that the foil versions are actually extended art, which is always a nice thing to have. But next up, We have Widespread Destruction, which is also a 6 for 3. This one is the yellow, so it pitches for 2, and this one costs 3. It also has Rune Gate, so you can play it from your banish as long as you have 3 or more Rune Chants. It has Blood Debt, and then also when the combat chain closes, each hero who has lost life this turn banishes a card from their arsenal. So kind of a Command and Conquer, and one that you can play for free from your banish. And if you are playing it for free from your banish, it means it's coming in for 9 mixed damage. So I think this card is going to be so annoying to face down. The fact that you have to block 9 full damage to not just lose your arsenal. I think this basically just reads destroy your opponent's arsenal basically every time it comes out. So yeah, I think this card is probably also going to see a lot of play alongside Widespread Annihilation in Vinset. It's such a good, again, like a disruption piece. Even if you're just playing it on its own, like you don't need to play it from, and same with Widespread Annihilation, you don't need to play it from banish in order to still have it come in with like 1 or 2 rune chants and still have that effect be really annoying. So yeah, I think this card is great. I think this is also a fresh to death, and I think people are going to be basically there's going to be a big sigh across the table when this is thrown at your opponent.
Yeah, no, seriously. I mean, yeah, this card is a fresh to death. I think a lot of these widespread ones, like they're majestics, they should be, right? And you know, something interesting about Vinset and worth considering when looking at these cards is you are most likely going to be taking a turn off in between these big, like massive, like really devastating attacks. Mm-hmm. So, because like, you know, rune chants take some work. So sometimes you're just going to have to take that extra turn. But that means you're just going to be on the defensive that one turn and then kind of work from there. It's scary though. You know, I think if this was able to happen every turn, and I think there will be turns, like 2 turns in a row when you can do it. But, you know, after that, then you got to take a definite break. But if it was every turn, this would be the best deck in the game. So hopefully it doesn't get to that. But yeah, this card's awesome, fresh to death, no doubt. And then let's get to the red one. So they did a blue, a yellow, and a red. Love the art on this as well. This is Widespread Ruin. This is the red one. It costs 2. So 2 for 6, blocks 3, has Rune Gate. When the combat chain closes, each hero who has lost life this turn banishes the top card of their deck. So what we're seeing here is, and this also has Blood Debt. What we're seeing here is that the lost life combat chain closes effect here is the weakest, certainly. But that being said, 2 for 6 is way easy. Like 2 rune chants is way easier to get to, right? So like you banish this, you get the rune chant, right? And then if you have the aura from not Dynasty, maybe it was
Everfest.
Yeah. The aura that makes a rune chant every rune chant incantation, I think, or rune blood incantation.
Rune blood incantation.
Yeah. So you already have that out, and you know, all of a sudden you're cooking with some gas, right? Like this is going to be the easiest one to do in succession, right? And just that alone is pretty nuts. Yeah, I got to give this one fresh to death as well.
Yeah, the ease in which you're able to get this one out with Rune Gate, and again, even like without Rune Gate, you can still just attack 2 for 6. The thing that I think is really interesting is Widespread Annihilation. Like as we go sort of down in the colors here, Widespread Annihilation is something that really affects your opponent like super impactfully. Widespread Destruction affects your opponent impactfully, but only sometimes. And Widespread Ruin, I think more often than not, you'll be happy to get the effect off, like banishing your own deck to get either something else with Rune Gate or just set yourself up with another thing. So I think it makes sense that the easiest one to play is sort of the least impactful for your opponent. But I do think that sometimes you'll want to have this effect go off on you so that you can banish and again set something up for the next turn. So yeah, I think this is probably going to see some amount of play in the deck just as an easy 2 for 6, and sometimes it's a 0 for 8 plus. Like
Yeah.
that's the crazy thing about these RuneGate cards is just keeping in mind if you are RuneGating it, if you are playing it for free, it is a 0 for 8 at base, which is like just such a huge swing to be able to do with a 0 card hand. So yeah, I think also Fresh to Death. I think all 3 of these are going to see like at least some amount of play in the Vincent deck. I don't know if you play 3s of each, but I think that you definitely play at least 2. I think Widespread Ruin. It's a card that you're never going to be like upset to see.
Yeah.
So yeah, all 3 of those. The art's fantastic. The extended art versions, I'm going to need all of them, and I think that they're going to be really annoying to for your opponents to have to deal with.
Yeah, really, really awesome. I think they did a great job with all 3 of them. Now, what does Funeral Moon do?
So Funeral Moon, I think, is going to be one of the main things that maybe help this deck sort of function. It is the first non-attack action that we're going to be looking at today. So it's a Shadow Runeblade action, Majestic. It pitches for 1, costs 0, and blocks for 3. It has Blood Debt, and it also just says you may play this from your banished zone. Just at any point you can play it. If a hero has lost life this turn, though, you may play this card as though it were an instant. And it's just create a rune chant token. So obviously looking at different non-attack actions that create rune chants, this is pretty below rate, especially for a red. There's, you have Read the Runes, which gives you 3 rune chants for 0 at red. But the fact that this is instant speed and just playable from your banish zone at any point, like this, if you have this in your banish zone already, you Vincent's ability triggers and you banish a Widespread Ruin, and you pay a life or you make your opponent lose a life somehow. You're able to play the Funeral Moon to give yourself a rune chant and then attack in with Widespread Ruin. Just on its own, that's like 0 cards from your hand, just 2 from your banish, and you're attacking in for 8. So I think it's going to be quite good, especially because, if your opponent, even at the end of your turn, you're able to just sort of flash this in to have a rune chant so that you untap on your next turn with another rune chant. I think it's going to be pretty important. I think you're probably going to want to play 3 of these, maybe, because, at the very bare minimum, it's something for you to banish to Vincent's ability, which gives you a rune chant, and then you can play the rune chant from banish as well. So I think that this card is also Fresh to Death. I think it's quite good. Yeah, what do you think?
Yeah, I mean, at the floor, it's a block 3, right? Whatever.
Yeah.
But in terms of like playing it, right, you can, like, let's say you block with 3 cards, banish the Funeral Moon, and you have an off turn. Swing with the flail. You lost life. You can play the Funeral Moon at instant speed now. Like, that flexibility of this card is incredible. And I'm a huge fan of it. I think it's Fresh to Death. I mean, God, it's like these Majestics are going to be like so important for this deck. Really, really awesome. But we do have another one that kind of comes in the same vein here. This is Requiem for the Damned. So another Majestic. It costs 0. It's a Shadow Runeblade action. It has 3 block. You may play it from your banish zone. It has Blood Debt. If a hero has lost life this turn, you may play it as though it were an instant. A lot like the last card there, Funeral Moon. And this one says create an Eloquence token. Now, Eloquence tokens are quite good. And there's a way you could start chaining some stuff to get together here. This is not as important for the deck, I don't think. But if you are building it in a way where you can really make use of the Eloquence token, this is going to come in at like a high fresh. But I think probably, unless I'm missing something here, I think it's like a low fresh right now. Like, I think it wouldn't kill you to play this card, but you got to have the things for the Eloquence token. I think that's really what it comes down to. But I'm blanking on what that might be outside of like Tome of Torment. you want to run Toma Fyendal, that's pretty cool too. Then you get some life gain to kind of get back into it. So yeah, that's where I'm at with Requiem for the Damned.
Yeah, I think I'm probably right around that as well. I do think that Eloquence is going to be pretty good, although it depends very heavily on what type of inset deck you want to put together. If you're looking at something that wants to do like big RuneGate stuff, I think that Eloquence tokens can be quite good. I don't know how frequently you'll need access to the Eloquence tokens, because again, I do think Grimoire of the Haunt is like a really good option to just have that sort of one-off. Again, for like, I do think that like Red Read the Runes is going to be the start of a lot of really powerful turns that this deck ends up having. But yeah, having access to it again through Requiem for the Damned, again, it's like you said, for Funeral Moon at its base, it's a block 3. And you can sort of bank the Eloquence over a turn, so you could play this at the end of your turn if you attack with the flail or something. And yeah, I think it's going to be less overall impactful than Funeral Moon personally. So I think I'm right there with you, probably low fresh. But I would love to be proved wrong, because there are a lot of really, really powerful non-attack actions that don't already have go again that I think Vincent could leverage to some great effect. But yeah, I think you had mentioned previously, Vincent is playing a lot of copies of like Mavrian Skies, which that just eats Eloquence tokens for no value.
Yeah,
So,
yeah.
So it'll be tough to leverage that as well. If you have an Eloquence token, you kind of don't want to play your go again non-attack actions. So it's kind of an interesting balance. I think it's low fresh.
Yeah, it probably hinges, like, and you bring up a great point, probably hinges on how important Read the Runes is, and it probably just will be. So this could probably perform a lot better than we're rating it, but we just got to see where it ends up, because like I think like if people are just on Rosetta Thorn, I don't know if this is the play, but I guess it is a non-attack action. You can play it instant, but I don't know. What does Oblivion do?
So Oblivion, this is like maybe some of my favorite art in the set. It's so, especially like the full version is just so cool. This was my buddy Kel. This was Red Zone Rogue's spoiler, and he was so pumped about this. But Oblivion is a Shadow Runeblade instant. It's a blue, and it pitches for 0. Obviously, because it's an instant, it has no block. This is the legendary Vincent specialization. So you can only play one of this card, and you can play it only if you control exactly 6 rune chants. And it creates a Nazareth, the Soul Harrower token. And so Nazareth, this is very similar to the legendary sort of, I almost want to call them invocations for our other Runeblade, or for both of our other Shadow heroes. So Nazareth is a Shadow token demon ally, is a 6/6. It has once per turn action for no resources attack. And when Nazareth hits a hero, banish a card from their soul. If a light card is banished this way, you gain a life. So obviously just access to a 6/6 that can just attack for free every turn, essentially, is always extremely good. The only sort of thing that it hinges on is how easy it is to get out. And having exactly 6 rune chants, I don't know if it's going to be that necessarily difficult. It's interesting because it very much depends on what style of deck Vincent is going to be. Because I think you had mentioned previously when we were talking about the widespread cards, there might be off turns that you have where you're just sort of trying to build up a board. And so you're more willing to just block. You're more willing to just start, trying to build up rune chant tokens so that you can rune gate something. And with like a Read the Runes plus Vincent's ability, and then honestly, if you wanted to play something like Vex and Quillhand, you just go like Vincent banishes something from your hand, you get a rune chant. You play Read the Runes with maybe Go Again from your Grimoire of the Haunt. And then you crack your Vex and Quillhand. That's 6 rune chants in one turn, if you wanted to go that route. So I think in some ways this is like the easiest of the like invoke demon cards that we've seen thus far to actually turn on. Whether or not that's going to be what you want to do is going to remain the question. But yeah, I think it's like a fine card. It's definitely like a one of. Something that does hurt it is that it can't be played from banish. You just have to have it in your hand. So it's interesting. I do like it, and obviously it's very targeted against other light heroes. So that's interesting as well. But playing it as a one of maybe has a low opportunity cost. So I think this is probably a fresh, maybe low fresh. Because, again, having access to a free 6/6 that on its first attack actually attacks for 12 is like, this is pretty big.
Rune Chains pop when an ally attacks?
I believe.
Yeah.
Oh, actually, hang on. They might have changed that recently. So they might not, because you're not the one attacking or something.
Well, that's almost better, right? You get to keep your Rune Chance for rune gating.
Yeah, you can rune gate another thing. I would have to double check that because I honestly do not remember. But yeah, anyway, I think this card is probably going to be played just as a one of.
It has to be a one of, actually, right?
Yeah. But yeah, I think people probably just run this because the opportunity cost is pretty low, and it's just a blue. Obviously, it doesn't block, but having access to a blue is pretty good. So yeah, I'm not sure. I'm hopeful. I'm hopeful.
Yeah, it is weird, right? Like Doomsday and Eclipse, I think just saw play just on the off chance that you got it. Now, I think exactly 6s can be tough. Like, you have to work towards it. Unlike, Doomsday, you just naturally are building up blood debt, and Eclipse, I mean, it just worked with the nonsense Chain was doing, and could be played for banish. I mean, that card was busted. But yeah, I think it's probably fresh just because why not play it, right? I mean, the worst thing about it is it can't block. And but outside of that, and if like it looks like you're never gonna use it, just banish it from your hand, right? Like, I don't want this in my deck anymore. Just banish it, and like I'll take a turn off, and this is just my banish. Doesn't add to my blood debt. Yada yada yada. Yeah. I guess like fresh probably it'll just see play, and that does bring us to the rares. With more rune gating. This is Deathly Delight, which comes in all 3 colors. Here's the red. Cost 2, attacks for 5, blocks 3, has Rune Gate. So another 2-cost Rune Gate. Those are pretty easy to hit. When the combat chain closes, gain life equal to the number of heroes who lost life this turn, and it also has blood debt. So this is a pretty solid card to be a Rune Gate card, especially with the combat chain closes clause there, because unlike Leviathan, you can't turn off blood debt, right? So you're going to be just taking natural blood debt throughout the game, like Grimoire. If you want to pop for that Eloquence token, that's going to be in there for the rest of the game. Carrion Husk, if you're playing that's going to be in there for the rest of the game. So something like this to kind of offset that kind of blood debt cost seems pretty important. And at the blue, I don't know if you want to run a 3 attack, but I think the red's probably where you want to be at here. But I would say it's like a fresh in the deck. I think like you really want that effect. What about you, Bill?
Yeah, I think so too. I think that a lot of there's a few RuneGate cards that come in at 2, and I think that 2 is likely going to be the sweet spot for just you want to play this card because it's an easy way to swing. Like, again, if you're RuneGating this from your banish zone, you're coming in for 7. And then potentially it gains you a life, which I think is good. When I first read this card, I thought it was gain life equal to the life that heroes have lost this turn. And I was like, oh, this card is broken.
Oh my god.
Yeah. But just like gaining an incidental life while also attacking for 7. I'm totally fine with that. I do think that the red is likely what you're going to want to do. Also just blocks 3, which is always nice, especially in a deck that I think will likely be putting shields up more often than not. So yeah, I think that this is a totally reasonable one. I think it's a great 2 to have in the deck, to just have an easy rune gate option. So yeah, because even like in the worst case scenario, you banish something from your hand to create a rune chant on one turn, and then the next turn you banish this from your hand, you create a second rune chant, and you attack in for 7
Yep.
and gain a life. So it fits into that, you know, 1 turn off, 1 turn attack type deal. So yeah, I think this is probably going to be played as a 3 of as a red. You might even play the yellows. I'm not certain how the current attack lineup is looking for the deck, but yeah, I think it's good. I think this is at least a high fresh for the deck.
Yeah, it's very cool, very cool. I think a lot of these kind of like effects of the combat chain closes are pretty important, right? Because it puts your opponent in a really tough situation. Like, I don't want them to gain the life, but I also want my hands.
Yeah.
You know, like this is like really like mind games, like skill testing on your opponent, which is very good. Now, what's the next card?
So the next one we have here is very similar to Deathly Delight. It's Deathly Wail. So it's basically the same stat line, except costs 1 more and also has 1 more attack for all 3 of them. So this one costs 3 and attacks for 6, 5, and 4. This one also has Rune Gate and Blood Debt. And then this one is when the combat chain closes, create rune chant tokens equal to the number of heroes who have lost life this turn. So again, very interesting. You know, if you're able to pay life on your turn, if you're attacking with the flail, and you're able to hit your opponent for something, this does create 2 rune chant tokens. And also for Deathly Delight, you gain 2 life if you're also able to pay a life. So that kind of offsets the life that you paid as well. I do think that this one being 3 makes sense because, again, having access to just an easy way to create, you know, even just another rune chant, then, you know, you have a rune chant at the end of your turn, you untap and you banish another card, you have 2 rune chants, and you can rune gate a Deathly Delight, or you can rune gate, you know, even like a widespread ruin as well. Like, having easy access to incidentally creating rune chants is going to be really important for the deck. So I do think you're probably going to want to play probably the reds and even the yellows. Attacking for 5 is not bad. It's I think it's going to be really good. So I think this one is like probably a fresh to death, even though 3 is kind of awkward. But being able to rune gate this is a power play. I think it's going to be really good.
Yeah, absolutely. And the blue here is I think the real star of the show. I think it's just like a solid blue. It has the breakpoint of 4, and 3 rune chants is very tough. Like, I think you're almost always going to create a rune chant off of this. Like, it takes a whole blue to deal with the rune chants, plus blocking 2 cards against the blue. That's 3 cards. You know, I think the value here is awesome. And yeah, this is pretty close to fresh to death. I think it's going to be very important. And the art is terrifying.
Yeah. Yeah, I definitely, I'll revise my statement. You probably want the reds and the blues, because the blues are in a good spot for this. Yeah, definitely.
Yeah. I think, like, you know, like you gotta find like the playable blues for this deck just to like really make it like hum, because I think it is going to be somewhat resource intensive, because like you want you want to be able to actually play these cards from hand if need be, which is you know, something. But the next card is Envelope. I almost said envelope. Envelope in Darkness. Comes in all 3 colors. It's a rare Shadow Runeblade action. It blocks 2, and it costs 1. Create a rune chant token. Cool. The next attack action card you rune gate this turn gets +3 and go again, and then it's +2, +1. So, interesting thing about this card is the effect is great, right? You're creating a rune chant. It's what this deck wants to do. You can kind of contribute to the rune gate that you're buffing. But the only hang up I have on it is, I mean, the block 2, whatever, you kind of expect that from something like this, but is you have to pay a resource to do this. And you're already operating on a 3-card hand every single time. So like, or less, right? So that makes me really wary of this card. I would say like high stale. I could see it working, but just having to pay for it is going to be tough. Like you really have to like really set up, right, to even do this. You would only be able to block with one card ideally to do this, unless you have an arsenal. But yeah, that's where I'm at with envelope and no, God, what is going on? Envelop in darkness. Jeez. All right, that's the show, everyone. No. Okay. That's where I'm at with this card. Probably high stale.
Yeah. I think if you play this card, you likely just play the blues. It's like probably fine as a resource card that kind of does something when you need it to. The thing that's kind of awkward about this as well, like at first I was thinking, well, off of a blue you could go like Grasp of the Arknight and then into this, but because Vincent basically always makes a rune chant on the start of your turn, your Grasp actually costs 3 at base. So you like kind of can't do both, and you're likely not playing Tunic because you are likely just going to play Carrion Husk because that card is crazy. So yeah, I don't know if this necessarily fits in it. The more important of the two lines of text is the create a rune chant. And if you're paying 1 to do it when you could just be paying 0 instead, like with a read the runes or something, I'm not certain that this will end up making it into the deck. If it does, I think my called shot is that it would be the blues. So yeah, I think high stale, maybe even mid stale for me. It's like the fact that it already has go again is fine. But I think if the attack buff was just always 1 and the rune chants sort of scaled, I think I would like that better. It would maybe be a little bit too strong that way, but I don't know. I think that if you're paying a resource for it, it could have been that. But hey, what do I know?
And also, like, a thought I had was like, this is only buffing the cards that you rune gate, and the cards that you're rune gating, if they need the buff, why are you playing them, right? I think like
most of them are already huge.
They're insane already. So like it's just kind of like a win more maybe. But what does Rift Skitter do? It's our first common.
So yeah, first common cycle. This is a Shadow Runeblade attack action. Comes in all 3 colors. It blocks for 3, costs 3, and attacks for 4, 3, and 2. So paying 3 resources to attack is a little bit of an interesting prospect. But these do also have Rune Gate. And they also have Blood Debt. And the final line of text is just go again. So if you're rune gating this is coming in for 7 with go again. And then also has some amount of other utility. I think that these are likely okay. You probably play the blues, honestly, because it's coming in for 5 with go again and allows you to, you can even end your turn with just an attack with the flail to help you set up again for your next turn. It's obviously not super exciting, especially when you look at the cost versus the damage. This is likely a card that you're never actually going to want to play from your hand. So I think this would work the best just as a resource card. You either banish it with Vincent's ability or you pitch to do something else. So I don't know. As the blues, I think that it's like not as bad as I was first thinking. So I don't know. Probably low fresh for the blues. For the remainder, it's like pretty stale. I don't know. I think you have better things to spend your rune chants and resources on, especially considering we just looked at like Deathly Delight and Deathly Wail. Like I would love to do those more, but I do think that the deck is going to need some amount of just cards that are fine that are also resources that do other stuff. So I think the blues are really good here.
Yeah, I don't think I'm as high on this one. I think it's like so hard to say, like, how bad do we want the go again in this deck? We might really want it, and if that's the case, it might be like a low fresh. I think I'm more in the stale range. Like the blue is probably fine, right? Like 3 rune chants to go again. But the problem is like, that is it only requires 2 cards, which is still very good, but I don't know. It's really hard to say. This one's tough. Like, I like the red breakpoint a lot better, but still 3 rune chance. Like, that's very tough. And I don't know. It really depends on the amount of room you have in the deck. So I think I'm gonna get in the stale range, but it's definitely really cool. I mean, go again. I mean, I think I was lower on from Outsiders, the Falcon Wing, than I should have been. Right. Like, I just was like, sometimes you get the 4 go again, but obviously that card's insane now, and people, it's very good. So I could be wrong here, but I'm going to go with mid-stale. Next, we have Phantom Banshee, which we saw the same kit that we got the Flail Armory. And this is another RuneGate card. Common, comes in all 3 colors. Costs 3 for the red, it's attacks for 7, blocks 3, and then so on and so forth, 6 and 5 for the yellow and blue. And it just has RuneGate and Blood Debt. Just a big old beefy attack. Maybe the blue's good here. I mean, like, it was really exciting when we first saw it in the armory kit. We're like, whoa, my God, like 10 for 0. Like, that's insane, which is nothing to shake a stick at. But, like, as we saw earlier with the Majestics, we have a lot of great options here. So it's a matter of what's going to fit. I think the blue fits fine in here. I think, you're still coming in for 3 rune chance and 5 attack. It's pretty good for a blue, I think, and still blocks 3. So I think this is probably like a low fresh. I just don't know. Like, it's just hard to say if it's going to make the cut right at this point. But because there's like a ton of other rune blade cards that this deck will have option or access to. So it's a matter of if it makes the cut. Not really sure, but it's certainly powerful. So I'll give it like a low fresh.
Yeah, that's one of the difficult parts of just evaluating this deck as a whole, is like, we have Runeblade cards from other sets, even other Shadow Runeblade cards that might still make the cut and might be fitting in the sort of support package that we're thinking about here. Like, just making sure you have enough resources to do stuff outside of rune gating, which is kind of interesting. This almost functions like it almost feels like an A plus B combo in some ways, where you need your cards that allow you to rune gate, but if you have a bunch of those support cards and no rune gate card, then it's like, okay, well, I'm taking a turn off. So do we want more cards that function on those off turns, or do we want more support cards so that the big turns are as big as they could be? So yeah, I think Phantom Banshee is good. I was really high on it when I first saw it as well, for that same reason. Like, oh my God, this is a 0 for 10. That's like such a crazy like attack for 0 resources. So yeah, I think probably low fresh. But like you were saying, with the cards that we've seen already, the big players, maybe even pushes it to high stale, because we just have so many good big beefy attacks that just also do something else. So, yeah, I do like it, but I think it might run out of space.
For sure. And like, it's also worth noting that like 3 rune chance is, I think, actually a huge difference from 2, right? Like, it just is the next step, right? And that step is where you're going to have to take turns off. So like, maybe I think ideally if you want to be taking a turn off, you want to be doing something bigger. Now, also something worth noting with that card, it is a popper. A lot of these cards are poppers, and that is something. And I thought, like, Runeblade had like not the best access to playable poppers before, and I think that's like kind of changing, or at least for Shadow Runeblade. So, now what does Phantom Wraith do?
So it's extremely similar. It's another one of these it's a mirror of Phantom Banshee, except it's one smaller in both cost and attack. So this one comes in all 3 colors, costs 2, blocks for 3, and attacks for 6, 5, and 4. And then, just has Rune Gate and Blood Debt. I think your assessment of 2 being just a different universe than 3 I think it really comes into play, especially on this one,
Mhm.
because realistically, like you have an off turn, you attack with the flail, get a rune chant if your opponent doesn't block it, and then at the beginning of your turn, you like banish Phantom Wraith, get another rune chant, and rune gate this. I think will likely come up just as like not really a super important turn that you're having, but something to sort of bridge the gap while you're waiting for some of your bigger cards to show up. I don't know if Phantom Wraith specifically is going to be the one that that sort of makes that distinction. Like Deathly Delight that we've seen fits into a very similar spot as this one. It does come in for one less, but it has like an impactful. At least it has an effect when the combat chain closes. So I think that especially like with this and Phantom Banshee, these are sort of the I need more cards just to fill out the deck. I need more support to actually have this strategy work. So I think in that case, probably just like a high stale. You probably play these if you need that, like if you need more, then you play them. But outside of that, I don't know that these are going to be super impactful. But it is something that I think the deck just potentially needs access to for structural purposes.
Yeah. First of all, I got a question. Why is this Wraith so huge? I don't know if you look at the art, you can see like the aspect ratio of like the people like trying to fight this thing or summon it. So tiny. But also, I actually think I'm a little bit higher. I think you kind of want as many RuneGate 2s as possible in this deck. I don't know if you want the yellows of this, but the blue's quite good, right? This is a great blue to have. And the red is a popper. And like, I don't know, like with these RuneGate 2s, you can block and you can you can banish this on your turn and then get the rune chant, pitch a blue to grasp attack, which I think is probably going to be like a common thing we see. So I think, this is in the fresh range. I don't think it's high fresh or anything like that. It's probably like low fresh. But I think you're going to want to play at least the blue in the deck. But very powerful. RuneGate in general is actually pretty terrifying. But we do have one more Shadow Runeblade action. It's a common. Costs 3. It's called Putrid Stirrings. It's my nickname in high school. I don't know. It blocks 3, which is cool. We like to see that. You may banish it, or you may play it from your banish zone. The next attack action card you RuneGate this turn gets +5, and this also has inherent go again. So at the blue, it's +3. At the yellow, it's +4. This one's kind of interesting. I think 3 is too much. Right, the cost 3 is too much. I mean, maybe you can play the blue with this. I mean, whatever, and then you can play it from your banish zone. But I think it's just too much going on here. Like with the deck, that it's going to be so hard to fit this in. Really cool. The power's there, no doubt. But 3 to do, like, you have to commit a whole blue to do this, and then RuneGate. Like you have to be able to RuneGate after. Too situational for me. I think I'm like bordering like low stale, high rotten on this. It's just too much.
Yeah, I think that this, like especially after we looked at Envelop in Darkness, I think the main thing is like the attacks that you're attacking with RuneGate are likely big enough that they don't really need an attack buff. Like you kind of just want more ways to create rune chants. This doesn't create rune chants, and like you said, it's an entire blue to just make your thing like kind of bigger. You can, the way that I would actually look at these is just look at them like an attack. But it's also an attack that sometimes just whiffs, and you get this on a turn where you can't RuneGate something, and it's like, well, okay. So in that case, like you'd want the blue, but then you're looking at the blue and it's just a 3 cost 3 attack with go again, kind of. Like I don't know. I don't think that this is it. I think I would rather play Howl from Beyond before looking at this card, because Howl from Beyond works even if you don't RuneGate it.
if you just attack with it next, and it's it's less buff, but it's also one less resource, and I think that that's going to be important for the deck too. So yeah, I think this one's probably in the rotten range for me. I don't know if this is a card that you're really going to be clamoring to put in your deck, even as a support piece.
Yeah, absolutely. It's a shame, because the effect is fun, but it's just not good enough. That's going to put a button on Shadow Runeblade stuff. We're going to go into the Shadow stuff. We already talked about Leviah Redeemed if you're following along. What does the new Darkness common equipment suite do?
There's for the head, there's Shroud of Darkness, chest is Cloak of Darkness, hands are Grasp of Darkness, and feet are Dance of Darkness. They are all the art is really cool on all of them. I'm gonna love to see these in cold foil. They're just shadow equipment, so any shadow hero can run these. They all have blood debt, and they also have, if your hero would be dealt damage, you may banish this to prevent 2 of that damage. So personally, I think that these are actually quite good, just as sort of options for, this is both, a one-time block too. So this is just a 2 blade break in some situations, but it's also sometimes just a spell void too. And it could also bridge the gap between between what you have and what you need. Obviously, it does have a pretty significant downside in that it just starts ticking away at you for the rest of the game. And I think we sort of mentioned this previously when we were talking about the Radiant equipment as well for light. The difference here is you can use these right away. So even on, if you absolutely needed to on your first turn, if you don't have anything set up, you can block with these. You can prevent damage with these. So I think, in most situations, Rune Blade specifically, because that's just still what I have in mind, has a lot of good options for a lot of these pieces. But I think, especially as a budget option, I think that the Shroud of Darkness kind of does a good impression of a Crown of Providence, again, for budget reasons. And I think in Commoner, these are also still probably quite good, just to help you sort of bridge the gap between dying to a Runeblade and not dying to a Runeblade. At least if they have an impactful on hit or something like that. So I don't know. I have a really hard time hating these cards. I think that they're really well designed because a block 2 is good, but it does have a sizable downside depending on how early you use them in the game. So I like these. I'm going to rate these a fresh personally. I think they're a good design. I think in high-tuned decks, they probably don't show up as much. You might play the gloves in Leviah if you're not already playing Gamblers, but I feel like that deck doesn't really live or die by Gamblers to begin with. So I could be wrong. Obviously, you're the Leviah expert, but yeah, especially as a budget option, I think that these are totally fine.
Yeah. I mean, the flexibility on these are incredible, right? Spell Void basically, blocks 2 basically, builds up your blood debt if you care about that, which obviously Leviah does. And on top of that, great in Blitz, right? Just you could just run the full suite against Kano or something like that and be like, have fun, And it's really interesting. And then also on top of that, gets around piercing and other things. So which ones will be playable is hard to say, but I know for certain Grasp of Darkness, the hand piece is going to see play in Leviah. So you can run it with Scabskin, right? Instead of Gamblers, if you just want the fridge, right? But also, if you run Grasp of Darkness with Hooves of the Shadow Beast, you're getting the same amount of block that you got with Scabskin Gambler, right? So if you're kind of on the aggro plan, pop Hooves and have the Grasp of Darkness as your extra block, that is a great option. So I think in Leviah, Grasp of Darkness is actually a fresh to death, but the rest are just good sideboard options coming to the fresh range. They're really, really cool. Love the design here. So, But next we have Dabble in Darkness, which Ravenous Dabble is people are calling it. Dabble in Darkness is...
I haven't heard that one. That's really
It's really, really good. So, if you could guess, it's a majestic. It's a 0 cost red. Attacks for 5. It's a shadow attack action. Has 3 block. Has blood debt, and when this attacks, banish the top card of your deck. This gets -X, where X is the pitch value of the card banished this way. A lot like Ravenous Rabble, but Ravenous Dabble here. Dabble in Darkness. This is a tough one. Kind of interesting. Like in Levi, like there's a way that this can just turn off blood debt, but we have so many different options to do that. I don't know if this is something that Vincent wants to play. Maybe Chain does in like Living Legend and Blitz, but outside of that, it's fine. I think it's probably like a high stale because it's just like the uses aren't really there. But that's where I'm at with it.
I think this could have been maybe a 0 for 6. Well, no, I don't know. It's kind of tough to think that, because in the decks that I would want to play this just kind of reads draw a card. Like in Chain, this more often than not is just a 0 that you can give go again with his ability, and then it draws like a Ghostly Visit or like a Shadow of Ursa or something. So I think that it actually does make sense as a 0 for 5. I don't know if it makes sense in any of the current decks. Like the thing that kind of sucks, especially in Levia, is that this isn't a 6 itself. So it like doesn't turn off blood debt on its own. If it hits one of your support cards, like if it hits one of your resource cards, this just comes in for 2. And like sometimes then doesn't even banish a card that you want. So I don't know. I think that this has the potential to be like a good card. I think again, specifically in Chain, I'm seeing this and I love this type of effect, because even if you're attacking in for 2 with Chain, that's like fine. The deck is like built around being able to leverage that sort of stuff. So yeah, I think it's right now like kind of a stale card. I don't see it working quite as well in Vincent. But I think Ravenous Dabble is an exceptional name, so it gets fresh to death for the name alone.
Yeah, it's a neat card. Yeah. I mean, it's one of those ones you're going to look at as more Shadow Heroes get released throughout the game's lifespan. Because all of a sudden you have a Redline Shadow Hero. That's awesome.
Yeah, it has a lot of room to grow, but I just don't think its time is now.
Yeah. Now, what does Chains of Mephitis do?
Yeah, so Chains of Mephitis, I think, is a reference to Chains of Mephistopheles from Magic, because it kind of does something similar, which I think is nice. It's just another sort of nod to a different game. But it's a shadow action aura. It comes in blue. This is still a majestic, so it only comes in blue, costs 0, and blocks for 3. And it says, you may play this from your banished zone. If you do, it enters the arena with a doom counter. And then at the start of your turn, destroy this unless you remove a doom counter from it. So it sticks around for 2 turns if you're able to play it from your banish. And then if a hero would draw a card during an action phase, instead they banish the top card of their deck and they may play it this turn. And then this has blood debt. So very obviously one of those like sort of narrow sideboard option cards. And we've seen these pop up so frequently in Flesh and Blood. This is very similar to a lot of the sort of narrow items that Dash got access to from Everfest. Like there's, I can't recall the names, but there's the one that if you would be dealt exactly 1 damage, prevent it. Players can only play like 1 non-attack per turn, like that sort of thing. This sort of fits in that general niche. I do like this quite a bit because not every hero is going to be able to leverage that, especially like you play this when and then your opponent like needs an Art of War to resolve so they can draw a resource card. This removes the resource opportunity from their hands. So like if you could play it, like this would be really good in Chain, because if you're playing against a hero that cares a lot about drawing cards, like if you're banishing the cards from that instead, you're likely able to play them. So it doesn't affect you in the slightest. In fact, sometimes it helps. But yeah, this is going to be like an ultra sideboard niche card. in the matchups where this does something, it like maybe doesn't do something though. Like it's really dependent on a lot of factors. I think that this has the potential to be like a low sideboard fresh card, but I think in most situations it's probably bordering on low stale. It is a cool option. I might be missing something, but like the top end of what I can see this being useful as is like against Valda. If she's going like Sift Valda, this like kind of messes up that plan. So yeah, I'm not too sure about it, but I do think that it's a sideboard card at heart. So
Yeah, certainly a sideboard card. I mean, the biggest thing that I can think of in like classic constructed, I think it really messes with 3 of a kind. Right, this is a really big silver bullet for that, but it's so tough to kind of time it. Right, like yeah, you might be able to tell when they're gonna start to do that, but I really don't like cards that you have to time around what your opponent's doing. Right, because this is a whole card that's clunking up your hand or your arsenal, and that can be really tough. Like obviously, like Sink Below is like a good example of like when you have a card that's like perfectly timed into something, but there's so many use cases there. This is so narrow. Something interesting that comes up if you're doing the draw discard thing with like Rhinar or Levia. So whatever you draw gets banished, so you know exactly what you're going to discard. So kind of a cool thing, but like really, like if you're doing that, I think you're already kind of behind. So yeah, I don't know. I'm like low stale on it, but we'll see. But the next card I do think is quite good. This is Dimensional Vortex, which is a shadow action, costs 3, pitches for nothing, and does not block either. But what it reads is you may play this from your banish zone. If you do, it costs 2 less to play. So it costs 1 from banish. And it has blood debt, and it says each hero banishes a card from their arsenal. Very powerful effect here. I like it in Levia, like kind of in the recursion list, because not only is it good if you have an extra action point to kind of blow up your opponent's arsenal, but if you kind of have nothing to do and you have a 6 in your own arsenal, this will turn off blood debt, right? So, but you have to you have to find a way to get it out of your hand, right? Or else it's just 3 is too much. And luckily, things like Blood Tripping Frenzy, and then in Vincent, you can just banish this from your hand. There's a lot of options here. You don't want to run a lot of these. It's a true cost to have. Like you'd never want to see 2 of them in your hand. Like I think at max you would run 2 in the deck, but even then I think it's a little crazy. At least in Levia, you can play Shadow Blasphement to go search up your one single one and put it in your banish zone. So there's that. But I think it's going to, as a one of, act as a high fresh. I think this card's very cool.
Yeah, this one to me is sort of an interesting sort of expansion on the amount of interaction that they're willing to put into the game. And sort of complements in that way when we were talking about cleansing light in light in the light section that just destroys an aura. This is, I'm pretty sure, the first time that we have a card that is just your opponent banishes a card from their arsenal with no amount of counterplay from them. A lot of the other times it's like, they can block, they can pay resources, they can whatever. But this one is just, if you play this, it banishes a card from your opponent's arsenal. Like just there's nothing else about it. So yeah, I think that this is obviously like a tech card. The fact that it doesn't pitch and doesn't block is a very real like downside, a real cost to playing this card. But if you're able to play it for 1 and you're able to get a card out of your opponent's arsenal, if they don't care about playing things, or if they like can't play things from banish, then I do think that like this could be a good fresh option. Like it's, again, you definitely don't want to see 2 of these, so you probably play 2 or 1. But I think in the situations where this comes up and you play it to value, it's probably really obnoxious. like it just, there's nothing your opponent can do about it. You just banish their card. So yeah, I think that when this comes up, it will be very good.
When it doesn't come up, it probably won't feel as good because again, yeah, paying 3 for this effect is way too much, but paying 1 is pretty solid. So yeah, I like it.
Yeah, really, really cool. Now, we're into the rares for the Shadow. What's Hungering Demagon do?
So Hungering Demagon, he ate too much and he is no longer bounding. But yeah, this is a shadow attack action. This comes in all 3 colors. Costs 2, blocks for 3, and attacks for 6, 5, and 4. And if an opposing hero has 1 or more cards in their soul, you may play this from your banish zone. And when this hits a hero, banish a card from their soul. And this has Blood Debt. So obviously, a targeted way to try to stop other heroes, specifically Bolton and Prism, from utilizing their soul and making it so that they can they maybe don't have access to as many of the things that they would need, either cards to banish to give go again or cards to banish to flip their figments. So definitely a sideboard option. The fact that you can play it from banish as long as they just have 1 or more cards in their soul, I think is like not bad as an option. But it is definitely like meta dependent. You probably don't want to play this card if you're not going to be facing a lot of light heroes, because it is just a 2 for 6. That's kind of whatever. So yeah, I don't know. Meta dependent. This could be like, I think, high stale, maybe mid stale, and like that's probably at its best. That's probably the peak.
Yeah, I actually, I'm a little bit higher on it, at least for the red, right? Red is a popper. It's a sideboard. I think it's a sideboard fresh, right? Like against Prism or even Bolton, you might as well play it like in Levia anyway, because it's a 6. You can block with it, then banish it, then play it, and just kind of like it is a block 3 for this effect, which is pretty interesting. That being said, how big is Prism and Bolton going to be? We don't know. But I do think Levia wants the reds like 1 or 2 in the sideboard, but you don't have that many slots. So it's probably going to be like 1 if you're running like Shadow Blasm Fit, so you can go fetch it. But other than that, yeah, I mean, it's so narrow that it's just always going to be sideboard. You can't just expect to run this. So, but very cool. Next is Grim Feast. This is a shadow action, blocks 2, has Blood Debt. It costs 3 and comes in all 3 colors, so rare. And it says you may play this from your banish zone. If you do, it costs 2 less to play, so it'll cost 1 from banish. It says gain 3 life. And it doesn't have go again, has Blood Debt. I think this is a rotten, right? I can't imagine this being good enough, right? Like maybe even off the Eloquence token, I'm not into this. So I'm just gonna say rotten right away here.
If it had go again, I could see it maybe, but without go again, you're still paying a resource to do something that that Sigil of Solace does. Like Sigil of Solace doesn't block, sure, but yeah, I don't know. These types of cards, these like just random gain life for paying a resource with some amount of like set mechanic on it. I've never been high on them, and I think they are all pretty bad. So yeah, I think this is like a solid run.
Yeah. Next one might be a little bit better though. Vile Inquisition. What does this do?
Yeah, so this one is actually quite interesting. So Vile Inquisition comes in all 3 colors, still a rare shadow action. Costs 2 and blocks for 3. You may play Vile Inquisition from your banished zone, just at any time, really. If you do, it costs 2 less to play, so it would cost 0. And it reads, target hero banishes the top card of their deck. For the red one, if it's red, they lose 1 life. And then for the yellow and blue, if it's yellow, they lose a life. If it's blue, they lose a life. And then these each have Blood Debt. So I think that this is quite interesting, just from some amount of it's a non-attack action that you can play for free, that you can either target yourself and draw a card, or you can target your opponent and try to mess up their plays. I think that it has a lot of flexibility, and
yeah, just banishing cards, especially for 0, with Go Again off of an Eloquence token, could be something that you want to do. And the fact that you just always kind of have access to it if it's in your Vanish Zone is definitely not bad. I do like the blues, just being able to pitch them if you need. And then sometimes you just are able to, like I said, kind of pseudo draw a card in your shadow deck. I definitely think it's interesting. I don't hate this card at all. I'd probably say like low fresh. Like maybe high stale at worst, but it would depend on just the colors. I do think that the blue is probably just the one that you want to look at any situation. But yeah, the lose one life is just a totally incidental thing. I don't think that that's ever really going to be the thing that comes up. It's mostly just going to be the banish the top. So yeah. How about you, though? I think I remember you saying that this was a card that you kind of had your eye on. So
Yeah, I do have my eye on this card. I like the blue, right? I'm not even looking at the yellow or the red, right? I like this. I mean, especially in Leviat. Blue block 3, sure, it doesn't have a 6 attached to it, but they're not giving that to us, so let's stop harping on it unless we complain until they give it to us. But the cool thing about this, right, is in the end game, right? If you're like kind of on like some kind of recursion list, you can, let's say you flip to redeemed, and all of a sudden you don't even have Blood Debt anymore, and you can just start playing this from your Vanish Zone to kind of like kill your opponent, right?
Mm-hmm.
You know, this is one half of a reckless swing. Like there's so often times that your opponent gets down super low against Leviat, but they can stabilize. This is something that you can kind of eke in some damage, also banish from the top of their deck if you're trying to even like fatigue them, which might be pretty hard, but who knows. And then also it has the use case in Leviat that you can just play this and hopefully target yourself and turn off Blood Debt. Like it's like a pseudo panic button. You gotta have to hit the 6 off the top, but hopefully you're built your deck to have a lot of 6s. But
Yeah.
It might be only like a one of in like recursion lists, but I do really like this card and I want to see how it plays out. So I'm like low fresh, but like very exciting. I like all the flexibility that this card has, but very, very cool. But next we have our first common, Soul Butcher. So, you know, go to the butcher, get some souls. 2 for 6 at the red. It's a shadow attack action. Blocks 2, and then 5 and 4 for the attack on the yellow and blue. If this is defending if the defending hero has 1 or more cards in their soul, this gets +2, has Blood Debt. I'm actually going to just say this card is not worth it, right? You know, we already saw Hungering Demagon. I mean, that's probably the only option, like the only time you're going to run a sideboard tech against like these light heroes. This is just fine, right? 2 for 8's awesome, but like it only blocks 2. I don't know. I'm off this card. I'm going to say Rodden. I wouldn't even consider it, to be honest.
There's so many cards that Leviat has access to that just are a big dumb attack that also just does something else.
Mm-hmm.
This is only a big dumb attack if your opponent's playing light and also specifically has a card in their soul. So if they like brick on getting cards in their soul, this is just so below rate and doesn't even block well. So yeah, I think it's rotten for sure. The next one I was a little bit higher on just because I'm really like personally in love with cards that gain Go Again. But yeah, this one's very similar to Soul Butcher. It has like the same stat line as well. It's a 2 for 6 at red. It's called Soul Cleaver. It also blocks for 2. And if the defending hero has 1 or more cards in their soul, this gets Go Again. So like a 2 for 6 that kind of gets Go Again sometimes is like, yeah, I don't think that this fits in any of the shadow decks really. I mean, this like in Leviat you just play Wild Ride, right? Which just has Go Again, really.
Yeah.
So yeah. I think this one's also probably rotten. Go Again is obviously for me more interesting, but I think that Leviat just has better options for this type of effect and card.
Yeah, it really does. I mean, it's hard to say, right? I think this is probably like higher than the last one. Like if Prism, and Bolton are just running rampant. Then you can actually like say to yourself, I can commit these sideboard slots to the light matchup, right? And like all of a sudden Soul Cleaver looks really good, right? Like more Go Again in Levia is good, but God, I mean, I just don't see the meta ever shaking out to be that. So for that reason, I'm like a low stale on this, bordering rotten. Next is Beseech the Demagon, which is a shadow action, blocks for 2. Comes in all 3 colors, it's common. And the red here says it's cost 0. Choose an attack action card in your banish zone. It gets +3 until end turn, Go Again. Yeah, I mean, this is very narrow, right? Like it works with the Runegate cards, but like we saw with the other one, we weren't super high on it. This one does cost 0, but even then, it's like at the blue, it's only giving +1. Not that great. Pretty low on. I would say this is rotten too. I mean, it's so narrow. I don't know if you really want to, like we said before, the Runegate cards are already pretty insane, and like sure this targets some stuff in Levia, but like I think you're just happy to play stuff out of Banish if you're Levia. So like this is something that will clunk up the deck with non-6s, and yeah, I'm at rotten on Beseech.
Yeah, I'm just about the same. I could only really ever see this seeing play in specifically Chain, but I do think that Chain has better options. This card and the next card, which we'll be talking about in a second, would be crazy if you could play them from Banish. Obviously, you cannot. So I think that is just a huge mark against them. They are like so close to being good cards. But yeah, I don't think that you want or need this effect in really any scenario. So yeah, probably pretty rotten as well.
Yeah, and you can just tear through the portal, tear through these last card of Shadow.
Yeah. So like I said, kind of similar to Beseech the Demagon. This is 0 cost shadow action, blocks for 2, comes in all 3 colors, and this has sort of the same scaling as which one was it? As Vile Inquisition, where the red one is choose a red action card in your banish zone. It gets Go Again until end of turn, and then this has Go Again as well. And then the yellow gives yellow attack or yellow action Go Again, and blue gives blue action Go Again in your banish zone. This one is like maybe slightly closer, and it's the same sort of argument between Soul Butcher and Soul Cleaver that we just had. Giving things Go Again is quite strong. The fact that this is so targeted to it needs to be that color of action makes it really tough. Like, I don't know. Again, I could see this in some universe seeing play in Chain, just as a non-attack action with Go Again that also makes your turn go wider. In Levia, you might run the red, maybe. But again, the fact that it's so narrow, it doesn't work on like all of your specific attacks or even just your regular actions. It is tough. Vincent might play some amount of these, but I don't know. It's so tough for me to do a proper assessment on it because at base, I really don't think this card is good. Go Again is good, but it's so targeted. It is so narrow, and you have to have it in your hand with an accompanying card in your banish zone. It might be more reasonable to expect you to have just a complement of cards in your banish zone to choose from, but I just don't know. This one is even just like a question mark from me.
Yeah.
Like maybe, probably low rotten, but it could be anywhere.
Yeah, I think I'm just going to say rotten because guess what? If you're looking at this and you're like, oh, I can maybe play the reds, just play Shadow Puppetry. It's better. You know, it's just, it gives anything Go Again, and it doesn't have to be just the banish zone. So, I mean, you know, some common stuff there, kind of wonky, but maybe some use cases. And yeah, commoner. It is a cool format. So that's going to do for the shadow stuff. We're going to move on to like the actual supplemental stuff for the set. This is a supplemental set after all. And we got some cool stuff, some random stuff. It gets a little bit more random here. First of all, we get an Earth action. What is going on here? This is Anthem of Spring. It is a blue. It costs 0 and it blocks for 2. It says Briar Specialization. Oh, interesting. The next attack action card you play this turn gets +1, and then this has go again. Unity. So we talked about Unity before. This has to block with something from hand. So it says when this defends together with a card from hand, create an embodiment of Earth token under any number of heroes' control. Pretty good. I mean, this is a blue Earth that you could pitch into Channel Mount Heroic. Has pretty neat text. I think this is probably, I hate to say it, but I mean, not that Briar needed a lot of help, but this is like a pretty solid addition. I would say high fresh, low fresh to death for Briar.
Yeah, I think that this card is kind of crazy for Briar, honestly. The fact that it is just a 0 cost non-attack that turns on all of the Runeblade stuff you want to do. The fact that it's a blue Earth that pitches for Channel Mount Heroic, like you said. And the Unity effect is actually quite good as well, because if you defend this with another non-attack action, maybe one that blocks for 3, like a Bramble Spark or something, you're suddenly blocking for 7, because the Embodiment of Earth comes into play and immediately starts affecting both of the cards you're blocking with. So like randomly a super defensive card as well as a super aggressive card that once again just works within what the deck wants. I think that this is absolutely a fresh to death for Briar. Like you said, I don't know that she needed the help, but I think that randomly this is just a really
push her
solid
across the finish line. Let's go.
Yeah. He only needs like 2 points. Like, just go.
Interesting card. The next one, you want to talk? I mean, we don't even really need to talk about it, but we'll at least read it because, well, you can't play it in Blitz or CC right now, but eventually we'll.
Yeah. So this one is Northern Winds. This one's the Oldham specialization. It also costs 0 and blocks for 2, and has and pitches for 3. This one is freeze up to 1 equipment item and / or ally each hero controls. And something that came up when this card first got revealed is that people were freaking out that this didn't have a duration to it. Every other card that freezes is like until your next turn or until your opponent's next turn or whatever. They confirmed, and I'm sure everybody's heard this at this point, that freeze is getting a hard implemented. I think it's just until your next turn duration. So everybody was freaking out, being like, oh my God, this turns off equipment for the entire game. It doesn't. It's a 1-turn thing. And then this has Unity. When this defends together with a card from hand, create a Spellbane Aegis token under any number of heroes' control. I think that this card is not great. It is still an ice action that you can pitch to your hammer to make it icy. It is like a tech option, kind of at best. And Spellbane Aegis is like something that you don't need in every matchup, so I think that's quite narrow too. Compared to Anthem of Spring, I think this card is like pretty bad. But I don't know. The fact that it's just a blue ice action, I think, will always be relevant in Oldhim. But I think at this point in the Living Legend format, he just has so many insane cards that he can pick from.
Yeah.
So yeah, I don't know. I feel stale on this one. Maybe sideboard low fresh if I'm being really generous. But
I'm with you. I mean, it's like we don't really have to worry about it until Living Legend format really takes off, and then we get the replacement Oldhim. But I'm not really sure when that's going to happen. But it'll probably be like a sideboard card, maybe. I don't know. The Spellbane Aegis is good, right? Yeah, and it just kind of sits around and it's kind of neat. So the next one is the Lexi one. This is Call Down the Lightning. It's a yellow. It's a lightning action. Blocks 2 and costs 0. Lexi specialization. Your attacks this turn get whenever the defending hero adds 1 or more defending cards from hand to this combat chain. This deals 1 damage to them. Go again. Cool. Unity. When this defends together with a card from hand, create an embodiment of lightning token under any number of heroes' control. This card's good. We don't see a lot of lightning Lexi, but this does not require you to be in lightning Lexi. You can do this in the ice Lexi and get the pretty neat on hits from like Blizzard Bolt and stuff like that. And yeah, this card feels pretty good. And then just kind of creating an embodiment of lightning is also pretty good. I think this is like I don't know, I want to say like a low fresh to death. Like this card is very scary. Blocking 2 is not great, but like, I mean, you know, it's always going to block 5 in a way, but you have to give up another card. But yeah. I like this card quite a bit. It's actually terrifying, to be honest. Like the turn you play this in like Ice Lexi, you're like, oh no.
Yeah. This is one of the cards that makes me very thankful that Ball Lightning is banned. Because just having access to that sort of thing, I think you're right in that this is going to be more impactful in Ice Lexi, just to give, you know, more chances for those on hits to happen. Because giving your opponent an additional frostbite or making them discard an additional card is just kind of crazy. So yeah, I think I'm pretty high on this card too. I think it's also probably low fresh to death at worst. The other thing that's relevant about all of these Unity cards is that I think they're all going to be really playable in the like PvE format that I think that they're kind of setting up for. Like even Northern Winds, I think is going to be really good to give your entire team Spellbane Aegis tokens, that sort of deal. But yeah, from an actual like constructed standpoint, I do think that Call the Lightning is like kind of the business. I think it's very good.
It's very scary. Very, very scary. All of Tales of Aria is going to be living legend sooner rather than later. My God. Now, can you talk about one of my favorite weapons to maybe be ever printed?
So next up, we got Rugged Roller, and which by the name, I'm sure you can tell who this is for. This is a brute weapon, two-handed club. It attacks for 6. And has once per turn action, 1 resource to attack. So 1 for 6 is great. Maybe we should just stop there. You can activate Rugged Roller only if you've rolled a 6 on a die this turn. So, I mean, very obviously, this is a KO card. And that's totally fine because, God, is this ever a high roll?
This is awesome.
Yeah, I think this card is great, and it's super flavorful for KO. Buy your copies of Ready to Roll so that you can try to make sure that you hit a 6 as frequently as possible. 1 for 6 just makes your high end turns that much higher. So yeah, for KO, fresh to death. I'm running this in every KO deck I ever make.
Yeah, I'm just going to give this a blanket fresh to death. I'm even going to try to make it work in Rhinar, to be honest. Maybe even Leviathan. Who the hell knows? I mean, like, you look at, like, Rolling Thunder is an option, and then, like, you just roll scabs every turn, and if you hit the 6, you have 3 action points to do things, and one of those action points is a 1 for 6. So, like, you're really doing it. So, I don't know. It's fun. This is, like, you can't look at this and be, like, serious about it in any capacity, but if like in KO, it is actually really, really good. So, huge fan of this card. Huge fan of this card. But
yeah, and like you're saying with Rolling Thunder, Rolling Thunder is just your next brute attack. Mm-hmm. So if you hit a 6 on Rolling Thunder and attack with this, it's 12.
Yeah, for 2 resources, it's pretty insane, actually. But pretty awesome. But the next card is actually the real business. This is a brute legendary. This is Scowling Fleshbag. It's a brute equipment head. It blocks for 2. When this defends, Intimidate. And it has Blade Break. So, what does this mean? Well, Intimidate means they banish a card from their hand till end of turn. We usually see this on your turn, but this will be on your opponent's turn. And this could, against go wide decks, you block, and all of a sudden they lose a card that they were going to attack with from their hand. That's like 2 plus 3, 4, 5, 6 damage sometimes that you are preventing with blocking with this. This is an insane amount of value. Some other really cool stuff you could do, like Azuri, right? If they're attacking with their stealth card and they have the 1 card in hand that you know or hope you know that they're going to flip in, you block with this, Intimidate it. They don't even get to go to the reaction phase where they're doing it. Some other use cases are, well, if your Bravos presenting Pummel, or anything else in the reaction phase, right? So this card is pretty insane. I mean, this is a fresh to death. It is sideboard fresh to death, probably. I think like there's some decks that this really isn't doing a whole lot. You might as well run the Crown of Providence, but I mean, this card's insane.
Yeah, when I was looking at cards for the top 5, I reread Scowling Fleshbag, and I'm like, I think that this card is nuts. Like, it is an easy fresh to death for me. I think you're right in that it's like sideboard dependent, but I think that depending on how much this ends up being, and with the size of this set and how much I think people are going to be opening it, I don't know that this is going to be like it very likely isn't going to be in the same sort of price range as Crown of Providence. But I think this does a very good Crown of Providence impression in a lot of decks. Like if you can't afford it, or in the right matchups, like you said, against go wide decks. Like if you're fighting against a lot of ninjas, I think that this card like kind of just demolishes ninjas. Yeah, I love this piece of equipment. It's like kind of like you were saying against Azuri, it really messes up their turn. This like almost fits in with the same sort of design space in my eyes as like Mask of Momentum does, where it in some situations I think this is absolutely going to change the way your opponent is playing the game against you, just because you have it available. Like if your opponent only has the one card left in hand, like you saying Bravo with a pummel or whatever, they might not attack the same way that they're going to. They might be like, okay, well, I'm going to make sure that I have enough cards in hand, that I have a buffer to make sure that I'm getting the thing done. So even if this card doesn't block, it might still be affecting the game. And it's like such a clean design. It's 2 lines of text. They're both really easy to understand. Yeah, easy fresh to death. Love the design of this card.
Yeah, so cool. Now, what does Numbskull do?
So Numbskull is a very interesting card. The way that it was worded actually had me doubt whether or not it was a real card when I first saw it. It's a brute attack action. It's a majestic. It pitches for 1. It's a red. Costs 2, blocks for 3, and attacks for 6. And while this is in any zone, its resource cost to play, attack, and defense can't be modified. They cannot be increased or decreased. I am going to show my ignorance. I don't know why this is an effect that matters.
Okay.
So I'm totally willing to see what the importance is. Actually, off the top of my head, this is always a popper. This never is not a popper. So I'm pretty into that. I think that it's interesting that it doesn't eat buffs at all. It cannot be buffed. But yeah, against Prism, especially with a lot of the effects that we saw that modify attack to lower it to make sure that they can't be poppers. This just ignores that entirely. So I think that's cool. Outside of that, I don't know what the use case for this is. I'm very much hoping that you have the answer for me, because I think it's cool and I think it's interesting that we finally have this type of effect. I just don't know where it sits. So against Prism, I think that this is probably pretty high because again, it's just always a popper.
Yeah.
So I think that's pretty cool. I'd say like high fresh sideboard against Prism. Outside of that, probably low fresh if I'm hedging my bets, because I feel like you're chomping at the bit to enlighten me, and I'm looking forward to it.
Well, first of all, the most important thing about this card is we've been introduced to the character Bam Bam in the flavor text. So we are getting ready for the Savage Land set and all the amazing characters we're going to get. But so you're right with the always a popper, right? Won't be able to be reduced below 6. Awesome. The cost, when you play this with Frostbites out, you can just play it and the Frostbites will pop. So if Icelander's trying to mess with you or Lexi or whatever, you could just play this, pop all the Frostbites. It's really cool. And then finally with the defense part, this can't be shredded. which is pretty narrow, but not for nothing. This is like a really, really elegant sideboard card that has like a lot of uses, and I'm a huge fan of it. And I think it's like a solid fresh for that reason, because this is going to be like, you can't really like even if the meta's like really weird, like it can't hurt to throw a couple of these in your sideboard if you're playing Brute, right? So I really enjoy this card for like many reasons: name, flavor text, and actual text. So yeah, I think it's a solid fresh.
Yeah, I do like it, and I like the art too, where it's just he just does not care. He is riddled with arrows, and he's still winding up for a huge haymaker.
yeah, it is awesome. Next is Dig Up Dinner. This is another Brute Majestic. It's a blue. It's just a Brute action. It blocks 3 and it costs 1. It says, choose 3 random cards in your graveyard, shuffle all attack action cards with 6 or more chosen this way into your deck, then gain that much life and banish this. So, and it has go again. This is kind of interesting for, I would say, like Fatigue Rhinar, right? Kind of useful blue, gain some life, get some cards back into your deck. And it still blocks 3. So like it's doing a lot of things better than Remembrance and some things worse. And I think that probably brings it about equal to Remembrance to care about blocking. Probably if you're playing this card, you do. So I feel like this is like a fresh, very narrow in terms of game plan. I don't see Levia really doing this because it kind of takes away the things that you want in your graveyard. So for that reason, I think it's a fresh for Rhinar. I do like this card, and I'm glad it exists for sure.
Yeah, I do think that it's funny that in Levia it's like kind of specifically bad because you want to banish them from your graveyard and not shuffle them back in. But yeah, I think in Rhinar this is probably pretty decent. It gives you access to refine things, especially like your big impactful stuff with Sand Sketch Plan. It sort of resets that. Incidentally gains you a little bit of life, which is never like a bad thing when you're stapling it onto something else. And yeah, just like late game being able to sort of reset and hopefully draw into, like if you're getting back like 3 alpha rampages with this, you've already either used them up or blocked with them. And now your opponent has to deal with alpha rampages again.
Yeah.
So yeah, I think this is pretty fresh as well. It's probably not in every Rhinar deck. Ones that care more about the long game, I think for sure want to play this though. The art though, not even from a bad standpoint, but it is rotten because there are some rotting things in the back there. So.
Yeah, it's disgusting.
Yeah.
Now, what does Starstruck do? I mean, I gotta say, I hate Bravo's character because he's always just so cocky, man. Like, relax.
Yeah, no, he is absolutely flaunting his gigantic muscles in this picture and in most pictures. But yeah, so Starstruck, this is a Majestic Guardian attack action. Pitches for 2, costs 7, blocks for 3, and attacks for 10. So big, huge attack. This is a Bravo specialization. It also has Crush. When this deals 4 or more damage to a hero, the only attacks they may play or activate during their next turn are attacks with a base power greater than the damage dealt this way. So if you're able to give this Dominate and your opponent is only able to block for 3, they can only attack you with things that have 8 or higher attack. And that includes weapons, because it's attacks that they play or activate. I think that this... If the Crush goes off, they have to attack you with things that are 5 or greater, which is already... It turns off a lot of other decks. Ninjas hate this card. Like, despise this card. I think this is just another option that Bravo has access to. This is probably better than something like Mangle, or like Righteous Cleansing. I think that this sort of fits in that spot as being like a yellow big attack. And yeah, if this Crush goes off, you're likely making your opponent skip their next turn, at least from an attack standpoint. So
Yeah, I have a hard time seeing this as something any lower than like a high fresh for Bravo. Um, it's gonna hurt to have this crush effect resolve against you, and it's in line with all of the other really gross crush effects like spinal crush and crippling crush. Yeah, this is just another one that gets added to the lineup.
Well, what about the Unity effect?
Oh, right. This has more text to it. Jesus. Yeah, when this defends together with a card from hand, you create a seismic surge token under any number of heroes' control. So even if you're not attacking with this, it helps you play something big later. This can even discount another Starstruck that's in your hand and make it playable off of 2 blues. Yeah. Still high fresh, maybe even low fresh to death. This card does not need that many words on it for it to be good.
Certainly not. Certainly not. Oh my God.
Goddamn.
Well, yeah. I mean, I'm right there with you. This card is insane. I mean, like, it's a lot of reading, right? And a lot of good stuff going on. And yeah, I think this is like a solid fresh to death. I think like Bravo really wants this. This card is really good. And yeah, it's scary. I mean, the Unity alone, I think I would have been happy with, right? It could have been a blank text box. Just Unity.
Just 7 for 10.
Yeah, 7 for 10, whatever. And then like it creates a seismic surge when I block and I'm a guardian, like that's pretty awesome. So yeah, fresh to death, Starstruck, and Bravo needs to watch, count his days. I don't really.
I just thought about this with Starvo in Living Legend format.
Oh God.
Never mind. That's disgusting.
Yeah. Can't wait to dominate Go again +2 on that thing. Jeez. My God. Next comes a really awesome card. This is Decimator Great Axe. We got another axe, and it's a warrior weapon. 2-handed. It attacks for 4. Its attack cost is 3 resources. Pretty steep, but the first time this is defended by a non-equipment card each turn, half the base defense of target defending card rounded up. So 3 becomes 2, 2 becomes 1. I have played against this card already, and this card is insane. I think this like leads into such a awesome like defensive control version of warrior that I think is going to be pretty viable. This Great Axe is really dope. I'm a huge fan of it. You can play Spill Blood with it if you really want to go like pretty insane, like cleave and stuff like that. This is what I wish the Merciless Battle Axe was, to be honest. But this card is awesome. I'm gonna give it like a solid fresh. I don't think it's like breaking the game in any kind of way, but it really is useful.
I am definitely never going to say no to more axes because like Spill Blood is just like maybe the most insane buff card in the game. It is so strong. It's really good with the hatchets so far.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, giving something like making this a 6 with Dominate is really strong. Something that I think is cool, and I'm pretty sure it works this way based on just the way that it's worded. If your opponent blocks with a card from their hand and a Carrion Husk, you can half the Carrion Husk because it is just half the base defensive target defending card. So like I think that's probably the most amount of value you get from this card. More often than not, it's going to be basically just what the reminder text says here, which is the fact that it's rounded up. 3 becomes 2. But yeah, even basically giving it like a +1 buff. This kind of has like a weird version of piercing, where it just is sort of hitting for 1 almost.
It does say non-equipment, so you can't do the Carrion Husk, but right.
Yeah, but no, if it's just the first time that it's defended by a non-equipment card. So if they block with, it's just the target, the base defense of target defending card.
Oh, that's worth it.
So it only triggers if they block with a card from their hand. If they block with both, you can have the Carrion Husk.
Okay, all right. Oh man, wow, that is okay. That's really good. That's terrifying.
Yeah. Yeah, so I don't think that's ever going to come up because people are going to see that and be like, "Well, I'll just block with the Carrion Husk then," and then you can't. But yeah, so I think that's really interesting. It is likely just going to be like kind of just gives itself +1 in a roundabout way. But yeah, I love axe support. I do think that this is better than Merciless Battle Axe, like you were saying. So yeah, fresh. I love to see axes, and this eats buffs really well. So I like it.
Yeah.
Probably also a fresh.
Bastion of Unity. What does that do?
As you could probably guess from the name, it has Unity. It's a warrior equipment offhand. So interesting that it's warrior offhand specifically, because this does kind of feel like a guardian card. But it's a majestic. It has 1 block, and it has Unity. When this defends together with a card from hand, this gets +1 defense until end of turn, and then it has Temper. So the way that I think this works is that it blocks for 2 and then for 1, because the counters stay around, or because of it. Yeah, because Temper only destroys when the combat chain closes.
Mm-hmm.
So it will have 2 defense, and then it'll get a -1 counter when the combat chain closes. It sees that it still has 1 defense, so it won't break at that time. Then at the end of your turn, it goes to 0, and then if you block again with a card from hand, it'll buff itself up back up to 1. Then it'll get another counter, and it'll destroy itself. So this really does sort of, at least from the defensive standpoint, it really does feel like a Guardian card. It feels like this is another just +3 that +3 health rather that Warrior can get access to. Obviously, it means that you're not playing one of the better weapons. You would have to play like Centauri Saber or something with this, or like one of the hatchets, but you'd probably just play Centauri Saber. So very interesting. It again just sort of increases the amount of health that warriors have, which they already have so much health. So yeah, I think it's interesting. As a warrior offhand, I don't know how many decks are going to want to play specifically a one-handed equipment and have this on the side, but it is an option now, which I think is great. I love options. Probably like, based on the fact that you can't play this with Dawnblade, like probably somewhere in the stale range, but like probably high stale. I could see this doing something in like Bolt specifically.
Yeah.
Just, you're playing a Centauri Saber, and then you're just tanking up with this plus the what's the one that the new chest piece that he has access to, Soul Bond Resolve. Mm-hmm. You start the game with like 60 health.
Yeah, yeah, it's pretty nuts. Yeah, I'm with you. I think like until we get like a better one-handed weapon, like Quicksilver Dagger's not going to be it. Centauri Saber's fine. Yeah, I think that's probably like Centauri Saber with Bolton. At least I think like you kind of get like the double buffs. It could be like a 1 for 4 sometimes if you charge. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, yeah, probably high stale, but I'm happy that this exists. Like we've all been saying, like give us a shield with our warriors. Like let's like do sword and shield stuff, and it's I'm glad we finally got it, but. Next card is definitely a little bit better. Iron Song Versus. This is a warrior legendary. It's an equipment arms. Blocks for 2. It says once per turn action, pay 1 resource. Your next sword attack this turn gets, when this hits a hero, create a courage token. Go again. And it has temper. Yeah, this card's awesome. We talked about how good courage tokens are. And, we have a lot of great swords. And just adding the extra 1 onto that sometimes is great, right? Like if you think you're going to hit and you have the resource, you pay into this, and then you set up next turn with a courage token, or if you're doing something else after the attack, something's getting bigger. I think this is really good. I think this is like a fresh to death. Blocks 3, has temper. I mean, it's also really good. Nothing to sneeze at. Super happy with this card. Easy, fresh to death.
Yeah, I'm right there. I think that this is genuinely, like, compared to Braveforge Bracers, I think that this is like a very genuine consideration to make, because Braveforge Bracers obviously allows you to block for 3 and then it sticks around and allows you to do its effect. But I think its effect overall is worse than Iron Song Versus, because it does give you the guaranteed +1, which is fine. But this one allows you to like bank that +1 over turns potentially if you're able to make your attack hit. You can also activate this to start off your turn instead of Braveforge, which has to be after you've already hit with your weapon. So yeah, like the downside is that it only blocks for 3 and then it blows up. So that's sort of the consideration to make between this and Braveforge Bracers. But I do think that like it makes a really solid case for itself, and I think that the option between the two is a real, like, you have to actually think about it, and it depends on how you want your deck to play. I really like Iron Song Versus. I think this is an easy fresh to death in warrior decks, because yeah, just having access to that again, just to start your turn, even if you're playing like just like one attack into, like, you're attacking with your sword just one time, and you're not going wide with your swords, like again, like you said in Bolton. I think that this is good. I think that this is like really good, honestly.
Yeah. It's a welcome addition, I think. Right.
Yeah.
Because it's not like they Warrior didn't have like a really good arm piece, but like now you have options, and that's really really cool. What does the Chorus of Iron Song do?
So Chorus of Iron Song is another warrior majestic. This one's an attack reaction. Pitches for 2, costs 1, and blocks for 3. It's a Dorinthia specialization, so you can only play this in Dory. And until end of turn, target Dawn Blade gets +1, and damage this would deal can't be prevented. So until end of turn buffs, at least personally in my experience with Dorinthia, are extremely good, because you're attacking twice. Most of the time you're attacking twice. So this is kind of a +2 for the rest of the turn. And damage this would deal can't be prevented is, like we were kind of mentioning before with Vincent's ability, insane against spectral shields, because it breaks every single one of them. It breaks every single ward. It just wipes everything. And then, kind of like with Starstruck, this has more text on it. This also has Unity, so when this defends together with a card from hand, you create a Courage token under any number of heroes' control. So again, we've talked about Courage tokens, and they're really good. I think in Dorinthia, they're gonna shine pretty brightly, and I think this just has a ton of like flexibility in the deck. You can search this off of Stinging Steelblade, and you already have a bunch of tech options in Dory. You run like one route. You run 1 or 2 routes. You run like overpowers, mostly as a resource card, but also sometimes as like your just win the game buff. So searching this off of a Singing Steelblade, I think is extremely good. And at the very bare minimum, it's just another +1 to make sure that your Dawnblade hits. And in situations where the damage this would deal can't be prevented, doesn't really matter, you can still use it as a block card and buff your Dawnblade up the next turn. So I think this card's really good. I'm like probably fresh to death, maybe low fresh to death on it, because it is kind of more of a silver bullet tech option. But even outside of that, getting the Courage token on block with a block 3, I'm not upset about that ever.
Yeah. Block 3 on an attack reaction is always nice to see. Yeah, I think I'm right there, fresh to death, because like even the ward stuff, like obviously is pretty great, right? Like if they're like, yeah, I'll just say no blocks, and you're like, all right, well, Chorus of Iron Song. And then also, you can be like, all right, present your Dawnblade. They'll be like, all right, Sand Cover. I'm like, nope. And then Oasis Respite. Nope. It's just it has a lot of flexibility there. Yeah, I think fresh to death. This is awesome. They're going to just keep throwing Dorinthia things until she's like really playable. So, I mean, she's getting close. I mean, this set might be the one. The next card is interesting. It's very, very narrow, but it's a majestic. It's called Morlock Hill. It's a warrior instant. It's a blue, cost 0. Next time you'd be dealt lethal damage this turn, you may banish Minerva Themis from your hand or arsenal to prevent that damage. Minerva Themis was what do they call them? Mentor from was it
The
classic battles, or was that
no, that
Bolton?
was it was the Monarch pre-constructed Blitz decks.
Yeah.
It was the Bolton one specifically.
So, this card is I gotta like whatever. This is not for constructed, right? This I mean like maybe Blitz, but like even then it's like really narrow. I'm like not a huge fan of it. I think it. I mean like the story it's telling is really really awesome. Like with what's going on in Dorinthia's story, but outside of that, like in terms of playability, not really good. So I would say. I don't know. It's kind of in its own realm, but rotten for constructed, that's for sure.
Yeah, this is like I know in previous set reviews we've had like a separate one for like UPF or like uncasual area, and I think that's where this lives 100%. The flavor of it, like you said, like the actual story implications, this card is really really powerful in that sense. Like it is actually reflecting how this story event happened. So I think that's really cool. But yeah, from like I don't think that this is even like something to evaluate for constructed play. It is like it's an A+B sort of don't die this turn thing. Something that is relevant is like if you're getting attacked by like a Starstruck or something, and you're at 10 and it would deal 10 damage to you, you can do this, and then it also prevents the crush effect.
Cool.
But again, you're using 2 cards to do that. So I don't know. I think that it's definitely super narrow for that. So I think this is just UPF tier.
Yeah, throw it out
or
there.
like PVE tier even. I don't know. But yeah. Also shout out to Kale from Dead Summer Art, because that was his preview, and he was super excited to have it because again, it's just dripping with flavor.
Yeah. It was awesome.
Yeah. Yeah, absolutely. Oh man, his reveal. But yeah, so then next up we have a Runeblade weapon, a one-handed scepter Runeblade weapon, which is interesting. We have Scepter of Pain, which is once per turn action 2 resources to deal 1 arcane damage to any opposing target, and create a runechant token for each damage dealt this way. So relevantly, any target. So this also helps ping off Ashwings, which are usually quite annoying for Runeblades to sort of deal with. So this like works really well as a sideboard option. Unfortunately, there's not a way currently in the game for any hero to buff arcane damage being dealt by a weapon. So this will only ever deal 1 damage and get your runechant back. Like I said, in that case, kind of honestly a pretty decent sideboard option against Dromai specifically, just for that reason alone. The rate is pretty low on it, but also being able to generate runechants is something that I think most Runeblades are pretty into. So yeah, I don't know. I'm kind of up in the air on this one. It is like sideboard dependent. You wouldn't want to run this in probably most matchups, but I do like it. I do like it just from its own flexibility. So like against Dromai, probably like high stale, because you are giving up your weapon slot, and in Runeblade your weapon slot's really important. But yeah, I don't know. I'd probably go high stale on Scepter of Pain. I could see it working, but I don't know that it will be the first choice.
Yeah. I agree. It's just so hard. You can only do this and then your turn's over. It's fine. It's sideboard. It really depends on how it really works out, because like it's a fine thing. Like the opportunity cost is pretty low. Like if you don't want the Grimoire in the Dromai matchup, you just bring in the Scepter of Pain. You can still get your whip, which is kind of neat because it's one-handed. And yeah, I think that's where it kind of lands, I think. But the next card, though, we do have another legendary. It's Dyadic Carapace. And this is a Runeblade equipment chest. 2 block, has temper and arcane barrier 2. It's a fridge piece. And, you know, like Viscerai was kind of missing a really good chest piece. This is it. And it doesn't really do a lot except block and prevent arcane. and that's okay. And we know that those cards are good. I mean, look at Arcanite Skullcap. This is a really elegant option for a chess piece in Runeblade, and even Vincent might want it if they don't want to run the Carrion Husks. So it's a fresh to death. Like it's just solid playable, and like Viserai is really gonna like it, right? Especially since we now know that Skeleta is not coming back ever. So
Skeleta is in the big monastery in the sky. No, I think that this is also fresh to death. Obviously really good in the mirror match against a different Runeblade. Like it just does both. This is kind of just the sort of the extension for Arcanite Skullcap, but it is always online. This is one card that made me sort of remember my one of my big gripes with Arcanite Skullcap, which is I wish that Arcane Barrier was you may pay up to the number. Like you could pay 1 or 2 on this one. Obviously, I do think that would be maybe a little bit strong for Arcane Barrier now that I've sort of seen how the game generally plays out. But yeah, if this was able to prevent 1 or 2 damage and also have temper, it would just be so insanely flexible.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think this is just also a fresh to death. It doesn't do anything super flashy, but the things that it does it very well. Like this just on its own blocks a lethal Rosetta Thorn, as long as you have the way to pay the 2, which is something that does come up very frequently in Runeblade matches. So
yeah,
I like it a lot.
Yeah.
It comes in extended art too, and it's gorgeous. Oh my god.
Yeah. Our poor wallets, and it feels like old school Flesh and Blood, which is kind of cool. It's like this, like nice to see, like, oh, this, like, we're still making cards like this. What is Bequest the Vast Beyond?
So Bequest the Vast Beyond is, I think, LSS's like apology for saying that Skeleta's never coming back, because the joke that has been made multiple times before now is that that meme format where it's like, oh, can we have Bloodsheath Skeleta? We have Bloodsheath Skeleta at home, and then this is the one we have at home. So anyway, with all that, this is a Runeblade action, another Majestic. It is a red, so it pitches for 1, costs 0, and blocks for 2. This is a Viserai specialization, so you can only play this in Viserai. And the next Runeblade attack action card you play this turn costs 1 less to play for each rune chant you control, and it has Go Again. So obviously the biggest difference between this and Skeleta is that this only discounts attack actions, which is good. They're like it basically turns your next Runeblade attack into like a pseudo rune gate type thing. The downside is that they are making for dang sure that we are not doing broken things with Sonata Arcanix like ever again.
Mm-hmm.
So I don't know. As a non-attack action in Viserai, like maybe. I don't know that this is necessarily always going to be important. This, like, on the turns that you want to do it, this actually does give you some flexibility if you like need to block a bunch. Like this, if you already have a bunch of rune chants in play, this like just adds like however many resources you need. Like this could just add 3 resources in effect. So I don't know. I'm very, very unfamiliar with the Viserai deck, so I don't know if you kind of need this effect as much. But it's certainly interesting. I don't know. I think maybe like high stale if it is good in the deck, because it is really kind of only good on the turn where you really need that and you need to go off. So I don't know. It might be more of a useful mid-range piece where again it's just sort of adding 2 or 3 resources. So I don't know. I have a hard time evaluating this one just because I'm not as familiar with what Viserai sort of needs right now.
Yeah, I think it's a little bit better, but not by much, right? Like the interesting thing is, right, it does start the Viserai train, right? You can play your non-attack, and then your next things start to create rune chants, which is nice. So you can do this into some other non-attacks, build up some rune chants, and then finally play something big it's worth noting this doubles up on reduced costs. So like Arknight Ascendancy, like if you have 3 rune chants, all of a sudden Arknight Ascendancy's free. I don't know if you're playing that card, but like, that is worth noting. So like it's probably going to see some play. I don't think it's not Sclita, like we said. So it's not breaking the game, which I guess is probably a good thing. So it's like a low fresh for me. I think like it'll probably see play, and I'm sure the Viserai players will correct us in the comments.
And please do, absolutely.
The next card is Runic Reckoning. This is a Majestic for Runeblades. It's a red. It costs 1 and blocks 3. It's a Runeblade action. This costs 1 less to play for each rune chant you control. So you only need 1. And the next Runeblade attack action card you play this turn gets +3, go again. So this is pretty powerful, right? All you need is 1 rune chant and Vincent. This is like almost always going to be free, right? And +3 on a go again. That blocks 3. I think the rate's really here. Like if you're playing it for 0, I think it's going to be good. Probably low fresh. It's not the craziest thing in the world, but it's definitely has its uses, right? Like if you want to pump up some stuff, this is what you want to do. Like this is like super elegant. So it's like low fresh, like definitely low fresh for me.
Yeah, I like it in Vincent. I could see it in Viserai, like you were kind of saying with Bequest the Vast Beyond, where like this helps with the train, the rune chant train. I also kind of like it in Chain in some capacities. Although a lot of the attacks that you're usually utilizing in Chain are just Shadow, so this kind of whiffs on those. But yeah, just having a free non-attack that buffs your next thing by 3, I think is good. It's more flexible than something like a what's the word? Nimblism. Because it doesn't need to be like this. This does hit your Arknight Ascendancy. This buffs that up, and then also, as a result, gives you more rune chants back because you're hitting for harder. So, yeah, I think low fresh as well for this one. It's a really interesting card, and even like paying 1 for this effect, it's not great, but you can still do it. I think in some situations and not feel horrendous about it. So yeah, I think it's super interesting.
Yeah. Some more tools for Viserai and Vincent to a certain extent. So not bad. Alluring Inducement.
Yeah.
What is this?
I love this one so much. First of all, the art, exquisite. And the effect is kind of crazy. So this one is actually like perfectly balanced, as all things should be, in terms of its stat line. It's a yellow, so it pitches for 2. It costs 2. It attacks for 2, and it blocks for 2. 2's all around. This is a Shiana specialization. And when this attacks, the defending hero reveals their hand. If you may choose an attack action card revealed this way. If you do, this becomes the chosen card. And then this also has Unity. When this defends with a card together with a card from hand, create an Eloquence token under any number of heroes' control. So having easy access to Eloquence, I think, is totally fine. The effect here is crazy. Like obviously, I'm thinking of like the high end. You're playing this against Rhinar. You're playing this against Bravo. You're like attacking them with their Starstruck or their Crippling Crush for 2 resources.
It is pretty crazy.
Yeah. So obviously this is a Shiana card. We sort of have yet to see if Shiana is going to be playable sort of moving forward. There are a lot of specializations that she now has access to thanks to this set. So it's possible that something gets cobbled together that ends up working and making her a real threat. Obviously, this is just Blitz only, so you kind of have that to worry about. But again, the prospect of being able to look at a Bravo's hand and take their biggest thing, take their Crippling Crush, and turn it into your own, is always going to be a really interesting proposition as the Shiana player. Which also, because you are Shiana, you could start your turn by turning yourself into a Bravo and giving this Dominate. So just actually Uno reversing them. So, yeah, for Shiana, I think you play this in every single Shiana deck that is ever created. At its very worst, it blocks, like if you're playing against a Dory or something and they have nothing to sort of copy, this still just creates an eloquence, and then you can give any number of these non-attacks go again, which I think is always going to be decent. So yeah, Shiana, absolute fresh to death. She loves this card.
Yeah, there's not a whole lot to say, like, that you haven't already said, right? Like, it is just a auto include into Shiana, and obviously giving everybody eloquence tokens is going to be a lot of fun for PvE. Really cool in UPF. This kind of lives in that realm. But Shiana can sneak in some wins in Blitz too, so this is kind of interesting. So definitely look out for Shiana, especially like every set we just get more specializations to mess around with. So very exciting. Now we're into our illusionist, like non-talented illusionist stuff. Reality Refractor is the first one. This is an illusionist weapon orb, two-handed. You gotta use both those hands to hold that orb. It says, illusionist orbs you control are weapons with 5 base attack and once per turn action, pay 2 resources to attack. So kind of like Iris of Reality, but a little bit different. When comparing it to Iris of Reality, this looks a little worse, right? The go again on Iris of Reality is brutal. The one thing here that's nice is if you're on the yellow focus thing going on in Prism, the yellows are going to make more sense math wise with the activation, and 2 for 5 is totally fine. So if you're kind of on this kind of control shell where you're building up ward, you're blocking a lot, and then you're just swinging 5. I mean, it's tried and true. We've seen it work with Guardian. We've seen it work in other heroes as well. I like it. It's probably like a high stale. It's a nice option to have, but it's not crazy for sure.
Yeah, it definitely shines in a more controlling deck. Like you said, because Iris of Reality, it costs 1 more for 1 less damage, but the attacks have go again, which means that you could attack with a thing and then still develop your board with like any one of the auras, or you could just follow it up with a different attack if you had that much going on. So this obviously is like built for more of a reactive sort of game plan, where you have a bunch of instants that you want to use, you want to flash stuff in, or you're just looking to block with 3 cards and pitch a yellow to attack. Those are definitely things that we've seen Prism do. Not this new Prism, but just Light Illusionist in general. So I could see it as an option. It is a lot less flexible than some of the other stuff that we've seen thus far. So yeah, I think probably high stale. There is probably a version of Prism that makes this work. I don't know if it'll be the good version of Prism, but it is possible.
Yeah. It's hard to say, but it's getting some cool stuff like the next card though.
This is the Illusionist headpiece. It's called Diadem of Dream State. So this is Ward 2 it has on here. So another sort of inherent ward, which is always kind of tough to sort of get over, but the effect of it is actually quite good. Once per turn, when this or a non-token permanent you control with ward is destroyed, you may pay a resource. If you do, create a ponder token. So obviously quite good with... I don't think that... Actually, hang on. They did errata spectral shields to have specifically ward 1.
Mm-hmm.
So when your spectral shield is broken, you can pay a resource to create a ponder token, which is a great value proposition there. It helps to sort of recoup any sort of losses that you might get from that sort of stuff. The only thing that sucks is that this has permanent ward, so it is like we were kind of saying with some other stuff, it is constantly under threat of being destroyed. That's sort of one of the main things with something like Celestial Kimono that hurts it quite a bit. But ward 2, blocking 2 damage is good, and it triggers on itself dying. So even if it does pop, you still have the option to get that extra card from Ponder. So yeah, I think this card is really, really interesting. Obviously works, I think, a lot better in a control shell. sitting back and trying to prevent as much damage as possible, making sure that your ward is triggering in a way that works for you, so that you get to keep Diadem in place. This could even see play with Celestial Kimono, to give you the resource that you can then funnel into Diadem to get that card. So it basically just gives you an extra free draw. It just all depends on how much you can tank up. So I don't know. In a control shell, I think this is a spectacular option. Really helps to smooth out the game plan. So I like this card as like a fresh. It lends itself to a very interesting, very defensive strategy that wants to slow the game down as much as possible.
Yeah, absolutely. And this is a really cool card because it's just more hints at something going on with Ward, right? Like, we haven't seen a hero that kind of like says, like, do some Ward stuff. And I think we're eventually going to get that, and it'll be interesting. But as it stands, this is probably a fresh. This is quite good. I love the art, and I want to see that hero as an illusionist. I would love to see that. But certainly, like, just really, really cool. And I think it's going to work the way you want it to work, but it's going to take a lot of work to do that. And you will have just abysmal, like Vincent just, right? Like, just destroys this like insanely. And we'll see if it ever is viable.
Yeah.
But
something that I did just realize, I talked myself straight past it, is a non-token permanent with Ward. So it does not trigger off of Spectral Shields. It would only trigger off of like Angels and like itself and whatever. And I think Celestial Kimono is the same. It's non-token. I'm going to look that up just quickly here. But yeah, I think that that does make it worse. But I don't know by how much, because it really does, of course, depend on, Celestial Kimono is non-token permanent. So I still do think it's interesting. It's obviously not as consistent of a draw in that situation. I think they could have made it maybe non-token, or I think they could have made it just permanent, and it would have been like okay still. I still think it's fresh though. I still think that it's a nice control option and helps you to recoup some of the value that you lose when your Angels get popped by Ward.
yeah.
Also notably works with Wave of Reality,
Mm-hmm.
because that is a non-token permanent as well. So still interesting.
Yeah, definitely. The next card though is pretty insane. This is Flicker Trick. This is a majestic illusionist defense reaction. Costs 0. It's a red. Blocks for 5. All right. What's the downside here? It has Mirage, which is a new keyword that says when this is defending a non-illusionist attack with 6 or more attack, destroy this. So this is the opposite of Phantasm, like on the other side of the field. That being said, you have control over when you're blocking with this. Now, there's some matchups you just can't play this against, which is fine. And then you also have to worry about pumps and like attack reactions. So, if they pummel it or anything else, and then all of a sudden you just lose this, right? And everything's going through. So you have to keep that in mind, and you have to play it correctly. But all that being said, this is a 0 for 5 block, and it's a red. Dromai really loves that. So there is a lot of cool stuff going on with this. I think it is going to be like a low fresh to death. This card is very good. It has some abysmal like situations, right? Like you can't play it against Brute, you can't play it against Guardian. And then you got to be wary of the pluses that can happen in the attack reaction phase. But that being said, this card's rate is insane.
Yeah, I think that it is extremely sideboard dependent, like you were saying. Like you just can't play this against Brute or Guardian, basically just ever. But against sort of the smaller decks, like even playing this against Dash, I think is great because she can go over 6, but like not frequently. Like most of the time you're attacking with like like something, I guess like Teklo Pounder pumps can get you there, but that's only 3 attacks. in sort of the other situations where you're just trying to stabilize against stuff. This blocks like 0 to 60s. This blocks zipper hits. This also blocks well against like ninjas, kind of in general. Most of the time, they sort of cap out at 5. So yeah, it is like a really delicate balance. Like you were saying, if you play this into a deck that has pummel, that is like the most punishing pummel of all time. So,
Yeah, it's brutal.
yeah, I think I'm probably like sort of around mid fresh, with like really high upside in specific matchups. But those matchups are narrowed a bit by basically anything that plays like, I would say even like things that play like Razor Reflex or Pummel make it like pretty tough. But yeah, 0 for 5 is just a crazy rate. So they did have to give it this drawback.
Yeah,
indeed.
They really did. And to round out our class cards, what does Lost in Thought do?
So Lost in Thought, just to lead into it, I think is maybe one of the most insane cards that illusionists now have access to. Just personally. But yeah, Lost in Thought is another majestic illusionist action. Pitches for 1, costs 1, and blocks for 2. And it reads, look at target hero's hand and choose an attack action card. If you do, they put that card on the bottom of their deck and they create a ponder token. And then this says go again. The more times that I reread this card, the more insane I realized it was. Like it is obviously very comparable to another illusionist card that we have, Phantasmaclasm, which when it attacks, you can look at your opponent's hand, and I believe it's just choose a card from it, and they put it on the bottom, and they draw a new card. This one is, I think, just crazier. It's a red card, so in Dromai, this card is crazy because not only does it potentially clear the way of a popper for until the end of your opponent's next turn, it also turns on all of your dragons, gives them go again. It is a red, so it pitches and creates an ash. And I think the craziest part of this card is that it takes that card away for the entirety of the turn cycle. Like they do get the replacement at the end of their next turn, but even that, if you're playing against like a ranger or something with this, and they have 1 arrow and a bunch of buffs in their hand, you take the arrow. Now they don't have an attack on their turn. They could, if they're playing Azalea, blind Azalea into something. But like this just messes with that plan so much. Even against Guardians, I think this card is kind of crazy. You take their big attack and all of a sudden it's like, well, I can't turn on my Rouse the Ancients. Or you take the only blue in their hand and they're like, I can't play anything anymore. So yeah, I don't know. I think that Lost in Thought is crazy. The fact that it doesn't immediately replace the card is going to be really important, and is going to lead to some just kind of blowout scenarios. I love this card, fresh to death. I think this card's extremely strong.
Yeah, this is fresh to death, no doubt. I mean, God, it's just going to, like, we've already seen, Phantasmaclasm, Dominia, things like this are just so backbreaking sometimes, and this is going to be huge, right? There's a cost to playing it, right? It blocks 2. It's not that great, like, into Brute, I'm in Brute Mind right now. Mm-hmm. You reveal a hand of 4 6s. It doesn't even really matter, but like, but you can take the best one. Yeah, there's not a lot of downsides to this card. It is fresh to death easily, and and yet again, some art that Carlos Cruchaga is just killing it with. I would love a playmat of this now.
Yeah, me too. The other thing that is sort of really crazy about this card is that it gives you perfect information about your opponent's hand as well. Yeah. So you can then go out the rest of your turn anticipating what your opponent's probably going to be doing. So yeah, it just doesn't stop getting crazier. And yeah, the art is just the icing on top.
Yeah,
Carlos Cruchaga is a genius.
Just the best. That brings us to the home stretch, our generics, not a lot of them. First one, I don't even think we really need to talk about a lot, but it is worth noting to bring it up. Crown of Providence is reprinted at non-foil. Heard the joke, Crown of Poverty, whatever, like call it what you want to call it. This is a very positive reprint. If you don't know what Crown of Providence is, it is a legendary headpiece, generic equipment head. Has Blade Break, blocks 2. When it defends, you may put a card from your hand or arsenal on the bottom of your deck. If you do, draw a card. It was a Fresh to Death before. It's a Fresh to Death now. I love that it's non-foil. I like non-foils, so I'm pretty happy to see it. No, very positive thing to see. Unless you have anything to add, Bill, I think we're all pretty stoked that it's reprinted.
Yeah, I'm happy to see a reprint of this. Like, so one of the complaints that I heard from somebody who was just getting into Flesh and Blood is just availability of high-end cards. Like, not even they were saying, like, you know, I don't care about the price of it because I know that it's good and I want to buy it, but I just can't find one. Like, I just cannot find someone who is selling one because everybody has theirs already. So yeah, just getting more of them into the wild is fantastic. I hope that it does do something to the price as well. I think the price is extremely high. But yeah, this card is basically as good as people think that it is. It's kind of the exact opposite of something like Arcanite Skullcap. I think that card deserved to be a $50 or $60 card the entire time.
Yeah. It was just the best option at the time, but
yeah.
What does the new Frontline kind of suite of equipment do at Rare?
Yeah, so we have another cycle of equipment. We have Frontline Helm, Plating, Gauntlets, and Legs. These all block for 2, and they have Blade Break, which would be crazy on its own. So unfortunately, there is additional text on these. At the beginning of your end phase, put a -1 counter on this, and that's what all of them have. So notably, like, it would be an okay option for going second, where you know that you want to keep cards in your hand, you don't care about potentially mulliganing, because anything past that, if your opponent attacks you on the first turn, you have the option of using these to block for 2. So sort of like what we were talking about with the like grasp, the shadow equipment, where, you know, you could do it right away and block for 2, which blocking for 2 is never a bad thing. But anything past that, these just become Iron Rot, and then anything after that, they're dead. So they only really work on sort of like the first turn of the game, and they get significantly worse as the game goes on. So I really don't see why people would want to play these, unless, again, you're looking for just a super aggressive, like, you want to keep your first hand and you just like say, okay, I'm just going to block with my equipment, whatever. So yeah, I don't know. I'm not feeling these like low stale. Like, maybe I would say low stale in sideboard situations, and like outside of that, probably just rotten. Especially in CC, the games are going so long that the first turn rarely matters anyway. And like, if your opponent goes first and they just decide to Arsenal pass, then you're just kicking yourself.
Yeah. So the only situation where I'm looking at this and like, I'm like, wow, this is really good, is Blitz, right? Blitz is probably there, but only if like your opponent is on Rhinar and you lost the die roll, right? And then you're like, all right, well, I'm going to want to block with my equipment because I know they're going to try to intimidate my whole hand, whatever, and I'm going to start the game at 10 life. Outside of that, not a huge fan. I believe you can play some rare equipment in Commoner, so these are probably good there as well. But yeah, low stale. I mean, just not really going to set the world on fire. But again, it's nice to have these options. I like any kind of options that we have. But the next card is going to give me nightmares. Another Carlos Kuchaga piece right here. This is called Censor. It's a generic majestic attack action. It attacks for 5, blocks for 3, costs 1. It's a red. And it says, when this hits a hero, name a card. They can't play the named card until the end of their next turn. So we've seen this kind of effect before. I forget what it was called. It was like a yellow that saw some play during
Chains of Eminence.
Yes, that Chains of Eminence, which saw some play when Chain. Well, oddly enough, Chain was really popping off. This is tough because you have to hit, right? A 1 for 5 is not a bad rate though. Blocks 3. This is this is hard for me to want to play this. Yeah, I don't know. I'm not like a huge fan of it, but it's an on hit that can come up that you can Snapdragon Scalers and Razor Reflex. So it will probably see some play, right? If that's the case, and if that's the case, it's probably like a stale to high stale. It's not bad by any means, but will it see play? I mean, like look at Bingo, right? Bingo has like all kinds of things going on, and that doesn't really see much play. So, yeah, mid to high stale.
Yeah, I'm like very slightly higher on it, but only in a very specific situation. I actually kind of like this card in Ira, because a 1 for 5 that blocks for 3 is just kind of like good in Ira. And this has the ability to, if you, obviously you're not going to hit with it every time against something like Chain or Vinset, where you can see their cards that are already there. You can like turn off one of them if it's like, Chain banished a Shadow of Ursa that they didn't end up using. I think it'll be more relevant in Vinset because Chain usually uses all of his Blood Debt cards in the same turn. But you could turn off like a Runegate card, or you could just, say, this is the card that I know is going to be the worst for me to deal with, so I'll just name it so that I don't have to deal with it like confirmed next turn. Outside of that, though, yeah, it's just like another 1 for 5 that blocks for 3 that has some type of effect. They've been printing a lot of them recently at Majestic, and I do kind of like this effect, but it is very sort of matchup and meta dependent. So yeah, maybe high stale in Ira. Outside of that, definitely matching you in the sort of low to mid stale.
Yeah, it's very timing dependent. A lot like what was that? The Chains of Mephetis.
Yeah.
Like if you can time this when you think your Bolton opponent is going to try to Lumina, they have to block with 2 cards and whatever. But like you just gotta time it correctly, so it's hard.
Yeah. But shooting straight up, in my eyes at least, our next Majestic that we're looking at is Mischievous Meeps, which is a generic attack action, Majestic, so it only comes in red. Costs 1, attacks for 2, and blocks for 2. And that's like not a really exciting stat line if you think about it, but I think its effect is crazy. When this hits a hero, gain control of an item with cost 2 or less they control. Otherwise, draw a card. Go again. So a lot of people, specifically in Blitz, are talking about this card in Benji, because it is just a 1 for 2 pseudo unblockable draw card, which
is insane.
Is very insane. Like the fact that it also has Go Again, like better than Snatch in that situation. This card is also so obnoxious for Dash because you just steal their items. Like you steal a Teklo Pounder and then they just like don't get to use it anymore. But yeah, I think that this card as a generic 1 cost Go Again is actually quite good. And the fact that it only attacks for 2 in some ways is kind of a benefit because it makes your opponent block really inefficiently, for you to not draw a card on this attack that like realistically is just like a throwaway mid-chain card anyway. I love this card. I think it's actually really strong. I think that this is going to be played in a lot of go wide decks, just to sort of bait cards out of your opponent's hand. And even if it doesn't, then you get to replace it. And that's just kind of nuts. So yeah, I think this card is like honestly fresh to death. I'm really excited to play this card. And I think it's going to lead to a lot of like exasperation from your opponent being like, God, I have to block these meeps, man. Like,
yeah, I mean, God, this card's insane. I just want to say one thing. Channel Mount Heroic.
Yep.
Briar is gonna just, I mean, that's insane. That's like, this card's like so good. And it just has the relevant text. Obviously, like against like Arachne, it's gonna be kind of annoying, right? Like it's like, I guess I'll take your silver or whatever. But if somebody's doing royal stuff, you're like, do you want to keep that gold? No, too bad. Like you gotta block this thing. Like, and I think that really is a fresh to death. Like it's such a cool card. I'm a big fan. Love the design there. It probably would be super annoying, but I mean, look at what's it called, Kyloria. I mean, like we hate this effect. You just like I don't want to block it, but I have to. But yeah, crazy. Next we have Hold the Line, which is a blue generic defense reaction majestic, blocks 2, costs 0. If the attacking hero has drawn 2 or more cards this turn, prevent the next 3 damage that would be dealt to your hero this turn. So what we have here is a blue block 5 when you time it correctly, right? Which is, you know, I was talking about timing with other things. I like timing when you're blocking a lot better, right? Because this is something you kind of just throw into your arsenal and wait. Obviously, there's some decks this is not going to do well against. But the decks that it does do well against, 3 of a kind stuff, Blood Rush Bellow stuff, some other stuff, maybe.
Mm-hmm.
But anything Art of War, right? Like Fi, this is quite good against. So it's just like a pretty high fresh, like sideboard high fresh. I think this card in the right matchup is going to do some serious work, and like 0 for 5 at blue is pretty insane. So yeah, high fresh for me. Sideboard.
Yeah, it is like really sideboard dependent, but I, like you were kind of saying with Flicker Trick, like 0 for 5 is just a great like stat line. I do think that there are going to be heroes that care a lot about Art of War. Like Levia, I think, is going to be really high on making sure that they hit Art of War going forward. Obviously, in Living Legend format, Chain loves Art of War. Lexi and Azalea. I think Azalea less so, but Lexi is definitely still playing 3 of a kind. Blood Rush Bellow will always be played in every brute deck because it's crazy. We also have Blood Dripping Frenzy now, which also draws cards. Yeah, there are like, this is good against specific heroes, but against those specific heroes, this is a really strong defensive option. So yeah, I'm a big fan as well. I think this is definitely a solid fresh sideboard. It sort of fits in the same general area as like That All You Got for me, in terms of just like defense reactions that are good against specific heroes, but against those specific heroes, it's like insanely good.
Yeah. It's really, really cool. And you know, at first I was like, oh, how often are you gonna be able to do it? And then the more you think about it, you're like, oh no, there's like a ton of great options for this.
Yeah. And like when it is turned on, it means that the turn that they're having is usually a pretty good one. So having this 0 for 5 is really good in those cases. But
yeah.
But yeah, for the next one, which is the last 3, we got Hack to Reality, which is a generic action. Pitches for yellow, costs 1 and blocks for 2. Your next attack this turn gets +2. And the next time you hit a hero this turn, destroy a non-token aura they own with cost less than or equal to the damage dealt this way. Then it has go again. So obviously, like, super sideboard. Like super, super duper sideboard. Randomly, this actually no, because it's non-token aura. I was gonna say, oh no, wait, yeah, it still works. I was gonna say against Dorinthia with Iron Song Pride.
Oh yeah.
That is an instant aura, and when it leaves, it removes all of the counters from the Dawnblade. So like really randomly good against Dorinthia. And because Iron Song Pride only costs 1, so you only have to do 1 damage for that to happen. Against Prism, it deals with a lot of the 0 cost auras that I know that they do love to play. What else is there? I mean,
Burn them
against
all, Indromai.
Yeah,
and they also run the
them
blue ones as well.
Yeah, it's good against Rune Blades because of Rune Blade Incantation. You can prevent them from getting additional value from that. So obviously, again, like a very, very sideboard card, but not a terrible option considering your local meta. This is, I don't think, a card that you just want to run in every matchup. In fact, in most matchups, I think it's like probably pretty bad. It's just a 1 for +2. But I do very genuinely love this as an anti-Dory tech.
Yeah, it's kind of neat.
If
Yeah.
you resolve this against Dorinthia, they're going to slash your tires.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Oh my god. Yeah, this card's cool. I like sideboard options like this where, we're going to get to the point in the game when you're building decks and you're like, what's the sideboard tech I can throw in? And I think Hack to Reality is going to be something that people are going to look at. And it does just say your next attack, so it works on weapons, which is also really neat.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, big fan of this card. I'm probably like a sideboard fresh for this. I think there's going to be a lot more uses than you even realize. And I love the art. We're back in the erase face realm, whatever's going on there. I hope that's just like a place we go to in the game. Like it's like this like weird half reality, half like like whatever's going on. So I think the card's awesome. Super stoked for it. I like effects like this. This is really neat. Doesn't always see play, but it's good to have the option. Next card is a little bit interesting. This is Warmonger's Diplomacy. So it's a blue 0-cost 3-block generic action majestic. The art here is depicting Bolton kind of like yelling at someone. It looks like the Apocalypta, something like they're trying to make some kind of alliance here, the card text kind of hints at that. So starting with the hero to your left, each hero chooses war or peace. If they choose war, the only actions they may play or activate their next turn are weapon and attack actions. If they choose peace, the only actions they may play or activate during their next turn are non-weapon, non-attack actions. So it's an interesting card. It's definitely more for the UPF and PvE thing going on. So it's tough because you give them the choice, right? Like you can't even just choose peace. Like if you were like a Kano, you could like if you could just choose peace for them, right?
Mm-hmm.
Then that'd be awesome, right? Like peace, you're not gonna be able to attack me, and I'm gonna still be able to do what I want to do. So that being said, I think it's just in the PvE UPF realm, this card.
Yeah, I'm right there with you. If you were able to choose, like if you just said like blanket statement, everybody is peace or everybody is war, then I think it would be like really strong. But yeah, it's definitely a PvE card. And yeah, I think that's just about where my thoughts begin and end on it. I do think it's good in PvE. Because if you're if you know for a fact that the enemy that you're facing up against like only has attack actions, and say they have to like because it's an enemy, you just have to like flip a coin and it lands on peace, then it's like, okay, cool, we're good.
Yeah.
UPF as well. I just think it's cool. It's fun.
And finally, Bill, we have our last card here. Would you please read Poison the Well?
Poison the Well is a generic instant. It's majestic. Pitches for 3. It's a blue and costs 0. It has no block because it's an instant. The next time a hero would gain life this turn, instead they lose that much life. So incredibly narrow and niche. And most of the time you're not getting a huge amount of value out of it. The thing that I think, I'm hoping at least, this is sort of hinting us towards is that they're going to make a cleric soon. Because you play this against most of the things that allow you to gain life in this game, and you're preventing like 1 life gain. And it's like, oh, you instead lose 1 life, and you used a whole card to ping them for 1.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, I don't know about this right now. Obviously, super ultra mega sideboard option. Maybe another PvE card. Maybe there's going to be an enemy that we face against that is like, at the end of my turn, I'm going to gain 5 life. And you're like, haha, instead you lose 5. And that's a 10 life swing, potentially. So yeah, I think that it is probably maybe one of the cards that they're adding that just like hints for the future. But right now, PvE UPF. Don't play this card in Constructed.
Yeah. So like the only... I'm thinking about this card, like when I would want to use it, right? Like let's say you have it's like a local meta thing, right? Like you go to your armory and the one person there is always like, sigil solace, sigil solace, sigil solace, like, and you're getting a little sick of it. You're like, that's it. I'm done. I'm boarding in the poison the wells, and that person will learn. They're going to learn tonight. So other than that, it's not quite good. Yeah. But when cleric becomes something, which, it's in the lore book. So like, there's the possibility of that. This is something that would be really good, but until then, it's probably a rotten until it's not. Maybe sideboard low stale or something like that. But not. It's exciting that they exist. I will say that. Whew. We did it, Bill.
Another one down.
Yeah. It was so long that we started at night and ended in the morning somehow. So, but it was a blast. It's always a blast to have you on. I do want to thank you so much, Bill. It's just so cool that we get to do this, and I have a blast every single time. And you're the best. And we point things out to each other that we didn't even realize, and that's like the best part about it. And if you could just please plug anything you'd like to plug. And thank you, buddy.
Absolutely. That's one of the things I love too, is that especially for this one, there was all this Shadow Brute stuff, and I was like, I don't know if this is going to be good. And you're like, hang on, let me blow your mind real quick. Loved that. Have a great time as always. And yeah, this one was certainly no exception. But I'm Bill from the Spike Feeders. You can find me on Twitter, as long as Twitter's still a thing, at BillTSF. On other social media sites, I will also be BillTSF, just to maintain some amount of consistency. You can also find me on YouTube at the Spike Feeders Fab. We do live edited gameplay content, so if that's something that interests you, you should definitely check it out. I'm also 1/3 of the Living Legends podcast that is hosted on Red Zone Rogue's YouTube channel, as well as anywhere you get your podcasts. So if you want to hear me talk more, you should definitely come check us out as well.
Please go check it all out if you haven't already. Obviously, Bill loves Fab. He's willing to talk for like 5 hours with me about these cards, and he's just a great bud and has been for a long time. And I'm happy to continue doing it with you. So you can all continue to find me at FreshBudsPod on Twitter. Maybe I'll make a Threads if that's like a thing. I don't know. I'm just praying that it works out. And then YouTube. Like, comment, subscribe. By the time this comes out, maybe I hit 500 subscribers, but if I haven't, drop a little subscribe, get us to 500 for the Levi cosplay, which is going to be awesome. And check out the Buds Discord. It's a great place to hang out and be, awesome people there. And then on top of that, what else? If you're listening on Spotify, give us a whole rate and stuff like that. And very quickly, Bill, always like to end the show on some food. What are you eating later?
Later is an interesting question. I don't quite know what, but I will shout out a place that I've been absolutely loving recently. There's a local restaurant in Winnipeg here called Hoagie Boys. And as mentioned, they do like hoagies. I know that's a sandwich that has a lot of regional variations, so it's also like a grinder, it's also a sub, it's also whatever. But yeah, their vibe is immaculate and their food is even better. Their tagline is "Slam a hoagie to your dome," which is something I always love doing. So yeah, if you find yourself in the Winnipeg area, or I think that's basically it, because they're just a local place, but you should definitely check them out if you're local.
Sounds amazing. Also really surprising to hear the word hoagie said outside of like where I live, like down here, like Philadelphia area is like the biggest.
Oh, hell yeah.
Like, use of that. But it's actually Hoagie Fest right now at Wawa, if anybody knows what Wawa is. So, it's a huge celebration around here. But thank you, everybody. Thank you for tuning in. This is always a ton of fun. If you made it to the end, we love you. That's amazing. And we don't have time for Charmer, but we'll get to him next week. So everybody have a good week.